Section 0 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Colored Regulars in the United States Army, with a sketch of the history of the colored American and an account of his services in the wars of the country from the period of the Revolutionary War to 1899, by Theophilus Gould Steward. Introductory. The material out of which the story of the Colored Regulars has been constructed has been collected with great pains, and upon it has been expended a serious amount of labor and care. All the movements of the Cuban campaign, and particularly of the battles, have been carefully studied by the aid of official reports and conversations and correspondence with those who participated in them. The work has been performed with an earnest desire to obtain and present the truth, hoping that the reader will be inspired by it to a more profound respect for the brave and skilled black men who passed through that severe baptism of fire and suffering, contributing their full share to their country's honor. It is also becoming in this place to mention with gratitude the encouragement given by the War Department, both in granting me the time in which to do the work, and also in supplying me with documents and furnishing other facilities. By this enlightened course on the part of the department, great aid has been given to historical science, and, incidentally, very important service rendered to the cause of freedom and humanity. A struggling people has been helped, and further glory reflected upon the government. The President himself has manifested a kindly interest in the work, and has wished that the story of the black soldiers should be told to the world. The interest of the commanding general of the army is shown in his letter. Thus encouraged from official sources, and receiving the most hearty words of cheer from friends, of whom none has been more potent or more earnest than Bishop B. W. Arnett, D.D., of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, I have, after 5 months of severe labor, about completed my task, so far as I find it in my power to complete it, and trusting that the majesty and interest of the story itself will atone for any defects in the style of the narration, the volume is now offered to a sympathetic public, affectionately dedicated to the men whose heroic services have furnished the theme for my pen. T. G. Steward, Wilberforce, Ohio, September 1899. Letter from General Miles. Headquarters of the Army, Washington, August 5, 1899. Reverend T. G. Steward, Chaplain 25th Infantry, Wilberforce, Ohio. Dear Sir, your letter of the 20th ultimo was duly received, but my time has been so much engrossed with official duties, requiring my presence part of the time out of the city, that it has not been practicable to comply with your request earlier, and even now I can only reply very briefly. You will remember that my acquaintance with Negro character commenced during the Civil War. The colored race then presented itself to me in the character of numerous contrabands of war, and as a people who, individually, yearned for the light and life of liberty. Ages of slavery had reduced them to the lowest ebb of manhood. From that degree of degradation, I have been an interested spectator of the marvelously rapid evolution of the downtrodden race. From the commencement of this evolution to the present time, I have been more or less in a position to closely observe their progress. At the close of the war, I was in command of one of the very important military districts of the South, and my concern for the welfare of all the people of that district, not excluding the people of color, you will find evidenced in the measures taken by me, more especially in regard to educational matters, at that time. The first regiment which I commanded on entering the regular army of the United States at the close of the war was made up of colored troops. That regiment, the 40th Infantry, achieved a reputation for military conduct which forms a record that may be favorably compared with the best regiments in the service. Then, again, refer to my General Order No. 1, issued after the fall of Santiago, and you will see that recognition is not grudgingly given to the troops who heroically fought there, whether of American, or African, or of Latin descent. If so early in the second generation of the existence of the race in the glorious light of liberty, it produces such orators as Douglas, such educators as Booker T. Washington, such divines as the Afro-American bishops, what may we not expect of the race when it shall have experienced as many generations of growth and development as the Anglo-Saxons who now dominate the thought, the inventive genius, the military prowess, and the commercial enterprise of the world. Very truly yours, Nelson A. Miles. Headquarters of the Army, Siboney, Cuba, July 16, 1898. General Field Orders No. 1. The gratifying success of the American arms at Santiago de Cuba, and some features of a professional character, both important and instructive, are hereby announced to the Army. The declaration of war found our country with a small army scattered over a vast territory. The troops composing this army were speedily mobilized at Tampa, Florida. Before it was possible to properly equip a volunteer force, strong appeals for aid came from the Navy, which had enclosed in the harbor of Santiago de Cuba an important part of the Spanish fleet. At that time, the only efficient fighting force available was the United States Army, and in order to organize a command of sufficient strength, the cavalry had to be sent dismounted to Santiago de Cuba with the infantry and artillery. The expedition thus formed was placed under the command of Major General Shafter. Notwithstanding the limited time to equip and organize an expedition of this character, there was never displayed a nobler spirit of patriotism and fortitude on the part of officers and men going forth to maintain the honor of their country. After encountering the vicissitudes of an ocean voyage, they were obliged to disembark on a foreign shore and immediately engage in an aggressive campaign. Under drenching storms, intense and prostrating heat, within a fever-afflicted district, with little comfort or rest, either by day or night, they pursued their purpose of finding and conquering the enemy. Many of them, trained in the severe experience of the Great War, and in frequent campaigns on the western plains, officers and men alike exhibited a great skill, fortitude, and tenacity, with results which have added a new chapter of glory to their country's history. Even when their own generals in several cases were temporarily disabled, the troops fought on with the same heroic spirit until success was finally achieved. In many instances, the officers placed themselves in the front of their commands, and under their direct and skillful leadership, the trained troops of a brave army were driven from the thickets and jungles of an almost inaccessible country. In the open field, the troops stormed entrenched infantry and carried and captured fortified works with an unsurpassed daring and disregard of death. By gaining commanding ground, they made the harbor of Santiago untenable for the Spanish fleet, and practically drove it out to a speedy destruction by the American Navy. While enduring the hardships and privations of such campaign, the troops generously shared their scanty food with the 5,000 Cuban patriots in arms and the suffering people who had fled from the besieged city. With the 24 regiments and 4 batteries, the flower of the United States Army, were also 3 volunteer regiments. These, though unskilled in warfare, yet, inspired with the same spirit, contributed to the victory, suffered hardships, and made sacrifices with the rest. Where all did so well, it is impossible, by special mention, to do justice to those who bore conspicuous part. But of certain unusual features mention cannot be omitted, namely, the cavalry dismounted, fighting and storming works as infantry, and a regiment of colored troops, who, having shared equally in the heroism as well as the sacrifices, is now voluntarily engaged in nursing yellow fever patients and burying the dead. The gallantry, patriotism, and sacrifices of the American Army, as illustrated in this brief campaign, will be fully appreciated by a grateful country, and the heroic deeds of those who have fought and fallen in the cause of freedom will ever be cherished in sacred memory and be an inspiration to the living. By command of Major General Miles, J.C. Gilmore, Brigadier General, United States Volunteers. Introductory. To write the history of the Negro race within that part of the Western world known as the United States of America would be a task to which one might devote a lifetime and still fail in its satisfactory accomplishment. The difficulties lying in the way of collecting and unifying the material are very great, and that of detecting the inner life of the people much greater. Facts and dates are to history what color and proportion are to the painting. Employed by genius, color and form combine in a language that speaks to the soul, giving pleasure and instruction to the beholder. So the facts and dates occurring along the pathway of a people, when gathered and arranged by labor and care, assume a voice and a power which they have not otherwise. As these facts express the thoughts and feelings and the growth of a people, they become the language in which that people writes its history, and the work of the historian is to read and interpret this history for the benefit of his fellow men. Borrowing a second illustration from the work of the artist, It may be said that as nature reveals her secrets only to him whose soul is in the deepest sympathy with her moods and movements, so a people's history can be discovered only by one whose heart throbs in unison with those who have made the history. To write the history of any people successfully, one must read it by the heart, and the best part of history, like the best part of the picture, must ever remain unexpressed. The artist sees more and feels more than he is able to transfer to his canvas, however entrancing his presentation, and the historian sees and feels more than his brightest pages convey to his readers. Nothing less than a profound respect and love for humankind and a special attraction toward a particular people and age can fit one to engage in so sublime a task as that of translating the history of a people into the language of common men. The history of the American Negro differs very widely from that of any people whose life story has been told, and when it shall come to be known and studied, will open an entirely new view of experience. In it we shall be able to see what has never before been discovered in history, to wit, the absolute beginning of a people. Brought to these shores by the shipload as freight, and sold as merchandise, entirely broken away from the tribes, races, or nations of their native land, recognized only as African slaves, and forbidden all movement looking toward organic life, deprived of even the right of family or of marriage, and corrupted in the most shameless manner by their powerful and licentious oppressors. It is from this heterogeneous protoplasm that the American Negro has been developed. The foundation from which he sprang has been laid by piecemeal as the slave ships made their annual deposits of cargoes brought from different points on the West Coast, and basely corrupted as is only too well known, yet out of it has grown, within less than 300 years, an organic people. Grandfathers and great-grandfathers are among them, and personal acquaintance is exceedingly wide. In the face of slavery, and against its teaching and its power, overcoming the seduction of the master class, and the coarse and brutal corruptions of the baser overseer class, the African slave persistently strove to clothe himself with the habiliments of civilization, and so prepared himself for social organization that as soon as the hindrances were removed, this vast people almost immediately set themselves in families, and for over 30 years they have been busily engaged hunting up the lost roots of their family trees. We know the pit whence the Afro-American race was dug, the rock whence he was hewn. He was born here on this soil from a people who, in the classic language of the Hebrew prophet, could be described as no people. That there has been a majestic evolution quietly but rapidly going on in this mass, growing as it was both by natural development and by accretion, is plainly evident. Heterogeneous as were the fragments, by the aid of a common language and a common lot, and cruel yet partially civilizing control, the whole people were forced into a common outward form, and to a remarkable extent, into the same ways of thinking. The affinities within were really aided by the repulsions without, and when finally freed from slavery, for an ignorant and inexperienced people, they presented an astonishing spectacle of unity. Socially, politically, and religiously, their power to work together showed itself little less than marvelous. The Afro-American, developing from this slave base, now directs great organizations of a religious character, and in comprehensive sweep invites to his cooperation the inhabitants of the isles of the sea and of far-off Africa. He is joining with the primitive, strong, hopeful, and expanding races of southern Africa, and is evidently preparing for a day that has not yet come. The progress made thus far by the people is somewhat like that made by the young man who hires himself to a farmer and takes his pay in farming stock and utensils. He is thus acquiring the means to stock a farm, and the skill and experience necessary to its successful management at the same time. His career will not appear important, however, until the day shall arrive when he will set up for himself. The time spent on the farm of another was passed in comparative obscurity, but without it the more conspicuous period could never have followed. So, now the American colored people are making history, but it is not of that kind that gains the attention of writers. Having no political organizations, governments, or armies, they are not performing those deeds of splendor in statesmanship and war over which the pen of the historian usually delights to linger. The people, living, growing, reading, thinking, working, suffering, advancing, and dying. These are all commonplace occurrences, neither warming the heart of the observer, nor capable of brightening the page of the chronicler. This, however, is, with the insignificant exception of Liberia, all that is yet to be found in the brief history of the Afro-American race. The period for him to set up for himself has not yet come, and he is still acquiring means and training within a realm controlled in all respects by a people who maintain toward him an attitude of absolute social exclusion. His is the history of a people marching from nowhere to somewhere, but with no well-defined Canaan before them, and no Moses to lead. It is indeed, on their part, a walk by faith, for as yet the wisest among the race cannot tell even the direction of the journey. Before us lie surely 3 possible destinies, if not 4, yet it is not clear toward which one of these we are marching. Are we destined to see the African element of America's population blend with the Euro-American element and be lost in a common people? Will the colored American leave his home in which as a race he has been born and reared to manhood, and find his stage of action somewhere else on God's earth? Will he remain here as a separate and subordinate people, perpetuating the conditions of today, only that they may become more humiliating and exasperating? Or is there to arise a war of races in which the blacks are to be exterminated? Who knows? Fortunately, the historian is not called upon to perform the duties of a prophet. His work is to tell what has been, and if others, building upon his presentation of facts, can deduce what is to be, it is no small tribute to the correctness of his interpretations, for all events are parts of one vast system ever moving toward some great end. One remark only need be made. It is reasonable to presume that this new Afro-American will somehow and somewhere be given an opportunity to express that particular modification of material life which his spiritual nature will demand. Whether that expression will be made here or elsewhere, whether it will be higher or lower than what now surrounds us, are questions which we may well leave to the future. No people can win and hold a place, either as a nation among other nations or as an elementary component of a nation, merely by its own goodness or by the goodness of others. The struggle for national existence is a familiar one, and is always initiated by a display of physical force. Those who have the power to seize territory and government, and those who can, keep possession and control. It is, in some instances, the backing up of right by might, and in others the substituting of right by might. Too often, the greatest of all national crimes is to be weak. When the struggle is a quiet one going on within a nation, and is that of an element seeking a place in the common social life of the country, much the same principles are involved. It is still a question to be settled by force, no matter how highly the claim of the weaker may be favored by reason and justice. The powers by which a special people may emerge from an unhappy condition and secure improved social relations, using the word social in its broadest sense, are physical, intellectual, and material. There must be developed manly strength and courage, and a power of intellect which will manifest itself in organization and attractiveness, and in the aptitude of employing appropriate methods for ends in view. To these must be added the power that comes through wealth, and thus, with the real advancement of condition and character will come, tardily and grudgingly perhaps, but nevertheless surely, improved social standing. Once filled with the common national spirit, partaking of its thoughts, entering heartily into the common movements, having the same dress, language, and manners as others, and being as able and as willing to help as to be helped, and withal being in fact the most intensely American element on the continent, because constructed on this soil, we may hope that the Afro-American will ultimately win and hold his proper place. The history made by the American Negro has been so filled with suffering that we have overlooked the active side. The world has heard so much of the horrors of the, quote, Middle Passage, close quote, the awful sufferings of the slave, the barbarous outrages that have been perpetrated upon ex-slaves, the inhuman and senseless prejudices that meet colored Americans almost everywhere on their native soil, that it has come to look upon this recital as the whole of the story. It needs to be told that these records constitute the dark side of the picture. Dark and horrible enough, to be sure, but this is by no means the whole picture. If there are scenes whose representations would serve to ornament the infernal regions, pictures over which fiends might gloat, there are also others which angels might delight to gaze upon. There has been much of worthy action among the colored people of this country, wherever the bonds of oppression have been slackened enough to allow of free movement. There have been resistance to wrong by way of remonstrance and petition, sometimes even by force, laudable efforts toward self-education, benevolent and philanthropic movements, reform organizations, and commendable business enterprise both in individuals and associations. These show a toughness of fiber and steadiness of purpose sufficient to make the backbone of a real history. The present work deals with these elements of character as they are exhibited in the garb of the soldier. When men are willing to fight and die for what they hold dear, they have become a moving force, capable of disturbing the currents of history and of making a channel for the stream of their own actions. The American Negro has evolved an active, aggressive element in the scientific fighting men he has produced. Individual pugilists of that race have entered all classes, from featherweight to heavyweight, and have remained there, receiving blows and dealing blows, showing a sturdy, positive force, mastering and employing all the methods of attack and defense allowed in such encounters, and supporting themselves with that fortitude and courage so necessary to the ring. Such combats are not to be commended, as they are usually mere tests of skill and endurance, entered into on the principle of the gambler, and they are introduced here for the sole purpose of showing the colored man as a positive force, yielding only to a superior degree of force of the same kind. The soldier stands for something far higher than the pugilist represents, although he has need of the same qualities of physical hardihood, contempt for suffering, and coolness in the presence of danger, united with the skill in the use of his weapons. The pugilist is his own general, and never learns the high lessons of obedience. The soldier learns to subordinate himself to his commander, and to fight bravely and effectively under the direction of another. The evolution of the Afro-American soldier was the work of a short period and suffered many interruptions. When the War of the Revolution broke out, the colored man was a slave, knowing nothing of the spirit or the training of the soldier. Before it closed, several thousand colored men had entered the army, and some had won distinction for gallantry. Less than 40 years later, in the War of 1812, the black man again appeared to take his stand under the flag of independence. The War of Secession again witnessed the coming forth of the black soldier, this time in important numbers and performing heroic services on a grand scale and under the most discouraging circumstances, but with such success that he won a place in arms for all time. When the Civil War closed, the American black man had secured his standing as a soldier. The evolution was complete. Henceforth, he was to be found an integral part of the Army of the United States. The black man passed through the trying baptism of fire in the 60s and came out of it a full-fledged soldier. His was worse than an impartial trial. It was a trial before a jury strongly biased against him, in the service of a government willing to allow him but half pay, and in the face of a foe denying him the rights belonging to civilized warfare. Yet against these odds, denied the dearest right of a soldier, the hope of promotion, scorned by his companions in arms, the Negro on more than 250 battlefields demonstrated his courage and skill, and wrung from the American nation the right to bear arms. The barons were no more successful in their struggle with King John when they obtained Magna Charta than were the American Negroes with prejudice when they secured the national recognition of their right and fitness to hold a place in the standing army of the United States. The Afro-American soldier now takes his rank with America's best, and in appearance, skill, physique, manners, conduct, and courage, proves himself worthy of the position he holds. Combining in his person the harvested influences of 3 great continents, Europe, Africa, and America, he stands up as the typical soldier of the Western world, the latest comer in the field of arms, but yielding his place in the line to none, and ever ready to defend his country and his flag against any and all foes. The mission of this book is to make clear this evolution, giving the historical facts with as much detail as possible, and setting forth finally the portrait of this new soldier. That this is a prodigious task is too evident to need assertion, a task worthy of the most lofty talents, and in essaying it I humbly confess to a sense of unfitness. Yet the work lies before me, and duty orders me to enter upon it. A Major General writes, quote, "I wish you every success in producing a work important both historically and for the credit of a race far more deserving than the world has acknowledged." Close quote. A brigadier general who commanded a colored regiment in Cuba says to me most encouragingly, quote, "You must allow me, for our intimate associations justify it, to write frankly. Your education, habits of thought, fairness of judgment, and comprehension of the work you are to undertake better fit you for writing such a history than any person within my acquaintance. Those noble men made history at El Caney and San Juan. I believe you are the man to record it. May God help you to so set forth the deeds of that memorable 1st of July in front of Santiago, that the world may see in its true light what those brave, intelligent colored men did." Close quote. Both these men fought through the Civil War and won distinction on fields of blood. To the devout prayer offered by one of them I heartily echo an amen, and can only wish that in it all my friends might join, and that God would answer it in granting me power to do the work in such a way as to bring great good to the race and reflect some glory to himself, in whose name the work is undertaken. End of section 0. Section 1 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Sketch of Social History, Part 1. The importation of the Africans. Character of the colored population in 1860. Colored population in British West Indian possessions. Free colored people of the South. Free colored people of the North. Notes. Professor Du Bois, in his exhaustive work upon the, quote, suppression of the African slave trade, close quote, has brought within comparatively narrow limits the great mass of facts bearing upon his subject, and in synopses and indices has presented all of the more important literature it has induced. In his monograph, published as Volume 2 of the Harvard Historical Series, he has traced the rise of this nefarious traffic, especially with reference to the American colonies, exhibited the proportions to which it expanded, and the tenacity with which it held on to its purpose until it met its death in the fate of the ill-starred Southern Confederacy. Every step in his narrative is supported by references to unimpeachable authorities, and the scholarly monograph bears high testimony to the author's earnest labor, painstaking research, and unswerving fidelity. Should the present work stimulate inquiry beyond the scope herein set before the reader, he is most confidently referred to Professor Du Bois' book as containing a complete exposition of the development and overthrow of that awful crime. It is from this work, however, that we shall obtain a nearer and clearer view of the African planted upon our shores. Negro slavery began at an early day in the North American colonies, but up until the Revolution of 1688, the demand for slaves was mainly supplied from England, the slaves being white. Footnote. Slave trade. Carry. End footnote. Quote, "It is probable," close quote, says Professor Du Bois, quote, "that about 25,000 slaves were brought to America each year between 1698 and 1707, and after 1713 it rose to perhaps 30,000 annually. Before the Revolution, the total exportation to America is variously estimated as between 40,000 and 100,000 each year." Close quote. Something of the horrors of the, quote, "Middle Passage," close quote, may be shown by the records that out of 60,783 slaves shipped from Africa during the years 1680 to 88, 14,387, or nearly 1/4 of the entire number, perished at sea. In 1790 there were in the country nearly 700,000 Africans, these having been introduced by installments from various heathen tribes. The importation of slaves continued with more or less success up until 1858, when the, quote, "Wanderer," close quote, landed her cargo of 500 in Georgia. During the period from 1790 to the breaking out of the Civil War, shortly after the landing of that last cargo of slaves, the colored population, both slave and free, had arisen to about 4 million, and had undergone great modifications. The cargo of the, quote, wanderer, close quote, found themselves among strangers, even when trying to associate with those who in color and hair were like themselves. The slaves of 1860 differed greatly from the slaves of 100 years earlier. They had lost the relics of that stern, warlike spirit which prompted the Stono insurrection, the Denmark Vesey insurrection, and the Nat Turner insurrection, and had accepted their lot as slaves, hoping that through God, freedom would come to them sometime in the happy future. Large numbers of them had become Christians through the teaching of godly white women, and at length through the evangelistic efforts of men and women of their own race. Independent religious organizations had been formed in the North, and large local churches with Negro pastors were in existence in the South when the, quote, wanderer, close quote, landed her cargo. There had been a steady increase in numbers, indicating that the physical well-being of the slave was not overlooked, and the slaves had greatly improved in character. Sales made in South Carolina between 1850 and 1860 show, quote, boys, close quote, from 16 to 25 years of age, bringing from $900 to $1,000, and, quote, large sales, close quote, are reported showing an, quote, average of $620 each, close quote. Quote, Negro men bringing from $800 to $1,000, close quote, and a, quote, blacksmith, close quote, bringing $1,425. The averages generally obtained were above $600. A sale of 109 Negroes in families is reported in the, quote, Charleston Courier, close quote, in which the writer says, quote, 2 or 3 families averaged from $1,000 to $1,100 for each individual, close quote. The same item states also that, quote, C.G. Whitney sold 2 likely female house servants, one for $1,000, the other for $1,190, close quote. These cases are presented to illustrate the financial value of the American slave, and inferentially, the progress he had made in acquiring the arts of modern civilization. Slaves had become blacksmiths, wheelwrights, carriage makers, carpenters, bricklayers, tailors, bootmakers, founders, and molders, not to mention all the common labor performed by them. Slave women had become dressmakers, hairdressers, nurses, and the best cooks to be found in the world. The slave-holders regarded themselves as the favored of mankind because of the competence and faithfulness of their slaves. The African spirit and character had disappeared, and in their place were coming into being the elements of a new character, existing in 1860 purely in a negative form. The slave had become an American. He was now a civilized slave, and had received his civilization from his masters. He had separated himself very far from his brother slave in St. Domingo. The Haitian Negro fought and won his freedom before he had been civilized in slavery, and hence has never passed over the same ground that his American fellow-servant has been compelled to traverse. Besides the slaves in the South, there were also several thousand, quote, free persons of color, close quote, as they were called, dwelling in such cities as Richmond, Virginia, Charleston, South Carolina, and New Orleans, Louisiana. Some of these had become quite wealthy and well-educated, forming a distinct class of the population. They were called Creoles in Louisiana and were accorded certain privileges, although laws were carefully enacted to keep alive the distinction between them and the whites. In Charleston, the so-called colored people set themselves up as a class, prided themselves much upon their color and hair, and in their sympathies joined almost wholly with the master class. Representatives of their class became slaveholders and were in full accord with the social policy of the country. Nevertheless, their presence was an encouragement to the slave, and consequently was objected to by the slaveholder. The free colored man became more and more disliked in the South as the slave became more civilized. He was supposed by his example to contribute to the discontent of the slave, and laws were passed restricting his privileges so as to induce him to leave. Between 1850 and 1860, this question reached a crisis, and free colored people from the South were to be seen taking up their homes in the northern states and in Canada. Parenthesis. Many of the people, especially from Charleston, carried with them all their belittling prejudices, and after years of sojourn under the sway of enlightened and liberal ideas, proved themselves still incapable of learning the new way or forgetting the old. Close parenthesis. There were, then, three very distinct classes of colored people in the country, to wit, the slave in the South, the free colored people of the South, and the free colored people of the North. These were also subdivided into several smaller classes. Slaves were divided into field hands, house servants, and city slaves. The free colored people of the South had their classes based usually on color. The free colored people of the North had their divisions caused by differences in religion, differences as to place of birth, and numerous family conceits, so that surveyed as a whole, it is extremely difficult to get anything like a complete social map of these 4 millions as they existed at the outbreak of the Civil War. For a quarter of a century there had been a steady concentration of the slave population within the cotton and cane-growing region, the grain-growing states of Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia having become to a considerable extent breeding farms. Particularly was this the case with the more intelligent and higher developed individual slaves who appeared near the borderline. The master felt that such persons would soon make their escape by way of the, quote, underground railroad, close quote, or otherwise, and hence, in order to prevent a total loss, would follow the dictates of business prudence and sell his bright slave man to Georgia. The Maryland or Virginia slave who showed suspicious aspirations was usually checked by the threat, quote, "I'll sell you to Georgia," close quote. And if the threat did not produce the desired reformation, it was not long before the ambitious slave found himself in the gang of that most despised and most despicable of all creatures, the Georgia slave trader. Georgia and Canada, were the two extremes of the slave's anticipation during the last decade of his experience. These stood as his earthly heaven and hell. The, quote, Underground Railroad, close quote, with its agents conducting to one, and the odious slave trader driving men, women, and children to the other. No Netherlander ever hated and feared the devil more thoroughly than did the slaves of the border states hate and fear these outrages on mankind, the kidnapping slave traders of the cotton and cane regions. I say kidnapping, for I have myself seen persons in Georgia who had been kidnapped in Maryland. If the devil was ever incarnate, I think it safe to look for him among those who engaged in the slave trade, whether in a foreign or domestic form. Nothing is more striking in connection with the history of American slavery than the conduct of Great Britain on the same subject. So inconsistent has this conduct been that it can be explained only by regarding England as a conglomerate of two elements nearly equal in strength, of directly opposite character, ruling alternately the affairs of the nation. As a slave trader and slave holder, England was perhaps even worse than the United States. Under her rule, the slave decreased in numbers and remained a savage. In Jamaica, in St. Vincent, in British Guiana, in Barbados, in Trinidad, and in Grenada, British slavery was far worse than American slavery. In these colonies, quote, the slave was generally a barbarian, speaking an unknown tongue, and working with men like himself in gangs with scarcely a chance for improvement. Close quote. An economist says, had the slaves of the British colonies been as well fed, clothed, lodged, and otherwise cared for as were those of the United States, their number at emancipation would have reached from 17 to 20 millions, whereas the actual number emancipated was only 660,000. Had the blacks of the United States experienced the same treatment as did those of the British colonies, 1860 would have found among us less than 150,000 colored persons. In the United States were found 10 colored persons for every slave imported, while in the British colonies only 1 was found for every 3 imported. Hence the claim that the American Negro is a new race, built up on this soil, rests upon an ample supply of facts. The American slave was born in our civilization, fed upon good American food, housed and clothed on a civilized plan, taught the arts and language of civilization, acquired necessarily ideas of law and liberty, and by 1860 was well on the road toward fitness for freedom. No lessons, therefore, drawn from the emancipation of British slaves in the West Indies are of any direct value to us, inasmuch as British slavery was not like American slavery. The British freedman was in no sense the equal of the American freedman, and the circumstances surrounding the emancipation of the British slave had nothing of the inspiring and ennobling character with those connected with the breaking of the American Negro's chains. Yet, superior as the American Negro was as a slave, he was very far below the standard of American citizenship, as subsequent events conclusively proved. the best form of slavery, even though it may lead toward fitness for freedom, can never be regarded as a fit school in which to graduate citizens of so magnificent an empire as the United States. The slave of 1860 was perhaps, all things considered, the best slave the world had ever seen, if we accept those who served the Hebrews under the Mosaic statutes. While there was no such thing among them as legal marriage or legitimate childhood, yet slave, quote, families, close quote, were recognized even on the auction block, and after emancipation, legal family life was erected generally upon relationships which had been formed in slavery. Bishop Gaines, himself born a slave of slave parents, says, quote, "The Negro had no civil rights under the codes of the Southern states. It was often the case, it is true, that the marriage ceremony was performed, and thousands of couples regarded it and observed it as of binding force, and were as true to each other as if they had been lawfully married. Asterisk ellipsis. The colored people generally, he says, held their marriage, parenthesis, if such unauthorized union may be called marriage, close parenthesis, sacred, even while they were slaves. Many instances will be recalled by the older people of the lifelong fidelity which existed between the slave and his concubine, parenthesis, wife, T.G.S., close parenthesis, ellipsis, the mother of his children. My own father and mother lived together over 60 years. I am the 14th child of that union, and I can truthfully affirm that no marriage, however made sacred by the sanction of law, was ever more congenial and beautiful. Thousands of like instances might be cited to the same effect. It will always be to the credit of the colored people that almost without exception they adhered to their relations, illegal though they had been, and accepted gladly the new law which put the stamp of legitimacy upon their union and removed the brand of bastardy from the brows of their children. Close quote. Let us now sum up the qualifications that these people possessed in large degree in order to determine their fitness for freedom, then so near at hand. They had acquired the English language and the Christian religion, including the Christian idea of marriage, so entirely different in spirit and form from the African marriage. They had acquired the civilized methods of cooking their food, making and wearing clothes, sleeping in beds, and observing Sunday. They had acquired many of the useful arts and trades of civilization, and had imbibed the tastes and feelings, to some extent at least, of the country in which they lived. Becoming keen observers, shut out from books and newspapers, they listened attentively, learned more of law and politics than was generally supposed. They knew what the election of 1860 meant, and were on tiptoe with expectation. Although the days of insurrection had passed, and the slave of 59 was not ready to rise with the immortal John Brown, he had not lost his desire for freedom. The steady march of escaping slaves guided by the North Star, with the refrain, quote, "I'm on my way to Canada, that cold but happy land. The dire effects of slavery I can no longer stand," close quote, proved that the desire to be free was becoming more extensive and absorbing as the slave advanced in intelligence. It is necessary again to emphasize the fact that the American slaves were well-formed and well-developed physically, capable of enduring hard labor and of subsisting upon the plainest food. Their diet for years had been of the simplest sort, and they had been subjected to a system of regulations very much like those which are employed in the management of armies. They had an hour to go to bed and an hour to rise, left their homes only upon written, quote, passes, close quote, and when abroad at night were often halted by the wandering patrol. Quote, "Run, nigger, run, the patrol get you," close quote, was a song of the slave children of South Carolina. Strangers who saw for the first time these people as they came out of slavery in 1865 were usually impressed with their robust appearance, and a conference of ex-slaves, assembled soon after the war, introduced a resolution with the following declaration, quote, "Whereas slavery has left us in possession of strong and healthy bodies," close quote. It is probable that at least 500,000 of men of proper age could then have been found among the newly liberated capable of bearing arms. They were inured to the plain ration, to labor and fatigue, and to subordination, and had long been accustomed to working together under the immediate direction of foremen. Two questions of importance naturally arose at this period. First, did the American slave understand the issue that had been before the country for more than a half-century, and that was now dividing the nation in twain and marshaling for deadly strife these two opposing armies? Second, had he the courage necessary to take part in the struggle and help save the Union? It would be a strange thing to say, but nevertheless a thing entirely true, that many of the Negro slaves had a clearer perception of the real question at issue than did some of our most far-seeing statesmen, and a clearer vision of what would be the outcome of the war. While the great men of the North were striving to establish the doctrine that the coming war was merely to settle the question of secession, the slave knew better. God had hid certain things from the wise and prudent, and had revealed them unto babes. Lincoln, the wisest of all, was slow to see that the issue he himself had predicted was really at hand. As president, he declared for the preservation of the Union, with or without slavery, or even upon the terms which he had previously declared irreconcilable, quote, "half slave and half free," close quote. The Negro slave saw in the outbreak of the war the death struggle of slavery. He knew that the real issue was slavery. The masters were careful to keep from the knowledge of the slave the events as well as the causes of the war, but in spite of these efforts the slave's keen perception enabled him to read defeat in the dejected mien of his master, and victory in his exultation. To prevent the masters knowing what was going on in their thoughts, the slaves constructed curious codes among themselves. In one neighborhood, freedom was always spoken of as, quote, "new rice," close quote, and many a poor slave woman sighed for the coming of new rice in the hearing of those who imagined they knew the inmost thoughts of their bondwomen. Gleefully at times they would talk of the jollification they would make when the new rice came. It was this clear vision, this strong hope, that sustained them during the trying days of the war and kept them back from insurrection. Bishop Gaines says, quote, "Their prayers ascended for their deliverance, and their hearts yearned for the success of their friends. They fondly hoped for the hour of victory, when the night of slavery would end and the dawn of freedom appear. They often talked to each other of the progress of the war, and conferred in secret as to what they might do to aid the struggle. Worn out with long bondage, yearning for the boon of freedom, longing for the sun of liberty to rise, they kept their peace and left the result to God." Close quote. Mr. Douglas, whom this same Bishop Gaines speaks of very inappropriately as a, quote, "half-breed," close quote, seemed able to grasp the feelings both of the slave and the free man, and said, quote, "From the first, I, for one, saw in this war the end of slavery, and truth requires me to say that my interest in the success of the North was largely due to this belief." Close quote. Mr. Seward, the wise Secretary of State, had thought that the war would come and go without producing any change in the relation of master and slave. But the humble slave on the Georgia cotton plantation, or in the Carolina rice fields, knew that the booming of the guns of rebellion in Charleston was the opening note of the death knell of slavery. The slave undoubtedly understood the issue, and knew on which side liberty dwelt. Although thoroughly bred to slavery, and as contented and happy as he could be in his lot, he acted according to the injunction of the apostle, quote, "Art thou called being a servant? Care not for it. But if thou mayest be made free, use it rather." Close quote. The slaves tried to be contented, but they preferred freedom and knew which side to take when the time came for them to act. Enough has been said to show that out of the African slave had been developed a thoroughly American slave, so well imbued with modern civilization and so well versed in American politics as to be partially ready for citizenship. He had become law-abiding and order-loving, and possessed of an intelligent desire to be free. Whether he had within him the necessary moral elements to become a soldier, the pages following will attempt to make known. He had the numbers, the physical strength, and the intelligence. He could enter the strife with a sufficient comprehension of the issues involved to enable him to give to his own heart a reason for his action. Fitness for the soldier does not necessarily involve fitness for citizenship, but the actual discharge of the duties of a soldier in defense of the nation entitles one to all common rights, to the nation's gratitude, and to the highest honors for which he is qualified. In concluding this chapter, I shall briefly return to the free colored people of the South, that the reader may be able to properly estimate their importance as a separate element. Their influence upon the slave population was very slight, inasmuch as law and custom forbade the intercourse of these two classes. According to the census of 1860, there were in the slaveholding states altogether 261,918 free colored persons, 106,770 being mulattoes. In Charleston, there were 887 free blacks and 2,554 mulattoes. In Mobile, 98 free blacks and 617 mulattoes. In New Orleans, 1,727 blacks and 7,357 mulattoes. As will be seen, nearly one-half of the entire number of free colored persons were mulattoes, while in the leading Southern cities, 75% of the free colored people were put in this class. The percentage of mulatto slaves to the total slave population at that time was 10.41, and in the same cities which showed 75% of all the free colored persons mulattoes, the percentage of mulatto slaves was but 16.84. Mulatto in this classification includes all colored persons who are not put down as black. In New Orleans, the free mulattoes were generally French, having come into the Union with the Louisiana Purchase, and among them were to be found wealthy slave holders. They much resembled the class of mulattoes which obtained in Santo Domingo at the beginning of the century, and had but little sympathy with the blacks, although they were the first to acquiesce in emancipation, some of them actually leading their own slaves into the army of liberation. It is possible, however, that they had not fully realized the trend of the war, inasmuch as New Orleans was excepted from the effects of the proclamation. It is certain that the free colored people of that city made a tender of support to the Confederacy, although they were among the first to welcome the conquering, quote, Yankees, close quote, and afterward fought with marked gallantry in the Union cause. The free mulattoes, or Browns, as they called themselves, of Charleston, followed much the same course as their fellow-classmen of New Orleans. Here, too, they had been exclusive, and to some extent slave-holders, had tendered their services to the Confederacy, and had hastily come forward to welcome the conquerors. They were foremost among the colored people in wealth and intelligence, but their field of social operations had been so circumscribed that they had exerted but little influence in the work of Americanizing the slave. Separated from the slave by law and custom, they did all in their power to separate themselves from him in thought and feeling. They drew the line against all blacks as mercilessly and senselessly as the most prejudiced of the whites, and were duplicates of the whites placed on an intermediate plane. It was not unusual to find a Charleston Brown filled with more prejudice toward the blacks than were the whites. Square brackets. Transcriber's note. This footnote text appeared without a footnote anchor. Quote, Census of 1860, close quote. Close square bracket. The colored people of the North in 1860 numbered 237,283, Pennsylvania having the largest number, 56,849, then came New York with 49,005, Ohio 36,673, New Jersey, 25,318, Indiana, 11,428, Massachusetts, 9,602, Connecticut, 8,627, Illinois, 7,628, Michigan, 6,799, Rhode Island, 3,952, Maine, 1,327, Wisconsin, 1,171, Iowa, 1,069, Vermont, 709, Kansas, 625, New Hampshire, 494, Minnesota, 259, Oregon, 128. Considerably more than one-half of this population was located within the states along the Atlantic coast, viz., Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. Here were to be found 154,883 free colored people. Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey took the lead in this population, with Massachusetts and Connecticut coming next, while Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont had but few. The cities, Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, were the largest cities of free colored people then in the North. In Boston, there were 2,261, New York City, 12,574, while in Philadelphia there were 22,185. As early as 1787, the free colored people of Philadelphia, through two distinguished representatives, Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, quote, "two men of the African race," close quote, as the chroniclers say, quote, "saw the irreligious and uncivilized state," close quote, "of the, quote, people of their complexion," close quote, and finally concluded, quote, that a society should be formed without regard to religious tenets, provided the persons lived an orderly and sober life, close quote, the purpose of the society being, quote, to support one another in sickness and for the benefit of their widows and fatherless children, close quote. Accordingly, a society was established known as the Free African Society of Philadelphia, and on the 17th, 5th month, 1787, articles were published, including the following, which is inserted to show the breadth of the society's purpose. Quote, "And we apprehend it to be necessary that the children of our deceased members be under the care of the society, so far as to pay for the education of their children, if they cannot attend free school, also to put them out apprentices to suitable trades or places, if required." Close quote. Footnote. Outlines, Tanner. End footnote. Shortly after this we read of, quote, "the African School for the Free Instruction of the Black People," close quote, and in 1796, quote, "the Evening Free School, held at the African Methodist Meeting House in Philadelphia," close quote, was reported as being, quote, "kept very orderly, the scholars behaving in a becoming manner, and their improvement beyond the teacher's expectations," their intellects appearing in every branch of learning to be equal to those of the fairest complexion." Close quote. The name African, as the reader will notice, is used with reference to school, church, and individuals, although not to the complete exclusion of, quote, "colored people," close quote, and, quote, "people of color," close quote. These phrases seem to have been coined in the West Indies, and were there applied only to persons of mixed European and African descent. In the United States, they never obtained such restricted use, except in a very few localities. The practice of using African as a descriptive title of the free colored people of the North became very extensive, and so continued up to the middle of the century. There were African societies, churches, and schools in all the prominent centers of this population. In 1843, one Mr. P. Loveridge, agent for colored schools of New York, wrote to the editor of the African Methodist magazine as follows, footnote, A.M.E. Magazine, 1843, end footnote. Quote, "As to the name of your periodical, act as we did with the name of our schools, Away with Africa. There are no Africans in your connection. Substitute colored for African, and it will be, in my opinion, as it should be." Close quote. The earnestness of the writer shows that the matter of parting with African was then a live question. The cool reply of the editor indicates how strong was the conservative element among the African people of '43. He says, quote, "We are unable to see the reasonableness of the remarks. It is true we are not Africans, or natives born upon the soil of Africa, yet, as the descendants of that race, how can we better manifest that respect due to our fathers who begat us, than by the adoption of the term in our institutions, and inscribing it upon our public places of resort?" Close quote. To this Mr. Loveridge rejoins in the following explanatory paragraph, quote, "We who are engaged in the public schools in this city found upon examination of about 1,500 children who attend our schools from year to year, not one African child among them. A suggestion was made that we petition the Public School Society to change the name African to Colored Schools. The gentlemen of that honorable body, perceiving our petition to be a logical one, acquiesced with us. Hence the adjective African, parenthesis, which does not apply to us, close parenthesis, was blotted out, and colored substituted in its place. It is, quote, public schools for colored children, close quote. We are Americans and expect American sympathies, close quote. In 1816, the colored Methodists conceived the idea of organizing and evangelizing their race, and to this end a convention was called and assembled in Philadelphia of that year, composed of 16 delegates coming from Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and New Jersey. The convention adopted a resolution that the people of Philadelphia, Baltimore, and all other places who should unite with them should become one body under the name and style of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Similar action was taken by two other bodies of colored Methodists, one in New York, the other in Wilmington, Delaware, about the same time. The people were coming together and beginning to understand the value of organization. This was manifested in their religious, beneficial, and educational associations that were springing up among them. In 1841, the African Methodist Magazine appeared, the first organ of religious communication and thought issued by the American colored people. It was published in Brooklyn, New York, Reverend George Hogarth being its editor. There were papers published by the colored people prior to the appearance of the African Methodist Magazine, but these were individual enterprises. They were, however, indices of the thought of the race, and looking back upon them now, we may regard them as milestones set up along the line of march over which the people have come. New York, city and state, appears to have been the home of these early harbingers, and it was there that the earliest literary center was established, corresponding to that center of religious life and thought which had been earlier founded in Philadelphia. In 1827, the first newspaper published on this continent by colored men issued from its office in New York. It was called, quote, Freedom's Journal, close quote, and it had for its motto, quote, Righteousness exalteth a nation, close quote. Its editors and proprietors were Messrs. Cornish and Russwurm. Its name was subsequently changed to the, quote, Rights of All, close quote, Mr. Cornish probably retiring, and in 1830 it suspended, Mr. Russwurm going to Africa. Then followed, quote, The Weekly Advocate, close quote, The American, close quote, The Colored American, close quote, The Elevator, close quote, The National Watchman, close quote, The Clarion, close quote, The Ram's Horn, close quote, The North Star, close quote, Frederick Douglass's paper, close quote, and finally that crowning literary work of the race, quote, The Anglo-African, close quote. The Anglo-African, close quote, appeared in 1859 under the management of the strongest and most brilliant purely literary families the American Negro up to that time had produced. It was edited and published by Thomas Hamilton, and like all the important literary ventures of the race in those days, had its birth in New York. It came out in 1859 and continued through the war, and in 1865 went out of existence honorably, having its work well done. Its first volume, that of 1859, contains the ablest papers ever given to the public by the American Negro, and taken as a whole, this volume is the proudest literary monument the race has as yet erected. Reviewing the progress of the race in the North, we may say the period of organized benevolence and united religious effort began before the close of the past century, Philadelphia being its place of origin, that the religious movement reached much broader and clearer standing about 1816, and in consequence there sprang up organizations comprehending the people of the whole country. That the religious movement advanced to a more intellectual stage when in 1841 the African Methodist magazine appeared, since which time the organized religion of the American Negro has never been for any considerable time without its organs of communication. The journalistic period began in 1827, its center being New York, and the work of the journals almost wholly directed to two ends: the abolition of slavery and the enfranchisement and political elevation of the free blacks. This work had reached its highest form in the Anglo-African, as that epoch of our national history came to its close in the Slaveholders' War. The titles of the newspapers indicate the opening and continuance of a period of anti-slavery agitation. Their columns were filled with arguments and appeals furnished by men who gave their whole souls to the work. It was a period of great mental activity on the part of the free colored people. They were discussing all probable methods of bettering their condition. It was the period that produced both writers and orators. In 1830, the first convention called by colored men to consider the general condition of the race and devise means to improve that condition met in the city of Philadelphia. The history of this convention is so important that I append a full account of it as published in the Anglo-African nearly 30 years after the convention met. It was called through the efforts of Hezekiah Grice of Baltimore, who afterwards emigrated to Haiti, and for many years followed there the occupation of carver and gilder, and finally became director of public works of the city of Port-au-Prince. While visiting that city years ago, I met a descendant of Mr. Grice, a lady of great personal beauty, charming manners, accomplished in the French language, but incapable of conversing at all in English. The conventions, begun in 1830, continued to be held annually for a brief period, and then dropped into occasional and special gatherings. They did much good in the way of giving prominence to the colored orators, and in stemming the tide of hostile sentiment by appealing to the country at large in language that reached many hearts. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Sketch of Social History, Part 2. The physical condition, so far as the health and strength of the free colored people were concerned, was good. Their mean age was the greatest of any element of our population, and their increase was about normal, or 1.50% annually. In the 20 years from 1840 to 1860, it had kept up this rate with hardly the slightest variation, while the increase of the free colored people of the South during the same period had been 1% annually. Footnote. It is to be noted that in Maryland and Virginia, an important number of white serving women married Negro slave men in the early days of these colonies. End footnote. The increase of persons of mixed blood in the North did not necessarily imply laxity of morals, as the census compilers always delighted to say, but could be easily accounted for by the marriages occurring between persons of this class. I have seen more than 50 persons, all of mixed blood, descend from one couple, and these, with the persons joined to them by marriages, as they have come to marriageable age, amounted to over 70 souls, all in about a half-century. That the slaves had, despite their fearful death rate, the manumissions, and the escapes, increased twice as fast as the free colored people of the North, 3 times as fast as the free colored people of the South, and faster than the white people with all the immigration of that period, can be accounted for only by the enormous birth rate of that people consequent upon their sad condition. Their increase was abnormal, and when properly viewed, proves too much. There is no way of determining the general wealth of the colored people of the North at the period we are describing, but some light may be thrown upon their material condition from the consideration that they were supporting a few publications, and building and supporting churches, and were holders of considerable real estate. In New York City, the 13,000 colored people paid taxes on nearly $1.5 million in real estate, and had over $250,000 in the savings banks. It is probable that the 25,000 in Philadelphia owned more in proportion than their brethren in New York, for they were then well represented in business in that city. There were the Fortons, Bowers, Caseys, Gordons, and later Stephen Smith, William Whipper, and Vidal, all of whom were men of wealth and business. There were 19 churches owned and supported by colored people of Philadelphia, with a seating capacity of about 10,000, and valued at about $250,000. Footnote: in 1835 there were 6 high schools, or schools for higher education, in the United States that admitted colored students on equal footing with others. These were Oneida Institute, New York; Mount Pleasant, Amherst, Massachusetts; Canaan, New Hampshire; Western Reserve, Ohio; Gettysburg, Pennsylvania; and, quote, one in the city of Philadelphia, of which Miss Buffum, close quote, was, quote, principal, close quote. There was also one manual labor school in Madison County, New York, capable of accommodating 18 students. It was founded by Gerrit Smith. End footnote. The schools set apart for colored children were very inferior, and were often kept alive by great sacrifices on the part of the colored people themselves. Prior to the war, and in many cases for some time afterward, the colored public schools were a disgrace to the country. A correspondent writing from Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, says, speaking of the school there, quote, "The result of my inquiries here is that here, as in the majority of other places, the interest manifested for the colored man is more for political effect, and that those who prate the loudest about the moral elevation and political advancement of the colored man are the first to turn against him when he wants a friend." Close quote. The correspondent then goes on to say that the school directors persist in employing teachers, quote, totally incompetent, close quote. What the schools were in New York, the report made by the New York Society for the Promotion of Education among Colored Children to the Honorable Commissioners for examining into the conditions of common schools in the city and county of New York will show. Reverend Charles B. Ray, who was president of this society, and Philip A. White, its secretary, both continued to labor in the interest of education unto the close of their lives, Mr. White dying as a member of the school board of the city of Brooklyn, and Mr. Ray bequeathing his library to Wilberforce University at his death. In summing up the conditions which they have detailed in their report, they say, quote, "From a comparison of the schoolhouses occupied by the colored children with the splendid, almost palatial edifices, with manifold comforts, conveniences, and elegancies, which make up the schoolhouses for white children in the city of New York, it is clearly evident that the colored children are painfully neglected and positively degraded. Pent up in filthy neighborhoods, in old dilapidated buildings, they are held down to low associations and gloomy surroundings. Asterisk ellipsis. The undersigned enter their solemn protest against this unjust treatment of colored children. They believe, with the experience of Massachusetts, and especially the recent experience of Boston before them, there is no sound reason why colored children shall be excluded from any of the common schools supported by taxes levied alike on whites and blacks, and governed by officers elected by the vote of colored as well as white voters." Close quote. This petition and remonstrance had its effect, for mainly through its influence, within 2 years very great improvements were made in the condition of the New York colored schools. For the especial benefit of those who erroneously think that the purpose of giving industrial education is a new thing in our land, as well as for general historical purposes, I call attention to the establishment of the Institute for Colored Youth in Philadelphia in 1842. This institute was founded by the Society of Friends, and was supported in its early days, and presumably still, quote, by bequests and donations made by members of that society. Close quote. The objects of the Institute as set forth by its founders 57 years ago are, quote, the education and improvement of colored youth of both sexes, to qualify them to act as teachers and instructors to their own people, either in the various branches of school learning or the mechanic arts and agriculture. Close quote. 2 years later, the African Methodists purchased 180 acres of land in eastern Ohio and established what was called the Union Seminary on the manual labor plan. It did not succeed, but it lingered along, keeping alive the idea, until it was eclipsed by Wilberforce University, into which it was finally merged. The anti-slavery fight carried on in the North, into which the colored men entered and became powerful leaders, aroused the race to a deep study of the whole subject of liberty, and brought them in sympathy with all people who had either gained or were struggling for their liberties, and prompted them to investigate all countries offering to them freedom. No country was so well studied by them as Haiti, and from 1824 to 1860 there had been considerable emigration thither. Liberia, Central and South America, and Canada were all considered under the thought of emigration. Thousands went to Haiti and Canada, but the bulk preferred to remain here. They liked America, and had become so thoroughly in love with the doctrines of the Republic, so imbued with the pride of the nation's history, so inspired with the hope in the nation's future, that they resolved to live and die on her soil. When the troublous times of 1860 came, and white men were fleeing to Canada, colored men remained at their posts. They were ready to stand by the old flag and to take up arms for the Union, trusting that before the close of the strife, the flag might have to them a new meaning. An impassioned colored orator said of the flag, quote, "Its stars were for the white man, and its stripes for the Negro, and it was very appropriate that the stripes should be red." Close quote. The free Negro of the North was prepared in 1861 to support Abraham Lincoln with 40,000 as good American-born champions for universal liberty as the country could present. Notes. A. The First Colored Convention. On the 15th day of September, 1830, there was held at Bethel Church, in the city of Philadelphia, the first convention of the colored people of these United States. It was an event of historical importance, and, whether we regard the times or the men of whom this assemblage was composed, we find matter for interesting and profitable consideration. Emancipation had just taken place in New York, and had just been arrested in Virginia by the Nat Turner Rebellion and Walker's pamphlet. Secret sessions of the legislatures of the several Southern states had been held to deliberate upon the production of a colored man who had coolly recommended to his fellow blacks the only solution to the slave question, which, after 25 years of arduous labor of the most hopeful and noble-hearted of the abolitionists, seems the forlorn hope of freedom today, insurrection and bloodshed. Great Britain was in the midst of that bloodless revolution which, 2 years afterwards, culminated in the passage of the Reform Bill, and thus prepared the joyous and generous state of the British heart which dictated the West India Emancipation Act. France was rejoicing in the not bloodless Trois Jours de Juillet. Indeed, the whole world seemed stirred up with a universal excitement, which, when contrasted with the universal panics of 1837 and 1857, leads one to regard as more than a philosophical speculation the doctrine of those who hold the life of mankind from the creation as but one life, beating with one heart, animated with one soul, tending to one destiny, although made up of millions upon millions of molecular lives, gifted with their infinite variety of attractions and repulsions, which regulate or crystallize them into evanescent substructures or organizations, which we call nationalities and empires and peoples and tribes, whose minute actions and reactions on each other are the histories which absorb our attention, whilst the grand universal life moves on beyond our ken, or only guessed at, as the astronomers shadow out movements of our solar system around or towards some distant unknown center of attraction. If the times of 1830 were eventful, there were among our people, as well as among other peoples, men equal to the occasion. We had giants in those days. There were Bishop Allen, the founder of the great Bethel connection of Methodists, combining in his person the fiery zeal of St. Francis Xavier with the skill and power of organizing of a Richelieu. The meek but equally efficient Rush, parentheses, who yet remains with us in fulfillment of the Scripture, close parentheses, the father of the Zion Methodists. Paul, whose splendid presence and stately eloquence in the pulpit, and whose grand baptisms in the waters of Boston Harbor are a living tradition in all New England. The saintly and sainted Peter Williams, whose views of the best means of our elevation are in triumphant activity today. William Hamilton, the thinker and actor, whose sparse specimens of eloquence we will one day place in gilded frames as rare and beautiful specimens of Etruscan art. William Hamilton, who 4 years afterwards, during the New York riots, when met in the street, loaded down with iron missiles, and asked where he was going, replied, quote, "To die on my threshold," close quote. Watkins of Baltimore, Frederick Hinton, with his polished eloquence, James Forten, the merchant prince, William Whipper, just essaying his youthful powers, Lewis Woodson and John Peck of Pittsburgh, Austin Stewart, then of Rochester, Samuel E. Cornish, who had the distinguished honor of reasoning Gerrit Smith out of colonization, and of telling Henry Clay that he would never be president of anything higher than the American Colonization Society. Philip A. Bell, the born Sabreur, who never feared the face of Clay, and 100 others were the worthily leading spirits among the colored people. And yet, the idea of the first colored convention did not originate with any of these distinguished men. It came from a young man of Baltimore, then, and still, unknown to fame. Born in that city in 1801, he was in 1817 apprenticed to a man some 200 miles off in the southeast. Arriving at his field of labor, he worked hard nearly a week and received poor fare in return. One day, while at work near the house, the mistress came out and gave him a furious scolding, so furious, indeed, that her husband mildly interfered. She drove the latter away, and threatened to take the Baltimore out of the lad with cowhide, etc., etc. At this moment, to use his own expression, the lad became converted. That is, he determined to be his own master as long as he lived. Early nightfall found him on his way to Baltimore, which he reached after a severe journey which tested his energy and ingenuity to the utmost. At the age of 23, he was engaged in the summertime in supplying Baltimore with ice from his cart, and in winter in cutting up pork for Ellicott's establishment. He must have been strong and swift with knife and cleaver, for in one day he cut up and dressed some 415 porkers. In 1824 our young friend fell in with Benjamin Lundy, and in 1828-9 with William Lloyd Garrison, editors and publishers of the, quote, Genius of Universal Emancipation, close quote, a radical anti-slavery paper, whose boldness would put the, quote, national era, close quote, to shame, printed and published in the slave state of Maryland. In 1829-30, The colored people of the free states were much excited on the subject of emigration. There had been an emigration to Haiti and also to Canada, and some had been driven to Liberia by the severe laws and brutal conduct of the fermenters of colonization in Virginia and Maryland. In some districts of these states, the disguised whites would enter the houses of free colored men at night and take them out and give them from 30 to 50 lashes to get them to consent to go to Liberia. It was in the spring of 1830 that the young man we have sketched, Hezekiah Grice, conceived the plan for calling together a meeting or convention of colored men in some place north of the Potomac, for the purpose of comparing views and of adopting a harmonious movement either of emigration or of determination to remain in the United States. Convinced of the hopelessness of contending against the oppressions in the United States, living in the very depth of that oppression and wrong, his own views looked to Canada, but he held them subject to the decision of the majority of the convention which might assemble. On the 2nd of April, 1830, he addressed a written circular to prominent colored men in the free states, requesting their opinions on the necessity and propriety of holding such a convention, and stated that if the opinions of a sufficient number warranted it, he would give time and place at which duly elected delegates might assemble. 4 months passed away, and his spirit almost died within him, for he had not received a line from anyone in reply. When he visited Mr. Garrison in his office and stated his project, Mr. Garrison took up a copy of Walker's appeal and said, although it might be right, yet it was too early to have published such a book. On the 11th of August, however, he received a sudden and peremptory order from Bishop Allen to come instantly to Philadelphia about the emigration matter. He went, and found a meeting assembled to consider the conflicting reports on Canada of Messrs. Lewis and Dutton. At a subsequent meeting, held the next night and near the adjournment, the bishop called Mr. Grice aside and gave to him to read a printed circular issued from New York City, strongly approving of Mr. Grice's plan of a convention, and signed by Peter Williams, Peter Vogelsang, and Thomas L. Jennings. The bishop added, quote, "My dear child, we must take some action immediately, or else these New Yorkers will get ahead of us." Close quote. The bishop left the meeting to attend a lecture on chemistry by Dr. Wells of Baltimore. Mr. Grice introduced the subject of the convention, and a committee consisting of Bishop Allen, Benjamin Pascal, Cyrus Black, James Cornish, and Junius C. Morrill were appointed to lay the matter before the colored people of Philadelphia. This committee, led doubtless by Bishop Allen, at once issued a call for a convention of the colored men of the United States, to be held in the city of Philadelphia on the 15th of September, 1830. Mr. Grice returned to Baltimore rejoicing at the success of his project, but, in the same boat which bore him down the Chesapeake, he was accosted by Mr. Zollicoffer, a member of the Society of Friends, a Philadelphian, and a warm and tried friend of the blacks. Mr. Zollicoffer used arguments and even entreaties to dissuade Mr. Grice from holding the convention, pointing out the dangers and difficulties of the same should it succeed, and the deep injury it would do to the cause in case of failure. Of course, it was reason and entreaty thrown away. On the 15th of September, Mr. Gryce again landed in Philadelphia, and in the fullness of his expectation asked every colored man he met about the convention. No one knew anything about it. The first man did not know the meaning of the word, and another man said, quote, "Who ever heard of colored people holding a convention? Convention indeed!" Close quote. Finally, reaching the place of meeting, he found in solemn conclave the 5 gentlemen who had constituted themselves delegates. With a warm welcome from Bishop Allen, Mr. Gryce, who came with credentials from the people of Baltimore, was admitted as delegate. A little while after, Dr. Burton of Philadelphia dropped in, and demanded by what right the 6 gentlemen held their seats as members of the convention. On a hint from Bishop Allen, Mr. Pascal moved that Dr. Burton be elected an honorary member of the convention, which softened the doctor. In half an hour, 5 or 6 grave, stern-looking men, members of the Zion Methodist body in Philadelphia, entered, and demanded to know by what right the members present held their seats and undertook to represent the colored people. Another hint from the bishop, and it was moved that these gentlemen be elected honorary members. But the gentlemen would submit to no such thing, and would accept nothing short of full membership, which was granted them. Among the delegates were Abraham Shadd of Delaware, J. W. C. Pennington of Brooklyn, Austin Steward of Rochester, Horace Easton of Boston, and Blank Adams of Utica. The main subject of discussion was emigration to Canada. Junius C. Morrell, chairman of a committee on that subject, presented a report, on which there was a 2 days' discussion. The point discussed was that the report stated that, quote, "the lands in Canada were synonymous with those of the northern states." Close quote. The word synonymous was objected to, and the word similar proposed in its stead. Mr. Morrell, with great vigor and ingenuity, defended the report, but was finally voted down, and the word similar adopted. The convention recommended emigration to Canada, passed strong resolutions against the American Colonization Society, and at its adjournment appointed the next annual convention of the people of color to be held in Philadelphia on the first Monday in June, 1831. At the present day, when colored conventions are almost as frequent as church meetings, it is difficult to estimate the bold and daring spirit which inaugurated the Colored Convention of 1830. It was the right move, originating in the right quarter and at the right time. Glorious old Maryland, or, as one speaking in the view that climate grows the men would say, Maryland, Virginia region, which has produced Benjamin Banneker, Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass, the parents of Ira Aldridge, Henry Highland Garnet, and Sam Ringgold Ward, also produced the founder of colored conventions, Hezekiah Gryce. At that time, in the prime of his young manhood, he must have presented the front of one equal to any fortune, able to achieve any undertaking. Standing 6 feet high, well proportioned, of a dark bronze complexion, broad brow, and that stamp of features out of which the Greek sculptor would have delighted to mold the face of Vulcan. He was, to the fullest extent, a working man of such sort and magnetism as would lead his fellows where he listed. In looking to the important results that grew out of this convention, the independence of thought and self-assertion of the black man are the most remarkable. Then, the union of purpose and union of strength which grew out of the acquaintanceship and mutual pledges of colored men from different states. Then, the subsequent conventions, where the great men we have already named, and others, appeared and took part in the discussions with manifestations of zeal, talent, and ability, which attracted Garrison, the Tappans, Jocelyn, and others of that noble host, who, drawing no small portion of their inspiration from their black brethren in bonds, did manfully fight in the days of anti-slavery, which tried men's souls, and when, to be an abolitionist was, to a large extent, to be a martyr. We cannot help adding the thought that had these conventions of the colored people of the United States continued their annual sittings from 1830 until the present time, the result would doubtless have been greater general progress among our people themselves, a more united front to meet past and coming exigencies, and a profounder hold upon the public attention, and a deeper respect on the part of our enemies than we now can boast of. Looking at public opinion as it is, the living law of the land, and yet a malleable, ductile entity which can be molded, or at least affected, by the thoughts of any masses vigorously expressed, we should have become a power on earth, of greater strength and influence than in our present scattered and dwindled state we dare even dream of. The very announcement, quote, 30th Annual Convention of the Colored People of the United States, close quote, would bear a majestic front. Our great gathering at Rochester in 1853 commanded not only public attention, but respect and admiration. Should we have such a gathering even now, once a year, not encumbered with elaborate plans of action, with too many wheels within wheels, we can yet regain much of the ground lost. The partial gathering at Boston the other day has already assumed its place in the public mind and won its way into the calculations of the politicians. Our readers will doubtless be glad to learn the subsequent history of Mr. Gryce. He did not attend the second convention, but in the interval between the second and third he formed, in the city of Baltimore, a, quote, legal rights association, close quote, for the purpose of ascertaining the legal status of the colored man in the United States. It was entirely composed of colored men, among whom were Mr. Watkins, parentheses, the colored Baltimorean, close parentheses, Mr. Deaver, and others. Mr. Gryce called on William Wirt and asked him, quote, what he charged for his opinion on a given subject, close quote. Quote, $50, close quote. Quote, then, sir, I will give you $50 if you will give me your opinion on the legal condition of a free colored man in these United States, close quote. Mr. Wirt required the questions to be written out in proper form before he could answer them. Mr. Gryce employed Tyson, who drew up a series of questions based upon the Constitution of the United States and relating to the rights and citizenship of the free black. He carried the questions to Mr. Wirt, who, glancing over them, said, quote, "Really, sir, my position as an officer under the government renders it a delicate matter for me to answer these questions as they should be answered, but I'll tell you what to do. They should be answered, and by the best legal talent in the land. Do you go to Philadelphia and present my name to Horace Binney, and he will give you an answer satisfactory to you, and which will command the greatest respect throughout the land." Close quote. Mr. Gryce went to Philadelphia and presented the questions and request to Horace Binney. This gentleman pleaded age and poor eyesight, but told Mr. Gryce that if he would call on John Sargent, he would get answers of requisite character and weight. He called on John Sargent, who promptly agreed to answer the questions if Mr. Binney would allow his name to be associated as an authority in the replies. Mr. Binney again declined, and so the matter fell through. This is what Mr. Gryce terms his, quote, Dred Scott case, close quote. And so it was. He attended the Convention of 1832, but by some informality, or a want of credentials, was not permitted to sit as a full member. Saul ejected from among the prophets. Yet he was heard on the subject of rights, and the doctrine of, quote, our rights, close quote, as well as the first colored convention, are due to the same man. In 1832, chagrined at the colored people of the United States, he migrated to Haiti, where, until 1843, he pursued the business of carver and gilder. In the latter year he was appointed Director of Public Works in Port-au-Prince, which office he held until 2 years ago. He is also engaged in, and has wide knowledge of, machinery and engineering. Every 2 or 3 years he visits New York, and is welcomed to the arcana of such men as James J. Mapes, the Bensons, Dunhams, and at the various works where steam and iron obey human ingenuity in our city. He is at present in this city, lodging at the house of the widow of his old friend and coadjutor, Thomas L. Jennings, 133 Reed Street. We have availed ourselves of his presence among us to glean from him the statements which we have imperfectly put together in this article. We cannot dismiss this subject without the remark, of peculiar pertinence at this moment, that it would have been better for our people had Mr. Gryce never left these United States. The 27 years he has passed in Haiti, although not without their mark on the fortunes of that island, are yet without such mark as he would have made in the land and upon the institutions among which he was born. So early as his 32nd year, before he had reached his intellectual prime, he had inaugurated 2 of the leading ideas on which our people have since acted: conventions to consider and alleviate their grievances, and the struggle for legal rights. If he did such things in early youth, what might he not have done with the full force and bent of his matured intellect? And where, in the wide world, In what region, under what sun, could he so effectually have labored to elevate the black man as on this soil and under American institutions? So profoundly are we opposed to the favorite doctrine of the Puritans and their co-workers, the colonizationists, ubi libertas, ibi patria, that we could almost beseech divine providence to reverse some past events, and to fling back into the heart of Virginia and Maryland their Sam Wards, Highland Garnets, J.W. Penningtons, Frederick Douglasses, and the 20,000 who now shout hosannas in Canada, and we would soon see some stirring in the direction of ubi patria, ibi libertas. Anglo-African Magazine, October, 1859. B. Communication from the New York Society for the Promotion of Education Among Colored Children. To the Honorable the Commissioners for examining into the condition of common schools in the City and County of New York. The following statement in relation to the colored schools in said city and county is respectfully presented by the New York Society for the Promotion of Education among Colored Children. 1. The number of colored children in the city and county of New York, parentheses, estimated in 1855 from the census of 1850, close parentheses, between the ages of 4 and 17 years, 3,000. A. Average attendance of colored children at public schools in 1855, 913. Average attendance of colored children in corporate schools supported by school funds, parentheses, colored orphan asylum, closed parentheses, 240. B. Proportion of average attendance in public schools of colored children to whole number of same is as 1 to 2.60, hyphen, 1,153. 2. The number of white children in the city of New York in 1855, parentheses, estimated as above, close parentheses, between the ages of 4 and 17 years, 159,000. A. Average attendance of white children in public schools in 1855, 43,858. Average attendance of white children in corporate schools supported by public funds, 2,826. Hyphen, 46,684. B. Proportion of average attendance of white children in public schools to whole number of same is as 1 to 3.40. 3. From these facts it appears that colored children attend the public schools, parentheses, and schools supported by public funds in the city of New York, close parentheses, in the proportion of 1 to 2.60, and that the white children attend similar schools in said city in the proportion of 1 to 3.40, that is to say, nearly 25% more of colored children than of white children attend the public schools and schools supported by public funds in the city of New York. 4. The number of colored children attending private schools in the city of New York, 125. A. The number of white children attending private schools in 1850, census gave 10,560. which number has since been increased by the establishment of Catholic parochial schools, estimated in 1856, 17,560. B. The proportion of colored children attending private schools to white children attending same is as 1 to 140. C. But the average attendance of colored children in all schools is about the same as that of the white in proportion. That is to say, as many colored children attend the public schools as do whites attend both public and private schools, in proportion to the whole number of each class of children. Locality, capability, etc. of colored schools. 1. The Board of Education, since its organization, has expended in sites and buildings for white schools $1,600,000. B. The Board of Education has expended for sites and buildings for colored schools, parentheses, addition to building leased 19 Thomas, close parentheses, $1,000. C. The 2 schoolhouses in possession of the board now used for colored children were assigned to the same by the old Public School Society. 2. The proportion of colored children to white children attending public schools is as 1 to 40. A. The sum expended on school buildings and sites of colored and white schools by the Board of Education is as 1 to 1,600. 3. A. Schoolhouse number 1 for colored children is an old building, erected in 1820 by the New York Manumission Society as a school for colored children in Mulberry Street, in a poor but decent locality. It has 2 departments, 1 male and 1 female. It consists of 2 stories only, and has 2 small recitation rooms on each floor. But as primary as well as grammar children attend each department, much difficulty and confusion arises from the want of classroom for the respective studies. The building covers only part of the lot, and as it is the best attended and among the best taught of the colored schools, a new and ample school building erected in this place would prove a great attraction and could be amply filled by children. B. Schoolhouse number 2, erected in Lawrence Street more than 20 years ago for colored children by the Public School Society, is in one of the lowest and filthiest neighborhoods, and hence, although it has competent teachers in the male and female departments, and a separate primary department, the attendance has always been slender, and will be until the school is removed to a neighborhood where children may be sent without danger to their morals. C. School number 3 for colored children in Yorkville is an old building, is well attended, and deserves, in connection with schoolhouse number 4 in Harlem, a new building midway between the present localities. D. Schoolhouse number 5 for colored children is an old building, leased at number 19 Thomas Street, a most degraded neighborhood, full of filth and vice. Yet the attendance on this school, and the excellence of its teachers, earn for it the need of a new site and new building. E. Schoolhouse number 6 for colored children is in Broadway, near 37th Street, in a dwelling house leased and fitted up for a school, in which there is always 4 feet of water in the cellar. The attendance is good. Some of the school officers have repeatedly promised a new building. F. Primary School for Colored Children, number 1, is in the basement of a church on 15th Street, near 7th Avenue, in a good location, but premises too small for the attendance. No recitation rooms, and is perforce both primary and grammar school, to the injury of the progress of all. G. Primary schools for colored children, number 2 and 3, are in the rear of Church in 2nd Street, near 6th Avenue. The rooms are dark and cheerless, without the needful facilities of sufficient recitation rooms, etc. From a comparison of the schoolhouses with the splendid, almost palatial edifices, with manifold comforts, conveniences, and elegancies, which make up the schoolhouses for the white children of the city of New York, it is evident that the colored children are painfully neglected and positively degraded. Pent up in filthy neighborhoods, in old and dilapidated buildings, they are held down to low associations and gloomy surroundings. Yet Mr. Superintendent Kittle, at a general examination of colored schools held in July last, for silver medals awarded by the society now addressing your honorable body, declared the reading and spelling equal to that of any schools in the city. The undersigned enter their solemn protest against this unjust treatment of colored children. They believe, with the experience of Massachusetts, and especially the recent experience of Boston before them, there is no sound reason why colored children shall be excluded from any of the common schools supported by taxes levied alike on whites and blacks, and governed by officers elected by the vote of colored as well as white voters. But if, in the judgment of your honorable body, common schools are not thus common to all, then we earnestly pray you to recommend to the legislature such action as shall cause the Board of Education of this city to erect at least 2 well-appointed modern grammar schools for colored children on suitable sites, in respectable localities, so that the attendance of colored children may be increased, and their minds be elevated in like manner as the happy experience of the Honorable Board of Education has been in the matter of white children. In addition to the excellent impulse to colored youth which these new grammar schools would give, they will have the additional argument of actual economy. The children will be taught with far less expense in 2 such schoolhouses than in the 6 hovels into which they are now driven. It is a costly piece of injustice which educates the white scholar in a palace at $10 per year, and the colored pupil in a hovel at $17 or $18 per annum. Taxes, etc., of colored population of the city. No proposition can be more reasonable than that they who pay taxes for schools and schoolhouses should be provided with schools and schoolhouses. The colored population of this city, in proportion to their numbers, pay their full share of the general and therefore of the school taxes. There are about 9,000 adults of both sexes. Of these, over 3,000 are householders, rent payers, and therefore taxpayers, in that sense of the word in which owners make taxpayers of their poor tenants. The colored laboring man, with an income of $200 a year, who pays $72 per year for a room and bedroom, is really, in proportion to his means, a larger taxpayer than the millionaire whose tax rate is thousands of dollars. But directly also do the colored people pay taxes. From examinations carefully made, the undersigned affirm that there are in the city at least 1,000 colored persons who own and pay taxes on real estate. Taxed real estate in the city of New York owned by colored persons, $1,400,000. Untaxed by colored persons, parentheses, churches, close parentheses, $250,000. Personal estate, $710,000. Money in savings banks, $1,121,000. Total, $3,481,000. These figures indicate that in proportion to their numbers, the colored population of this city pay a fair share of the school taxes, and that they have been most unjustly dealt with. Their money has been used to purchase sites and erect and fit up schoolhouses for white children, whilst their own children are driven into miserable edifices in disgraceful localities. Surely, the white population of the city are too able, too generous, too just, any longer to suffer this miserable robbing of their colored fellow citizens for the benefit of white children. Praying that your honorable commission will take due notice of these facts, and recommend such remedy as shall seem to you best, we have the honor to be, in behalf of the New York Society for the Promotion of Education among Colored Citizens, most respectfully yours, Charles B. Ray, President. Philip A. White, Secretary. New York City, December 28, 1857. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The American Negro and the Military Spirit, Part 1. Early literature of Negro soldiers. Negro soldiers in the War of the Revolution. The War of 1812. Negro insurrections. Negro troops in the Civil War. Notes. Quote, "Do you think I'll make a soldier?" Close quote, is the opening line of one of those delightful spirituals originating among the slaves of the far South. I first heard it sung in the St. James Methodist Church, corner of Spring and Combing Streets, Charleston, South Carolina, immediately after the close of the war. It was sung by a vast congregation to a gentle, swinging air, with nothing of the martial about it, and was accompanied by a swaying of the body to the time of the music. Occasionally there would be the, quote, curtsies, close quote, peculiar to the South Carolina slave of the Low Country, which consists in a stooping of the body by bending the knees only, the head remaining erect, a movement which takes the place of the bow among equals. The older ladies, with heads adorned with the ever-present madras kerchief, often tied in the most becoming and tasteful manner, and faces aglow with an enthusiasm that bespoke a life within sustained by visions of spiritual things, would often be seen to shake hands and add a word of greeting and hope, which would impart a charm and meaning to the singing far above what the humble words of the song without these accessories could convey. As the rich chorus of matchless voices poured out in perfect time and tune, quote, "Rise, shine, and give God the glory," close quote, the thoughts of earthly freedom, of freedom from sin, and finally of freedom from the toils, cares, and sorrows of earth, to be baptized into the joys of heaven, all seemed to blend into the many-colored but harmonious strain, the singing of the simple-hearted, trustful, emancipated slave. Shall we ever hear the like again on earth? Alas, that the high hopes and the glowing prophecies of that auspicious hour have been so deferred that the hearts of millions have been made sick. Of the songs that came out of slavery with these long-suffering people, Colonel Higginson, who perhaps got nearer to them in sentiment than any other literary man not really of them, says, quote, "Almost all their songs were thoroughly religious in their tone, however quaint their expression, and were in a minor key both as to words and music. The attitude is always the same, and, as a commentary on the life of the race, is infinitely pathetic. Nothing but the patience for this life, nothing but triumph in the next. Sometimes the present predominates, sometimes the future, but the combination is always implied." Close quote. I do not know when this, quote, "soldier," close quote, song had its birth, but it may have sprung out of the perplexity of the slave's mind as he contemplated the raging conflict and saw himself drawn nearer and nearer to the field of strife. Whether in this song the, quote, "present predominates," close quote, and the query, therefore, has a strong primary reference to carnal weapons and to garments dyed in blood, whether the singer invites an opinion as to his fitness to engage in the war for freedom, it may not be possible to determine. The, quote, "year of Jubilee," close quote, coming in the same song in connection with the purpose for which the singer is to be made a soldier, gives clearer illustration of that combination of the present and the future which Mr. Higginson says was always present in the spirituals of that period, if it shows no more. When it is remembered that at the time Charleston was literally trodden under foot by black soldiers in bright uniforms, whose coming seemed to the colored people of that city like a dream too good to be true, it is not hard to believe that this song had much of the present in it, and owed its birth to the circumstances of war. Singularly enough, the song makes the Negro ask the exact question which had been asked about him from the earliest days of our history as a nation, a question which in some form confronts him still. The question, as the song has it, is not one of fact, but one of opinion. It is not, "Will I make a soldier?" but, "Do you think I will make a soldier?" It is one thing to, quote, "make a soldier," close quote. Another thing to have men think so. The question of fact was settled a century ago. The question of opinion is still unsettled. The Negro soldier, hero of 500 battlefields, with medals and honors resting upon his breast, with the endorsement of the highest military authority in the nation, with Port Hudson, El Caney, and San Juan behind him, is still expected by too many to stand and await the verdict of thought from persons who never did, quote, think, close quote, he would make a soldier, and who never will think so. As well expect the excited animal of the ring to think in the presence of the red rag of the toreador as to expect them to think on the subject of the Negro soldier. They can curse and rant when they see the stalwart Negro in uniform, but it is too much to ask them to think. To them the Negro can be a fiend, a brute, but never a soldier. To John G. Whittier and to William C. Nell are we indebted for the earliest recital of the heroic deeds of the colored American in the Wars of the Revolution and 1812. Whittier contributed an article on this subject to the, quote, National Era, close quote, in 1847, and 5 or 6 years later Nell published his pamphlet on, quote, Colored Patriots, close quote, a booklet recently reprinted by the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It is a useful contribution, showing as it does the rising and spreading abroad of that spirit which appreciates military effort and valor, and while recognizing the glory that came to American arms in the period described, honestly seeks to place some of that glory upon the deserving brow of a race then enslaved and despised. The book is unpretentious and aims to relate the facts in a straightforward way, unaccompanied by any of the charms of tasteful presentation. Its author, however, is deserving our thanks, and the book marks an important stage in the development of the colored American. His mind was turning toward the creation of the soldier, the formation of armies. There are other evidences that the mind of the colored man was at this time turning towards arms. In 1852, Dr. Pennington, one of the most learned colored men of his times, having received his degree in divinity from Heidelberg, delivered an address before a mass convention of colored citizens of Ohio, held in Cleveland, in which he spoke principally of the colored soldier. During the convention, the, quote, Cleveland Light Artillery, close quote, fired a salute, and on the platform were seated several veteran colored men, some of them, particularly Mr. John Julius of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, taking part in the speech-making. Mr. Nell says, quote, within recent period, several companies of colored men in New York City have enrolled themselves a la militaire, close quote, and quotes from the New York Tribune of August 1852 as follows, quote, Colored soldiers. Among the many parades within a few days, we noticed yesterday a soldierly-looking company of colored men on their way homeward from a target or parade drill. They looked like men, handled their arms like men, and should occasion demand, we presume they would fight like men, close quote. In Boston, New Haven, New Bedford, and other places efforts were made during the decade from 1850 to 1860 to manifest this rising military spirit by appropriate organization, but the efforts were not always successful. In some cases, the prejudices of the whites put every possible obstacle in the way of the colored young men who attempted to array themselves as soldiers. The martial spirit is not foreign to the Negro character, as has been abundantly proved in both ancient and modern times. Williams, in his admirable history of the Negro, as well as in his, quote, Negro Troops in the Rebellion, close quote, has shown at considerable length that the Negro has been a soldier from earliest times, serving in large numbers in the Egyptian army long before the beginning of the Christian era. We know that without any great modification in character, runaway slaves developed excellent fighting qualities as Marrons in Trinidad, British Guiana, Santo Domingo, and in Florida. But it was in Haiti that the unmixed Negro rose to the full dignity of a modern soldier, creating and leading armies, conducting and carrying on war, treating with enemies and receiving surrenders, complying fully with the rules of civilized warfare, and evolving finally a Toussaint, whose military genius his most bitter enemies were compelled to recognize, Toussaint, who to the high qualities of the soldier added also the higher qualities of statesmanship. With Napoleon, Cromwell, and Washington, the three great commanders of modern times, who have joined to high military talent, eminent ability in the art of civil government, we must also class Toussaint Louverture, the black soldier of the Antilles. Thiers, the prejudiced attorney of Napoleon, declares nevertheless that Toussaint possessed wonderful talent for government, and the fact ever remains that under his benign rule, all classes were pacified, and San Domingo was made to blossom as the rose. In the armies of Menelik, in the armies of France, in the armies of England, as well as in the organization of the Zulu and Kaffir tribes, the Negro has shown himself a soldier. If the Afro-American should fail in this particular, it will not be because of any lack of the military element in the African side of his character, or for any lack of, quote, remorseless military audacity, close quote, in the original Negro, as the historian Williams expresses it. In our own Revolutionary War, the Negro, then but partially civilized, and classed with, quote, vagabonds, close quote, held everywhere as a slave, and everywhere distrusted, against protest and enactment, made his way into the patriot army, fighting side by side with his white compatriots from Lexington to Yorktown. On the morning of April 19, 1775, when the British reinforcements were preparing to leave Boston for Lexington, a Negro soldier who had served in the French War commanded a small body of West Cambridge, quote, exempts, close quote, and captured Lord Percy's supply train with its military escort and the officer in command. As a rule, the Negro soldiers were distributed among the regiments, 30 or 40 to a regiment, and did not serve in separate organizations. Bishop J.P. Campbell, of the African Methodist Church, was accustomed to say, quote, both of my grandfathers served in the Revolutionary War, close quote. In Varnum's brigade, however, there was a Negro regiment, and of it Scribner's History, 1897, says, speaking of the Battle of Rhode Island, quote, "None behaved better than Greene's colored regiment, which 3 times repulsed the furious charges of veteran Hessians." Close quote. Williams says, quote, "The Black Regiment was one of 3 that prevented the enemy from turning the flank of the American army. These black troops were doubtless regarded as the weak spot of the line, but they were not." Close quote. The colony of Massachusetts alone furnished 67,907 men for the Revolutionary War, while all the colonies together south of Pennsylvania furnished but 50,493. Hence the sentiment prevailing in Massachusetts would naturally be very powerful in determining any question pertaining to the army. When the country sprang to arms in response to that shot fired at Lexington, the echoes of which, poetically speaking, were heard around the world, the free Negroes of every northern colony rallied with their white neighbors. They were in the fight at Lexington and at Bunker Hill, but when Washington came to take command of the army, he soon gave orders that no Negroes should be enlisted. He was sustained in this position by a council of war and by a committee of conference in which were representatives from Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, and it was agreed that Negroes be rejected altogether. The American Negro's persistency in pressing himself where he is not wanted, but where he is eminently needed, began right there. Within 6 weeks, so many colored men applied for enlistment, and those that had been put out of the army raised such a clamor, that Washington changed his policy, and the Negro, who of all America's population contended for the privilege of shouldering a gun to fight for American liberty, was allowed a place in the Continental Army, the first national army organized on this soil, antedating the national flag. The Negro soldier helped to evolve the national standard and was in the ranks of the fighting men over whom it first unfolded its broad stripes and glittering stars. Square brackets. Transcriber's note. This footnote appeared in the text without a footnote anchor. Quote, "To the Honorable General Court of the Massachusetts Bay, the subscribers beg leave to report to your Honorable House, which we do in justice to the character of so brave a man, that under our own observation we declare that a Negro man called Salem Poor, of Colonel Fry's regiment, Captain Ames' company, in the late battle at Charlestown, behaved like an experienced officer as well as an excellent soldier. We would only beg leave to say, in the person of this said Negro centers a brave and gallant soldier. The reward due to so great and distinguished a character we submit to the Congress." Cambridge, December 5, 1775. Close quote. These black soldiers, fresh from heathen lands, not out of slavery, proved themselves as worthy as the best. In the Battle of Bunker Hill, where all were brave, 2 Negro soldiers so distinguished themselves that their names have come down to us garlanded with the tributes of their contemporaries. Peter Salem, until then a slave, a private in Colonel Nixon's regiment of Continentals, without orders fired deliberately upon Major Pitcairn as he was leading the assault of the British to what appeared certain victory. Everett, in speaking of, quote, of Prescott, Putnam, and Warren, the chiefs of the day, close quote, mentions in immediate connection, quote, the colored man, Salem, who is reported to have shot the gallant Pitcairn as he mounted the parapet, close quote. What Salem poor did is not set forth, but the following is the wreath of praise that surrounds his name. Jonathan Brewer, Colonel; Eliphalet Bodwell, Sergeant; Thomas Nixon, Lieutenant Colonel; Josiah Foster, Lieutenant; William Prescott, Colonel; Ebenezer Varnum, Second Lieutenant; Ephraim Corey, Lieutenant; William Hudson Ballard, Captain; Joseph Baker, Lieutenant; William Smith, Captain; Joshua Rowe, Lieutenant; John Morton, Sergeant, parentheses, question mark, close parentheses; Jonas Richardson, Captain; Richard Welsh, Lieutenant, close square bracket. It is in place here to mention a legion of free mulattoes and blacks from the island of Santo Domingo, a full account of whose services is appended to this section, who fought under D'Estaing with great distinction in the siege of Savannah, their bravery at that time saving the Patriot Army from annihilation. When the Revolutionary War had closed, the brave black soldier who had fought to give the world a new flag, whose every star should be a star of hope to the oppressed, and whose trinity of colors should symbolize liberty, equality, and fraternity, found his race, and in some instances himself personally, encased in a cruel and stubborn slavery. For the soldier himself, special provision had been made in both northern and southern colonies, but it was not always hearty or effective. In October 1783, the Virginia legislature passed an act for the relief of certain slaves who had served in the army whose, quote, former owners were trying to force to return to a state of servitude, contrary to the principles of justice and their solemn promise, close quote. The act provided that each and every slave who had enlisted, quote, by the appointment and direction of his owner, close quote, and had, quote, been received as a substitute for any free person whose duty or lot it was to serve, close quote, and who had served faithfully during the term of such enlistment, unless lawfully discharged earlier, should be fully and completely emancipated, and should be held and deemed free in as full and ample a manner as if each and every one of them were specially named in the act. The act, though apparently so fair on its face, and interlarded as it is with patriotic and moral phrases, is nevertheless very narrow and technical, liberating only those who enlisted by the appointment and direction of their owners, and who were accepted as substitutes, and who came out of the army with good discharges. It is not hard to see that even under this act, many an ex-soldier might end his days in slavery. The Negro had joined in the fight for freedom, and when victory is won, finds himself a slave. He was both a slave and a soldier too often during the war, and now at its close may be both a veteran and a slave. The Second War with Great Britain broke out with an incident in which the Negro in the Navy was especially conspicuous. The Chesapeake, an American war vessel, was hailed, fired upon and forced to strike her colors by the British. She was then boarded and searched, and 4 persons taken from her decks, claimed as deserters from the English Navy. 3 of these were Negroes and 1 white. The Negroes were finally dismissed with a reprimand, and the white man hanged. 5 years later, hostilities began on land, and no opposition was manifested toward the employment of Negro soldiers. Laws were passed, especially in New York, authorizing the formation of regiments of blacks with white officers. It is remarkable that although the successful insurrection of Santo Domingo was so recent, and many refugees from that country at that time were in the United States, and our country had also but lately come into possession of a large French element by the Louisiana Purchase, there was no fear of a servile insurrection in this country. The free colored men of New Orleans, under the proclamation of the narrow-minded Jackson, rallied to the defense of that city and bore themselves with commendable valor in that useless battle. The war closed, however, and the glory of the Negro soldier who fought in it soon expired in the dismal gloom of a race slavery becoming daily more widespread and hopeless. John Brown's movement was military in character and contemplated the creation of an army of liberated slaves, but its early suppression prevented any display of Negro valor or genius. Its leader must ever receive the homage due to those who are so moved by the woes of others as to overlook all considerations of policy and personal risk. As a plot for the destruction of life, it fell far short of the Nat Turner insurrection, which swept off 57 persons within a few hours. In purpose, the 2 episodes agree. They both aim at the liberation of the slave, both were led by fanatics, the reflex production of the cruelty of slavery, and both ended in the melancholy death of their heroic leaders. Turner's was the insurrection of the slave, and was not free from the mad violence of revenge. Brown's was the insurrection of the friend of the slave, and was governed by the high and noble purpose of freedom. The insurrections of Denmark Vesey in South Carolina in 1822, and of Nat Turner in Virginia in 1831, show conclusively that the Negro slave possessed the courage, the cunning, the secretiveness, and the intelligence to fight for his freedom. These 2 attempts were sufficiently broad and intelligent when taken into consideration with the enforced ignorance of the slave, to prove the Negro, even in his forlorn condition, capable of daring great things. Of the probable thousands who were engaged in the Denmark Vesey insurrection, only 15 were convicted, and these died heroically without revealing anything connected with the plot. 43 years later, I met the son of Denmark Vesey, who rejoiced in the efforts of his noble father, and regarded his death on the gallows as a holy sacrifice to the cause of freedom. Turner describes his fight as follows, quote, "The white men, 18 in number, approached us to about 100 yards, when one of them fired, and I discovered about half of them retreating. Then I ordered my men to fire and rush on them. The few remaining stood their ground until we approached within 50 yards, when they fired and retreated. We pursued and overtook some of them whom we thought we left dead. After pursuing them about 200 yards and rising a little hill, I discovered they were met by another party and had halted and were reloading their guns. Thinking that those who had retreated first and the party who fired on us at 50 or 60 yards distant had all only fallen back to meet others with ammunition, as I saw them reloading their guns, and more coming up than I saw at first, and several of my bravest men being wounded, the others became panic-struck and scattered over the field. The white men pursued and fired on us several times. Hark had his horse shot under him, and I caught another for him that was running by me. 5 or 6 of my men were wounded, but none left on the field. Finding myself defeated here, I instantly determined to go through a private way and cross the Nottoway River at Cypress Bridge, 3 miles below Jerusalem, and attack that place in the rear, as I expected they would look for me on the other road, and I had a great desire to get there to procure arms and ammunition. After going a short distance on this private way, accompanied by about 20 men, I overtook 2 or 3 who told me the others were dispersed in every direction. After trying in vain to collect a sufficient force to proceed to Jerusalem, I determined to return, as I was sure they would make back to their old neighborhood, where they would rejoin me, make new recruits, and come down again. On my way back I called on Mrs. Thomas's, Mrs. Spencer's, and several other places. We stopped at Major Ridley's quarters for the night, and being joined by 4 of his men, with the recruits made since my defeat, we mustered now about 40 strong. After placing out sentinels, I lay down to sleep, but was quickly aroused by a great racket. Starting up, I found some mounted and others in great confusion, one of the sentinels having given the alarm that we were about to be attacked. I ordered some to ride around and reconnoiter, and on their return, the others being more alarmed, not knowing who they were, fled in different ways, so that I was reduced to about 20 again. With this I determined to attempt to recruit, and proceed on to rally in the neighborhood I had left." Close quote. Footnote: Confession of Nat Turner, Anglo-African Magazine, Volume 1, page 338, 1859. End footnote. No one can read this account, which is thoroughly supported by contemporary testimony, without seeing in this poor misguided slave the elements of a vigorous captain. Failing in his efforts, he made his escape and remained for 2 months in hiding in the vicinity of his pursuers. One concerned in his prosecution says, quote, "It has been said that he was ignorant and cowardly, and that his object was to murder and rob for the purpose of obtaining money to make his escape. It is notorious that he was never known to have $1 in his life, to swear an oath, or drink a drop of spirits. As to his ignorance, he certainly never had the advantages of education, but he can read and write, parentheses. It was taught him by his parents, close parentheses, and for natural intelligence and quickness of apprehension is surpassed by few men I have ever seen. As to his being a coward, his reason as given for not resisting Mr. Phipps shows the decision of his character." Close quote. Footnote: Ibid. End footnote. The War of the Rebellion, now called the Civil War, effected the last and tremendous step in the transition of the American Negro from the position of a slave under the Republic to that of a soldier in its armies. both under officers of his own race at Port Hudson and under white officers on 100 battlefields, the Negro in arms proved himself a worthy foeman against the bravest and sternest enemies that ever assailed our nation's flag, and a worthy comrade of the Union's best defenders. 36,847 of them gave their lives in that awful conflict. The entire race on this continent and those of Allied blood throughout the world are indebted to the soldier historian, Honorable George W. Williams, for the eloquent story of their service in the Union Army, and for the presentation of the high testimonials to the valor and worthiness of the colored soldier as given by the highest military authority of the century. From Chapter 16 of his book, quote, Negro Troops in the Rebellion, close quote, the paragraphs appended at the close of this chapter are quoted. A. How the Black Santo Domingo Legion saved the Patriot Army in the Siege of Savannah, 1779. The siege and attempted reduction of Savannah by the combined French and American forces is one of the events of our Revolutionary War, upon which our historians care little to dwell. Because it reflects but little glory upon the American arms, and resulted so disastrously to the American cause, its important historic character and connections have been allowed to fade from general sight. It stands in the ordinary school textbooks much as an affair of shame. The following, quoted from Barnes' History, is a fair sample of the way in which it is treated. Quote, French-American attack on Savannah. In September, D'Estaing joined Lincoln in besieging that city. After a severe bombardment, an unsuccessful assault was made, in which 1,000 lives were lost. Count Pulaski was mortally wounded. The simple-hearted Sergeant Jasper died grasping the banner presented to his regiment at Fort Moultrie. D'Estaing refused to give further aid, thus again deserting the Americans when help was most needed. Close quote. From this brief sketch, the reader is at liberty to infer that the attack was unwise, if not foolhardy, that the battle was unimportant, and that the conduct of Count D'Estaing immediately after the battle was unkind, if not unjust, to the Americans. While the paragraph does not pretend to tell the whole truth, what it does tell ought to be the truth, and this ought to be told in such a way as to give correct impressions. The attack upon Savannah was well planned and thoroughly well considered, and it failed only because the works were so ably defended, chiefly by British regulars under brave and skillful officers. In a remote way, which it is the purpose of this paper to trace, that sanguinary struggle had a wider bearing upon the progress of liberty in the Western world than any other one battle fought during the Revolution. But first let us listen to the story of the battle itself. Colonel Campbell, with a force of 3,000 men, captured Savannah in December 1778, and in the January following, General Prevost arrived, and by March had established a sort of civil government in Georgia, Savannah being the capital. In April, the American general, Lincoln, feeble in more senses than one, perhaps, began a movement against Savannah by way of Augusta, but Prevost, aware of his purpose, crossed into South Carolina and attempted an attack upon Charleston. Finding the city too well defended, he contented himself with ravaging the plantations over a wide extent of adjacent country, and returned to Savannah laden with rich spoils, among which were included 3,000 slaves, of whose labor he made good use later. The patriots of the South now awaited in hope the coming of the French fleet, and on the 1st of September, Count d'Estaing appeared suddenly on the coast of Georgia with 33 sail, surprised and captured 4 British warships, and announced to the government of South Carolina his readiness to assist in the recapture of Savannah. He urged as a condition, however, that his ships should not be detained long off so dangerous a coast, as it was now the hurricane season, and there was neither harbor, road, nor offing for their protection. By means of small vessels sent from Charleston, he effected a landing in 10 days, and 4 days thereafter, on the 16th, he summoned the garrison to surrender to the arms of France. Although this demand was made in the name of France for the plain reason that the American army was not yet upon the spot, the Loyalists did not fail to make it a pretext for the accusation that the French were desirous of making conquests in the war on their own account. In the meantime, Lincoln, with the regular troops, was hurrying toward Savannah, and had issued orders for the militia to rendezvous at the same place, and the militia, full of hope of a speedy, if not a bloodless conquest, were entering upon this campaign with more than ordinary enthusiasm. During the time that the fleet had been off the coast, and especially since the landing, the British had been very busy in putting the city in a high state of defense, and in making efforts to strengthen the garrison. Lieutenant Colonel Cruger, who had a small force at Sunbury, the last place in Georgia that had been captured by the British, and Lieutenant Colonel Maitland, who was commanding a considerable force at Beaufort, were ordered to report in haste with their commands at Savannah. On the 16th, when the summons to surrender was received by Prevost, Maitland had not yet arrived, but was hourly expected. Prevost asked for a delay of 24 hours to consider the proposal, which delay was granted, and on that very evening Maitland with his force arrived at Dofusky. Finding the river in the possession of the French, his course for a time seemed effectually cut off. By the merest chance he fell in with some Negro fishermen who informed him of a passage known as Wall's Cut through Skulls Creek, navigable for small boats. A favoring tide and a dense fog enabled him to conduct his command unperceived by the French through this route, and thus to arrive in Savannah on the afternoon of the 17th, before the expiration of the 24 hours. General Prevost had gained his point, and now believing himself able to resist an assault, declined the summons to surrender. 2 armed ships and 4 transports were sunk in the channel of the river below the city, and a boom in the same place laid entirely across the river, while several small boats were sunk above the town, thus rendering it impossible for the city to be approached by water. On the day of the summons to surrender, although the works were otherwise well advanced, there were not 10 cannon mounted in the lines of Savannah, but from that time until the day of assault, the men of the garrison, with the slaves they had captured, worked day and night to get the defenses of the city in the highest state of excellence. Major Moncrief, chief of the engineers, is credited with placing in position more than 80 cannons in a short time after the call to surrender had been received. The city itself at this time was but a mere village of frame buildings and unpaved streets. Viewed as facing its assailants, It was protected in its rear, or upon its north side, by the Savannah River, and on its west side by a thick swamp or morass, which communicated with the river above the city. The exposed sides were those of the east and south. These faced an open country which for several miles was entirely clear of woods. This exposed portion of the city was well protected by an unbroken line of defenses extending from the river back to the swamp, the right and left extremes of the line consisting of strong redoubts, while the center was made up of seamen's batteries in front, with empalements and traverses thrown up to protect the troops from the fire of the besiegers. The whole extent of the works was faced with an ample abattis. To be still more particular, there were 3 redoubts on the right of the line, and on the right of them, quite near the swamp, was a sailor's battery of 9-pounders, covered by a company of the British Legion. The left redoubt of these 3 was known as the Spring Hill Redoubt, and proved to be the objective of the final assault. Between it and the center was another sailor's battery, behind which were posted the grenadiers of the 60th Regiment, with the Marines which had been landed from the warships. On the left of the line, near the river, were 2 redoubts, strongly constructed, with a massy frame of green spongy wood, filled in with sand, and mounted with heavy cannon. The center, or space between these groups of redoubts, was composed, as has been said, of lighter but nevertheless very effective works, and was strongly garrisoned. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The American Negro and the Military Spirit, Part 2. Having thus scanned the works, let us now take a glance at the men who are to defend them. As all of the assaulting forces are not made up of Americans, so all of the defenders are not foreigners. The center redoubt of the triplet on the right was garrisoned by 2 companies of militia, with the North Carolina Regiment to support them. Captains Roworth and Wiley, with the Provincial Corps of King's Rangers, were posted in the redoubt on the right, and Captain Tawsey, with his corps of Provincial Dragoons, dismounted, in the left or Spring Hill Redoubt, supported by the South Carolina Regiment. The whole of this force on the right of the line was under the command of the gallant Lieutenant Colonel Maitland, and it was this force that made the charge that barely failed of annihilating the American army. On the left of the line, the Georgia Loyalists garrisoned one of those massy wooden sand-filled redoubts, while in the center, cheek by jowl, so to speak, with 2 battalions of the 71st Regiment and 2 regiments of Hessians, stood the New York Volunteers. All of these corps were ready to act as circumstances should require, and to support any part of the line that might be attacked. The Negroes who worked on these defenses were under the direction of Major Moncrief. The French troops had landed below the city and were formed facing the British lines, with the river on their right. On their left later assembled the American troops. The final dispositions were concluded by September 22nd and were as follows. The American troops under Lincoln formed the left of the line, their left resting upon the swamp, and the entire division facing the Spring Hill Redoubt and her 2 sister defenses. Then came the division of M. de Noailles, composed of 900 men. D'Estaing's division of 1,000 men beside the artillery came next, and formed the center of the French army. On D'Estaing's right was Count Dion's division of 900 men. On the right of Dion were the powder magazine, cattle depot, and a small field hospital. On the right of the depot and a little in advance were Dijon's dragoons, numbering 50 men. Upon the same alignment and to the right of the dragoons were Rouvre's volunteer chasseurs, numbering 750 men. Still further to the right, and 200 yards in advance of Rouvre, was Framet, commanding the grenadier volunteers, and 200 men besides, his right resting upon the swampy wood that bordered the river, thus completely closing in the city on the land side. The frigate La Truite and 2 galleys lay within cannon shot of the town, and with the aid of the armed store-ship La Bricole and the frigate La Chimère, effectually cut off all communication by water. On the 23rd, both the French and the Americans opened their trenches, and on the 24th, a small detachment of the besieged made a sortie against the French. The attack was easily repulsed, but the French pursuing approached so near the entrenchments of the enemy that they were fired upon, and several were killed. On the night of the 27th, another sortie was made, which threw the besiegers into some confusion and caused the French and Americans to fire upon each other. Cannonading continued with but little result until October 8th. The engineers were now of the opinion that a speedy reduction of the city could not be accomplished by regular approaches, and the naval officers were very anxious about the fleet, both because of the dangers to which it was exposed from the sea, and also because with so many men ashore it was in especial danger of being attacked and captured by British men of war. These representations, agreeing altogether with D'Estaing's previously expressed wishes to leave the coast as soon as possible, induced that officer and General Lincoln to decide upon an attempt to storm the British works at once. It is quite probable that this had been the purpose as a last resort from the first. The preservation of the fleet was, however, the powerful factor in determining the time and character of the assault upon Savannah. On the night of the 8th, Major L'Enfant, with a detachment, attempted to set fire to the abattis in order to clear the way for the assault, but failed through the dampness of the wood. The plan of the assault may be quite accurately obtained from the orders given to the American troops on the evening of the 8th by General Lincoln, and from the inferences to be drawn from the events of the morning of the 9th, as they are recorded in history. At least 2 of the historians who have left us accounts of the siege, Ramsay and McCall, were present at the time, and their accounts may be regarded as original authority. General Lincoln's orders were as follows. Quote, "Evening orders by General Lincoln. Watchword, Lewis. The soldiers will be immediately supplied with 40 rounds of cartridges, a spare flint, and have their arms in good order. The infantry destined for the attack of Savannah will be divided into 2 bodies, first composed of the light troops under the command of Colonel Lawrence, the second of the Continental battalions and the 1st Battalion of the Charleston Militia, except the Grenadiers, who are to join the light troops. The whole will parade at 1 o'clock near the left of the line and march by platoons. The guards of the camp will be formed of the invalids and be charged to keep the fires as usual in camp. The cavalry under the command of Count Pulaski will parade at the same time with the infantry and follow the left column of the French troops, precede the column of the American light troops. They will endeavor to penetrate the enemy's lines between the battery on the left of Spring Hill Redoubt and the next towards the river. Having effected this, will pass to the left toward Yamacraw and secure such parties of the enemy as may be lodged in that quarter. The artillery will parade at the same time, follow the French artillery, and remain with the corps de reserve until they receive further orders. The whole will be ready by the time appointed, with the utmost silence and punctuality, and be ready to march the instant Count Dillon and General Lincoln shall order. The light troops who are to follow the cavalry will attempt to enter the redoubt on the left of the Spring Hill, by escalade if possible, if not by entrance into it. They are to be supported, if necessary, by the 1st South Carolina Regiment. In the meantime, the column will proceed with the lines to the left of the Spring Hill Battery. The light troops, having succeeded against the redoubt, will proceed to the left and attempt the several works between that and the river. The column will move to the left of the French troops, taking care not to interfere with them. The light troops, having carried the work towards the river, will form on the left of the column. It is especially forbidden to fire a single gun before the redoubts are carried, or for any soldier to quit his rank to plunder without an order for that purpose. Any who shall presume to transgress in either of these respects shall be reputed a disobeyer of military orders, which is punishable with death. The militia of the 1st and 2nd Brigades, General Williamson's, and the 2nd Battalion of the Charleston Militia will parade immediately under the command of General Huger. After drafting 500 of them, the remainder of them will go into the trenches and put themselves under the commanding officer there. With the 500 he will march to the left of the enemy's line, remain as near them as he possibly can without being seen, until 4 o'clock in the morning, at which time the troops in the trenches will begin an attack upon the enemy. He will then advance and make his attack as near the river as possible, though this is only meant as a feint, yet should a favorable opportunity offer, he will improve it and push into the town. In case of a repulse after taking Spring Hill Redoubt, the troops will retreat and rally in the rear of Redoubt. If it cannot be effected that way, it must be attempted by the same route at which they entered. The second place of rallying, parentheses, or the first if the redoubt should not be carried, close parentheses, will be at the Jews' burying ground, where the reserve will be placed. If these two halts should not be effected, they will retire towards camp. The troops will carry in their hats a piece of white paper by which they will be distinguished. Close quote. General Huger, with his 500 militia, covered by the river swamp, crept quite close to the enemy's lines and delivered his attack as directed. Its purpose was to draw attention to that quarter and, if possible, cause a weakening of the strength in the left center of the line. What its real effect was, there is now no means of knowing. Count Dillon, who during the siege had been on D'Estaing's right, and who appears to have been second in command in the French army, in this assault was placed in command of a second attacking column. His purpose was to move to the right of General Huger, and keeping in the edge of the swamps along the river, steal past the enemy's batteries on the left and attack him in the rear. Bancroft describes the results of his efforts as follows, quote, "The column under Count Dillon, which was to have attacked the rear of the British lines, became entangled in a swamp of which it should only have skirted the edge, was helplessly exposed to the British batteries, and could not even be formed." Close quote. Here were the two strong, sand-filled redoubts, mounted with heavy cannon, and these may have been the batteries that stopped Dion's column. Count Pulaski, with his 200 brave cavalrymen, undertook his part in the deadly drama with ardor, and began that perilous ride which had for its object, quote, "to penetrate the enemy's lines between the battery on the left of the Spring Hill redoubt and the next towards the river." Close quote. Balch describes it as an attempt to, quote, "penetrate into the city by galloping between the redoubts." Close quote. It was an anticipation of the Crimean, quote, "charge of the Light Brigade." Close quote. Only in this case no one blundered. It was simply a desperate chance. Cannon were to the right, left, and front, and the heroic charge proved in vain. The noble pole fell. Banner, footnote. The presentation of this banner by the Moravian nuns of Bethlehem forms the text of the poem by Longfellow beginning, "When the dying flame of day through the chancel shot its ray, far the glimmering tapers shed faint light on the cowled head, and the censer burning swung, where before the altar hung the crimson banner that with prayer had been consecrated there, and the nuns' sweet hymn was heard the while, sung low in the dint, mysterious aisle." Quote, "Take thy banner, may it wave proudly o'er the good and brave, when the battle's distant wail breaks the Sabbath of our vale, when the cannon's music thrills to the hearts of those lone hills, when the spear in conflict shakes, and the strong lance shivering breaks. Take thy banner, and if e'er thou shouldst press the soldier's bier, and the muffled drum shall beat to the tread of mournful feet, then the crimson flag shall be martial cloak and shroud for thee." Close quote. The warrior took that banner proud, and it was his martial cloak and shroud. End footnote. In hand, pierced with a mortal wound, another foreign martyr to our dearly bought freedom. The cavalry dash having failed, that much of the general plan was blotted out. The feints may have been understood. It is said a sergeant of the Charleston Grenadiers deserted during the night of the 8th, and gave the whole plan of the attack to General Prevost, so that he knew just where to strengthen his lines. The feints were effectively checked by the garrison on the left, 28 of the Americans being killed, while Dion's column was stopped by the batteries near the river. This state of affairs allowed the whole of Maitland's force to protect the Spring Hill redoubt and that part of the line which was most threatened. The Spring Hill redoubt, as has been stated, was occupied by the South Carolina Regiment and a corps of dragoons. This circumstance may account for the fact that while the 350 Charleston militia occupied a most exposed position in the attacking column, only one man among them was killed and but 6 wounded. The battery on the left of this redoubt was garrisoned by grenadiers and marines. The attacking column now advanced boldly under the command of D'Estaing and Lincoln, the Americans consisting of 600 Continental troops and 350 Charleston militia being on the left, while the center and right were made up of the French forces. They were met with so severe and steady a fire that the head of the column was soon thrown into confusion. They endured this fire for 55 minutes, returning it as best they could, although many of the men had no opportunity to fire at all. 2 American standards and 1 French standard were placed on the British works, but their bearers were instantly killed. It being found impossible to carry any part of the works, a general retreat was ordered. Of the 600 Continental troops, more than 1/3 had fallen, and about 1/5 of the French. The Charleston militia had not suffered, though they had bravely borne their part in the assault, and it had certainly been no fault of theirs if their brethren behind the embankments had not fired upon them. Count d'Estaing had received 2 wounds, one in the thigh, and being unable to move, and was saved by the young naval lieutenant Truguet. Ramsay gives the losses of the battle as follows: French soldiers, 760, officers, 61, Americans, 312, total, 1,133. As the army began its retreat, Lieutenant Colonel Maitland, with the Grenadiers and Marines, who were incorporated with the Grenadiers, charged its rear with the purpose of accomplishing its annihilation. It was then that there occurred the most brilliant feat of that day, and one of the bravest ever performed by foreign troops in the American cause. In the army of d'Estaing was a legion of black and mulatto freedmen, known as Fontage Legion, commanded by Viscount de Fontage, a brave and experienced officer. The strength of this legion is given variously from 600 to over 800 men. This legion met the fierce charge of Maitland and saved the retreating army. In an official record prepared in Paris, now before me, are these words, quote, "This legion saved the army at Savannah by bravely covering its retreat. Among the blacks who rendered signal services at that time were André, Beauvais, Rigaud, Villatte, Beauregard, Lambert, who latterly became generals under the Convention, including Henri Christophe, the future king of Haiti." Close quote. This quotation is taken from a paper secured by the Honorable Richard Rush, our minister to Paris in 1849, and is preserved in the Pennsylvania Historical Society. Henri Christophe received a dangerous gunshot wound in Savannah. Balch says, in speaking of Fontage at Savannah, quote, "He commanded there a legion of mulattoes, according to my manuscript, of more than 800 men, and saved the army after the useless assault on the fortifications by bravely covering the retreat." Close quote. It was this legion that formed the connecting link between the siege of Savannah and the wide development of Republican liberty on the Western continent, which followed early in the present century. In order to show this connection and the sequences, it will be necessary to sketch in brief the history of this remarkable body of men, especially that of the prominent individuals who distinguished themselves at Savannah. In 1779, the French colony of St. Domingo was in a state of peace, the population then consisting of white slaveholders, mulatto and black freedmen, parentheses, affranchis, close parentheses, and slaves. Count d'Estaing received orders to recruit men from St. Domingo for the auxiliary army, and there being no question of color raised, received into the service a legion of colored freedmen. There had been for years a colored militia in St. Domingo, and as early as 1716, the Marquis de Chateaumorin, then governor of the colony, made one Vincent the captain general of all the colored militia in the vicinity of the Cape. This Captain Vincent died in 1780 at the reputed age of 120 years. He was certainly of great age, for he had been in the siege of Carthagena in 1697, was taken prisoner, afterwards liberated by exchange, and was presented to Louis XIV, and fought in the German war under Villars. Moreau de Saint-Méry, in his description of Vincent, incidentally mentions the Savannah expedition. He says, quote, "I saw him, (Vincent), the year preceding his death, recalling his ancient prowess to the men of color who were enrolling themselves for the expedition to Savannah, and showing in his descendants who were among the first to offer themselves that he had transmitted his valor. Vincent, the good Captain Vincent, had a most pleasing countenance, and the contrast of his black skin with his white hair produced an effect that always commanded respect." Close quote. The Haitian historian Anclus Robin says that when the call for volunteers reached St. Domingo, quote, 800 young freedmen, blacks and mulattoes, offered themselves to take part in the expedition, close quote. That they went and, quote, fought valiantly and returned to St. Domingo covered with glory, close quote. Madieu, another Haitian historian of the highest respectability, says, quote, "A crowd of young men, black and colored, enlisted with the French troops and left for the continent. They covered themselves with glory in the siege of Savannah, under the orders of Count d'Estaing." What effect this experience had upon these volunteers may be inferred from their subsequent history. Robin says, quote, "These men who contributed their mite toward American independence had still their mothers and sisters in slavery, and they themselves were subject to humiliating discriminations. Should not France have expected from that very moment that they would soon use in their own cause those very arms which they had learned so well to use in the interests of others?" Close quote. Madieu says, quote, "On their return to St. Domingo, they demanded for their brothers the enjoyment of political rights." Close quote. Beauvais went to Europe and served in the army of France, but returned to fight for liberty in Haiti, and was captain general in 1791. Rigaud, Lambert, and Christophe wrote their names not in the sand. These are the men who dared to stir St. Domingo, under whose influence Haiti became the first country of the New World, after the United States, to throw off European rule. The connection between the siege of Savannah and the independence of Haiti is traced, both as to its spirit and physically, through the Black Legion that on that occasion saved the American army. How this connection is traced to the republics of South America, I will allow a Haitian statesman and man of letters, honored both at home and abroad, to relate. I translate from a work published in Paris in 1885. Quote, "The illustrious Bolivar, liberator and founder of 5 republics in South America, undertook in 1811 his great work of shaking off the yoke of Spain, and of securing the independence of those immense countries which swelled the pride of the Catholic crown, but failed. Stripped of all resources, he took flight and repaired to Jamaica, where he implored in vain of the governor of that island the help of England. Almost in despair, and without means, he resolved to visit Haiti, and appeal to the generosity of the Black Republic for the help necessary to again undertake that work of liberation which had gone to pieces in his hands. Never was there a more solemn hour for any man, and that man the representative of the destiny of South America." could he hope for success? After the English, who had every interest in the destruction of Spanish colonial power, had treated him with so much indifference, could he hope that a newborn nation, weak, with microscopic territory, and still guarding anxiously its own ill-recognized independence, would risk itself in an enterprise hazardous as the one he represented? Full of doubt he came, but Pétion gave him a most cordial welcome. Taking the precautions that a legitimate sentiment of prudence dictated at that delicate moment of our national existence, the government of Port-au-Prince put to the disposition of the hero of Boyaca and Carabobo all the elements of which he had need, and Bolivar needed everything. Men, arms, and money were generously given him. Pétion did not wish to act openly for fear of compromising himself with the Spanish government. It was arranged that the men should embark secretly as volunteers, and that no mention of Haiti should ever be made in any official act of Venezuela." Close quote. Bolivar's first expedition with his Haitian volunteers was a failure. Returning to the island, he procured reinforcements and made a second descent, which was brilliantly successful. Haitian arms, money, and men turned Bolivar's disasters to victory, and the spirit of Western liberty marched on to the redemption of South America. The liberation of Mexico and all Central America followed as a matter of course, and the ground was thus cleared for the practical application of that continentalism enunciated in the Monroe Doctrine. The black men of the Antilles who fought in the siege of Savannah enjoy unquestionably the proud historical distinction of being the physical conductors that bore away from our altars the sacred fire of liberty to rekindle it in their own land, and also of becoming the humble but important link that served to unite the two Americas in the bond of enlightened independence. T. G. Steward, U.S.A. Note: in the preparation of the above paper, I have been greatly assisted by the Honorable L. J. Janvier, Chargé d'Affaires de Haiti, in London, by Right Reverend James Theodore Holly, Bishop of Haiti, and by Messieurs Charles and Frank Rudolph Steward, of Harvard University. To all of these gentlemen my thanks are here expressed. T. G. S. Paper read at the session of the Negro Academy, Washington, D.C., 1898. B. Extracts from Chapter 16, quote, "Negro Troops in the Rebellion," close quote, Williams. Adjutant General Thomas, in a letter to Senator Wilson, May 30, 1864, says, quote, "Experience proves that they manage heavy guns very well. Their fighting qualities have also been fully tested a number of times, and I am yet to hear of the first case where they did not fully stand up to their work." Close quote. Major General James G. Blunt, writing of the Battle of Honey Springs, Arkansas, said of Negro troops, quote, "The Negroes (parentheses, 1st Colored Regiment) close parentheses, were too much for the enemy, and let me here say that I never saw such fighting as was done by that Negro regiment. They fought like veterans, with a coolness and a valor that is unsurpassed. They preserved their line perfect throughout the whole engagement, and although in the hottest of the fight, they never once faltered. Too much praise cannot be awarded them for their gallantry. The question that Negroes will fight is settled. Besides, they make better soldiers in every respect than any troops I have ever had under my command." Close quote. General Thomas J. Morgan, speaking of the courage of Negro troops in the Battle of Nashville and its effect upon Major General George H. Thomas, says, quote, "Those who fell nearest the enemy's works were colored." General Thomas spoke very feelingly of the sight which met his eye as he rode over the field, and he confessed that the Negro had fully vindicated his bravery and wiped from his mind the last vestige of prejudice and doubt. Close quote. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Black Regulars of the Army of Invasion in the Spanish War. Organization of Negro regiments in the regular army. First move in the war. Chickamauga and Tampa. Note: altogether, the colored soldiers in the Civil War took part and sustained casualties in 251 different engagements, and came out of the prolonged conflict with their character so well established that up to the present hour they have been able to hold an important place in the regular army of the United States. No regiment of colored troops in the service was more renowned at the close of the war, or has secured a more advantageous position in the history of that period, than the 54th Massachusetts Regiment of Infantry. Recruited among the free colored people of the North, many of them coming from Ohio, it was remarkable for the intelligence and character of its men, and for the high purpose and noble bearing of its officers. Being granted but half the pay per month given to white soldiers, the regiment to a man for 18 months refused to receive 1 cent from the government. This was a spectacle that the country could not longer stand. 1,000 volunteers fighting the country's battles without any compensation rather than submit to a discrimination fatal to their manhood aroused such a sentiment that Congress was compelled to put them on the payroll on equal footing with all other soldiers. By them, the question of the black soldiers' pay and rations was settled in the Army of the United States for all time. Every soldier, indeed every man in the army, except the chaplain, now draws the pay of his grade without regard to color, hair, or race. By the time these lines reach the public eye, it is to be hoped that even the chaplain will be lifted from his exceptional position and given the pay belonging to his rank as captain. Parenthesis. February 2, 1901, the bill became a law giving chaplains the full pay of their grade. Close parenthesis. More than 185,000 blacks, all told, served in the Army of the Union during the War of the Rebellion, and the losses from their ranks of men killed in battle were as heavy as from the white troops. Their bravery was everywhere recognized, and in the short time in which they were employed, several rose to commissions. Perhaps the most notable act performed by a colored American during the war was the capture and delivery to the United States forces of the rebel steamer Planter by Robert Smalls of Charleston. Smalls was employed as pilot on the Planter, a rebel transport, and was entirely familiar with the harbors and inlets, of which there are many, on the South Atlantic coast. On May 13, 1862, the Planter came to her wharf in Charleston, and at night all the white officers went ashore, leaving a colored crew of 8 men on board in charge of Smalls. Smalls hastily got his wife and 3 children on board, and at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 14th, steamed out into the harbor, passing the Confederate forts by giving the proper signals, and when fairly out of reach, as daylight came, he ran up the Stars and Stripes and headed his course directly toward the Union fleet, into whose hands he soon surrendered himself and his ship. The act caused much favorable comment, and Robert Smalls became quite a hero. His subsequent career has been in keeping with the high promise indicated by this bold dash for liberty, and his name has received additional luster from gallant services performed in the war after, and in positions of distinguished honor and responsibility in civil life. The Planter, after being accepted by the United States, became a dispatch boat, and Smalls, demonstrating by skill and bravery his fitness for the position, was finally, as an act of imperative justice, made her commander. With the close of the Revolutionary War, the prejudice against the standing army was so great that the army was reduced to scarce 600 men, and the Negro as a soldier dropped out of existence. When the War of 1812 closed, sentiment with regard to the army had made but little advancement, and consequently no place in the service was left for Negro soldiers. In the Navy, the Negro still lingered, doing service in the lower grades, and keeping up the succession from the black heroes of '76 and 1812. When the War of the Rebellion closed, the country had advanced so far as to see both the necessity of a standing army and the fitness of the Negro to form a part of the army, and from this position it has never receded, and if the lessons of the Cuban campaign are rightly heeded, it is not likely to recede therefrom. The value of the regular army and of the black regular were both proven in an absolute demonstration in that thin line of blue that compelled the surrender of Santiago. In July 1866, Congress passed an act adding 8 new regiments of infantry and 4 of cavalry to the 19 regiments of infantry and 6 of cavalry, of which those arms of the regular army were at that time composed, thus making the permanent establishment to consist of 5 regiments of artillery, 27 of infantry, and 10 of cavalry. Of the 8 new infantry regiments to be formed, 4 were to be composed of colored men, and of the 4 proposed for the cavalry arm, 2 were to be of colored men. The President was empowered by the act also to appoint a chaplain for each of the 6 regiments of colored troops. Under this law, the 9th and 10th cavalry regiments were organized. In 1869, the infantry suffered further reduction, and the 4 colored regiments organized under the law of 1866 numbered respectively the 38th, 39th, 40th, and 41st, were consolidated into 2 regiments and numbered the 24th and 25th, the 38th and 41st becoming the former, and the 39th and 40th the latter. Previous to this consolidation, the numbers between the old 19th and the 38th, which was the lowest number borne by the new colored regiments, were filled in by dividing the old 3-battalion regiments in the service and making of the 2nd and 3rd battalions of these regiments new regiments. The whole infantry arm, by the law of 1869, was compressed into 25 regiments, and in that condition the Army remains to the present, to wit, footnote. The Army has been reorganized since. See Register. End footnote. 10 regiments of cavalry, 5 of artillery, and 25 of infantry. The number of men in a company and the number of companies in a regiment have varied greatly within the past few months. Just previous to the breaking out of the war, a regiment of infantry consisted of 8 companies of about 60 men each, and 2 skeletonized companies and the band, the whole organization carrying about 500 men. Now a regiment of infantry consists of 12 companies of 106 men each, and with the non-commissioned staff numbers 1,274 men. Since 1869, or for a period of 30 years, the colored American has been represented in the regular army by these 4 regiments, and during this time these regiments have borne more than their proportionate share in hard frontier service, including all sorts of Indian campaigning and much severe guard and fatigue duty. The men have conducted themselves so worthily as to receive from the highest military authority the credit of being among our best troops. General Miles and General Merritt. Footnote. Quote, "My experience in this direction since the war is beyond that of any officer of my rank in the Army. For 10 years I had the honor of being lieutenant colonel of the 9th Cavalry, and during most of that service I commanded garrisons composed in part of the 9th Cavalry and other organizations of cavalry and infantry. I have always found the colored race represented in the Army obedient, intelligent, and zealous in the discharge of duty, brave in battle, easily disciplined, and most efficient in the care of their horses, arms, and equipments. The non-commissioned officers have habitually shown the qualities for control in their position which marked them as faithful and sensible in the discharge of their duties. I take pleasure in bearing witness as above, in the interest of the race you represent." Close quote. Wesley Merritt. End footnote. With others who were active leaders in the Indian wars of the West, have been unstinting in their praise of the valor and skill of colored soldiers. They proved themselves not only good individual fighters, but in some instances non-commissioned officers exhibited marked coolness and ability in command. Footnote. See chapter on colored officers. End footnote. From 1869 to the beginning of the Hispano-American War, there were in the regular army at some time, as commissioned officers, the following colored men, all from West Point, all serving with the cavalry, and none rising higher than first lieutenant, viz., John H. Alexander, H. O. Flipper, and Charles Young. H. O. Flipper was dismissed, Alexander died, and Young became major in the volunteer service, and was placed in command of the 9th Battalion of Ohio Volunteers, discharging the duties of his position in such a manner as to command general satisfaction from his superior officers. Footnote. Young is now captain in the 9th Cavalry. T.G.S. End footnote. These colored men, while cadets at West Point, endured hardships disgraceful to their country, and when entering the Army, were not given that cordial welcome by their brother officers becoming an, quote, officer and gentleman, close quote, both to give and to receive. Of course, there were some noble exceptions, and this class of officers seems to be steadily increasing, so that now it is no longer necessary, even on the ground of expediency, to strive to adhere to the rule of only white men for army officers. Of Alexander and Young, it can be said that they have acquitted themselves well, the former enjoying the confidence and esteem of his associates up to the time of his early death, an event which caused deep regret, and the latter so impressing the governor of his state and the president as to secure for himself the responsible position which he, at the time of this writing, so worthily fills. Besides these line officers, 5 colored chaplains have been appointed, all of whom have served successfully, one, however, being dismissed by court-martial after many years of really meritorious service, an event to be regretted, but by no means without parallel. Brief sketches of the history of these 4 colored regiments, as well as of the others, have been recently made by members of them and published in the Journal of the Military Service Institution, and subsequently in a large and beautiful volume edited by Brigadier General Theo F. Rodenbaugh and Major William L. Haskin, published by the institution and designated, quote, "The Army of the United States," close quote, a most valuable book of reference. From the sketches contained therein, the following summary is given. The 24th Infantry was organized, as we have seen, from the 38th and 41st Regiments, these 2 regiments being at the time distributed in New Mexico, Louisiana, and Texas, and the regiment remained in Texas from the time of its organization in 1869 until 1880. Its first lieutenant colonel was William R. Shafter. It was from this regiment and the 10th Cavalry that the escort of Paymaster Wham was selected, which made so brave a stand against a band of robbers that attacked the paymaster, that several of them were given medals for distinguished gallantry, and others certificates of merit. The 25th Infantry was organized in New Orleans out of the 39th, that was brought from North Carolina for that purpose, and the 40th, that was then in Louisiana. It was organized during the month of April, 1869, and early in 1870 moved to Texas, where it remained 10 years. In 1880 it moved to the Department of Dakota, and remained in the Northwest until it took the road for the Cuban War. The 9th Cavalry was organized in New Orleans during the winter of 1866-67. Its first colonel was Edward Hatch, and its first lieutenant colonel Wesley Merritt. From 1867 to 1890, it was in almost constant Indian warfare, distinguishing itself by daring and hardihood. From 1890 to the opening of the Cuban War, it remained in Utah and Nebraska, engaging in but one important campaign, that against hostile Sioux during the winter of 1890-91, in which, says the historian, quote, "The regiment was the first in the field in November and the last to leave late in the following March, after spending the winter, the latter part of which was terrible in its severity, under canvas." Close quote. The 10th Cavalry was organized under the same law as was the 9th, and at the same place. Its place of rendezvous was Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, and its first colonel, Benjamin H. Grierson. This regiment was the backbone of the Geronimo campaign force, and it finally succeeded in the capture of that wily warrior. The regiment remained in the Southwest until 1893, when it moved to Montana, and remained there until ordered to Chickamauga for the war. These 4 regiments were finely officered, well drilled, and well experienced in camp and field, particularly the cavalry regiments, and it was of them that General Merritt said, quote, "I have always found them brave in battle." Close quote. With such training and experience, they were well fitted to take their place in that selected host of fighting men which afterwards became the 5th Army Corps, placed under the command of Major General William R. Shafter, the 1st Lieutenant Colonel of the 24th Infantry. When the news of the blowing up of our great battleship Maine in the harbor of Havana, with the almost total loss of her crew, flashed over the country, carrying sadness to hundreds of homes, and arousing feelings of deepest indignation, whether justly or unjustly, it was easy to predict that we should soon be involved in war with Spain. The Cuban question, already chronic, had by speeches of Senators Thurston and Proctor been brought to such a stage of aggravation that it needed only an incident to set the war element in motion. That incident was furnished by the destruction of the Maine. Thenceforth there was no power in the land sufficient to curb the rapidly swelling tide of popular hate, which manifested itself in the unchristian but truly significant mottos, quote, "Remember the Maine," close quote, "Avenge the Maine," close quote, and, quote, "To hell with Spain," close quote. These were the outbreathings of popular fury, and they represented a spirit quite like that of the mob, which was not to be yielded to implicitly, but which could not be directly opposed. The President did all in his power to stay this element of our population and to lead the country to a more befitting attitude. He and his advisers argued that Spain was to be resisted, and fought if necessary, not on account of the Maine, not in a spirit of revenge, but in the interest of humanity, and upon principles sanctioned even by our holy religion. On behalf of the starving reconcentrados, and in the aid of the noble Cuban patriot, we might justly arm and equip ourselves for the purpose of driving Spanish rule from the Western Hemisphere. This view appealed to all lovers of freedom, to all true patriots, and to the Christian and philanthropist. It also afforded a superb opportunity for the old leaders in the South, who were not entirely relieved from the taint of secession, to come out and reconsecrate themselves to the country and her flag. Hence, Southern statesmen, who were utterly opposed to Negroes or colored men having any share in ruling at home, became very enthusiastic over the aspirations of the colored Cuban patriots and soldiers. The supporters, followers, and in a sense devotees of Maceo and Gomez were worthy of our aid. The same men, actuated by the same principles, in the Carolinas, in Louisiana, or in Mississippi, would have been pronounced by the same authorities worthy of death. The nation was, however, led into war simply to liberate Cuba from the iniquitous and cruel yoke of Spain, and to save thousands of impoverished Cubans from death by starvation. Great care was taken not to recognize the Cuban government in any form, and it seemed to be understood that we were to do the fighting both with our navy and our army, the Cubans being invited to cooperate with us, rather than that we should cooperate with them. We were to be the liberators and saviors of a people crushed to the very gates of death. Such was the platform upon which our nation stood before the world when the first orders went forth for the mobilization of its forces of war. It was a position worthy of our history and character, and gave to our national flag a prouder meaning than ever. Its character as the emblem of freedom shone out with awe-inspiring brilliancy amid the concourse of nations. While there was such a clamor for war in the newspapers and in the public speeches of statesmen, both in and out of Congress, it is remarkable that the utmost serenity prevailed in the army. Officers and men were ready to fight if the stern necessity came, but they were not so eager for the death game as were the numerous editors whose papers were getting out extras every half hour. It was argued by the officers of rank that the main incident added nothing whatever to the Cuban question, that it did not involve the Spanish government, that the whole subject might well be left to arbitration, and full respect should be given to Spain's disclaimer. It was also held that to rush into a war, in order to prevent a few people from starving, might not relieve them, and at the same time would certainly cost the lives of many innocent men. Spain was revising her policy, and the benevolence of the United States would soon bring bread to the door of every needy Cuban. Such remarks and arguments as these were used by men who had fought through one war and were ready to fight through another if they must, but who were willing to go to any reasonable length to prevent it. And yet the men who used such arguments beforehand and manifested such a shrinking from carnage are among those to whom the short Spanish War brought distinction and promotion. To their honor be it said that the war which gave them fresh laurels was in no sense brought about through their instigation. As chaplain of the 25th Infantry, stationed with the headquarters of the regiment at Fort Missoula, where we had been for 10 years, the call for the war met me in the midst of my preparations for Easter service. One young man, then Private Thomas C. Butler, who was practicing a difficult solo for the occasion, before the year closed became a second lieutenant, having distinguished himself in battle. The janitor, who cared for my singing books, and who was my chief school teacher, Private French Payne, always polite and everywhere efficient, met his death from a Spanish bullet while on the reserve before bloody El Caney. It was on a bright day during the latter part of March, and near the close of the day, as I was looking out of the front window of my quarters, that I saw the trumpeter of the guard come out of the adjutant's office with a dispatch in his hand and start on a brisk run toward the quarters of the commanding officer. I immediately divined what was in the wind, but kept quiet. In a few minutes, quote, "officer's call," close quote, was sounded, and all the officers of the post hastened to the administration building to learn the news. When all were assembled, the commanding officer desired to know of each company officer how much time he would need to have his company ready to move from the post to go to a permanent station elsewhere, and from all officers how much time they would require to have their families ready to quit the station. The answers generally were that all could be ready within a week. It was finally agreed, however, to ask for 10 days. Immediately the work of preparation began, although none knew where the regiment was to go. At this time the order, so far as was understood at the garrison, was that 2 companies were to go to Key West, Florida, and the other companies of the regiment to Dry Tortugas. One officer, Lieutenant V.A. Caldell, early saw through the haze and said, quote, "It means that we will all eventually land in Cuba." Close quote. While we were packing, rumors flew through the garrison, as indeed through the country, thick and fast, and our destination was changed 3 or 4 times a day. 1 hour we would be going to Key West, the next to St. Augustine, the next to Tortugas. In this confusion I asked an old frontier officer where he thought we would really go. Regarding himself as an indicator, and always capable of seeing the amusing side of a subject, he replied, quote, "I pint toward Texas." Close quote. Such was the state of uncertainty as to destination, and yet all the time the greatest activity prevailed in making ready for departure. Finally, definite orders came that we were to store our furniture in the large gymnasium hall at the post, and prepare to go in camp at Chickamauga Park, Georgia. Our regiment was at the time stationed as follows: headquarters, 4 companies, and the band at Fort Missoula, 2 companies at Fort Harrison, near Helena, and 2 companies at Fort Assiniboine, all in Montana. The arrangements contemplated moving the regiment in 2 sections, one composed of the Missoula troops to go over the Northern Pacific Railroad, the other of the Fort Harrison and Fort Assiniboine troops to go over the Great Northern Railroad, all to arrive in St. Paul at about the same time. On the 10th of April, Easter Sunday, the battalion at Fort Missoula marched out of post quite early in the morning, and at Bitterroot Station took the cars for their long journey. Officers and men were all furnished sleeping accommodations on the train. Arriving in the city of Missoula, for the gratifications of the citizens, and perhaps to avoid strain on the bridge crossing the Missoula River, the men were disembarked from the train and marched through the principal streets to the depot, the citizens generally turning out to see them off. Many were the compliments paid officers and men by the good people of Missoula, none perhaps more pleasing than that furnished by a written testimonial to the regret experienced at the departure of the regiment, signed by all the ministers of the city. As the 25th was the first regiment to move in the preparation for war, its progress from Montana to Chickamauga was a marked event, attracting the attention of both the daily and illustrated press. All along the route they were greeted with enthusiastic crowds who fully believed the war with Spain had begun. In St. Paul, in Chicago, in Terre Haute, in Nashville, and in Chattanooga the crowds assembled to greet the black regulars, who were the first to bear forward the starry banner of union and freedom against a foreign foe. What could be more significant, or more fitting, than that these black soldiers, drilled up to the highest standard of modern warfare, cool, brave, and confident, themselves a proof of American liberty, should be called first to the front in a war against oppression? Their martial tread and fearless bearing proclaimed what the better genius of our great government meant for all men dwelling beneath the protection of its honored flag. As the 25th Infantry was the first regiment to leave its station, so 6 companies of it were first to go into camp on the historic grounds of Chickamauga. 2 companies were separated from the regiment at Chattanooga and forwarded to Key West, where they took station under the command of Lieutenant Colonel A.S. Daggett. The remaining 6 companies, under the command of Colonel A.S. Burt, were conducted by General Boynton to a choice spot on the grounds, where they pitched camp, their tents being the first erected in that mobilization of troops which preceded the Cuban invasion, and theirs being really the first camp of the war. Soon came the 9th Cavalry, the 10th Cavalry, and the 24th Infantry. While these were assembling, there arrived on the ground also many white regiments, cavalry, artillery, and infantry, and it was pleasing to see the fraternity that prevailed among black and white regulars. This was especially noticeable between the 25th and the 12th. In brigading the regiments, no attention whatever was paid to the race or color of the men. The black infantry regiments were placed in 2 brigades, and the black cavalry likewise, and they can be followed through the fortunes of the war in the official records by their regimental numbers. During their stay in Chickamauga and at Key West and Tampa, the Southern newspapers indulged in considerable malicious abuse of colored soldiers, and some people of this section made complaints of their conduct. But the previous good character of the regiments, and the violent tone of the accusations, taken together with the well-known prejudices of the Southern people, prevented their complaints from having very great weight. The black soldiers held their place in the army chosen for the invasion of Cuba, and for that purpose were soon ordered to assemble in Tampa. From the 10th of April, when the war movement began with the march of the 25th Infantry out of its Montana stations, until June 14th, when the Army of Invasion cleared Tampa for Cuba, not quite 2 months, the whole energy of the War Department had been employed in preparing the Army for the work before it. The beginning of the war is officially given as April 21st, from which time onward it was declared a state of war existed between Spain and the United States. But warlike movements on our side were begun fully 10 days earlier, and begun with a grim definiteness that presaged much more than a practice march or spring maneuver. After arriving at Chickamauga, all heavy baggage was shipped away for storage, and all officers and men were required to reduce their field equipage to the minimum, the object being to have the least possible amount of luggage, in order that the greatest possible amount of fighting material might be carried. Even with all this preparation going on, some officers were indulging the hope that the troops might remain in camps, perfecting themselves in drill, until September or October, before they should be called upon to embark for Cuba. This, however, was not to be, and it is perhaps well that it was not, as the suffering and mortality in the home camps were almost equal to that endured by the troops in Cuba. The suffering at home also seemed more disheartening, because it appeared to be useless, and could not be charged to any important changes in conditions or climate. It was perhaps in the interest of humanity that this war, waged for humanity's sake, should have been pushed forward from its first step to its last with the greatest possible dispatch, and that just enough men on our side were sent to the front, and no more. It is still a good saying that all is well that ends well. The Chickamauga and Chattanooga National Military Park, the place where our troops assembled on their march to Cuba, beautified by nature, especially in the full season of spring when the black soldiers arrived there, and adorned also by art, has, next to Gettysburg, the most prominent place among the historic battlefields of the Civil War. As a park, it was established by an act of Congress approved August 19, 1890, and contains 7,000 acres of rolling land, partly cleared and partly covered with oak and pine timber. Beautiful broad roads wind their way to all parts of the ground, along which are placed large tablets recording the events of those dreadful days in the autumn of 1863, when Americans faced Americans in bloody, determined strife. Monuments, judiciously placed, speak with a mute eloquence to the passer-by, and tell of the valor displayed by some regiment or battery, or point to the spot where some lofty hero gave up his life. The whole park is a monument, however, and its definite purpose is to preserve and suitably mark, quote, for historical and professional military study, the fields of some of the most remarkable maneuvers and most brilliant fighting in the War of the Rebellion, close quote. The battles commemorated by this great park are those of Chickamauga, fought on September 19–20, and the battles around Chattanooga, November 23–25, 1863. The Battle of Chickamauga was fought by the Army of the Cumberland, commanded by Major General W.S. Rosecrans on the Union side, and the Army of Tennessee, commanded by General Braxton Bragg, on the side of the Confederates. The total effective strength of the Union forces in this battle was little less than 60,000 men, that of the Confederates about 70,000. The total Union loss was 16,179 men, a number about equal to the army led by Shatter against Santiago. Of the number reported as lost, 1,656 were killed, or as many as were lost in killed, wounded, and missing in the Cuban campaign. The Confederate losses were 17,804, 2,389 being killed, making on both sides a total killed of 4,045, equivalent to the entire voting population of a city of over 20,000 inhabitants. General Grant, who commanded the Union forces in the battles around Chattanooga, thus sums up the results. Quote, in this battle, the Union Army numbered in round figures about 60,000 men. We lost 752 killed, 4,713 wounded, and 350 captured or missing. The rebel loss was much greater in the aggregate, as we captured and sent north to be rationed there over 6,100 prisoners, 40 pieces of artillery, over 7,000 stands of small arms, many caissons, artillery wagons, and baggage wagons fell into our hands. The probabilities are that our loss in killed was the heavier, as we were the attacking party. The enemy reported his loss in killed at 361, but as he reported his missing at 4,146, while we held over 6,000 of them as prisoners, and there must have been hundreds, if not thousands, who deserted, but little reliance can be placed upon this report. Close quote. In the Battle of Chickamauga, when, quote, 4/5 of the Union Army had crumbled into wild confusion, close quote, and Rosecrans was intent only on saving the fragments, General Thomas, who had commanded the Federal left during the 2 days' conflict and had borne the brunt of the fight, still held his position. To him General James A. Garfield reported. General Gordon Granger, without orders, brought up the reserves, and Thomas, replacing his lines, held the ground until nightfall, when he was joined by Sheridan. Bragg won and held the field, but Thomas effectually blocked his way to Chattanooga, securing to himself immediately the title of the, quote, Rock of Chickamauga, close quote. His wonderful resolution stayed the tide of a victory dearly bought and actually won, and prevented the victors from grasping the object for which they had fought. In honor of this stubborn valor, and in recognition of this high expression of American tenacity, the camp established in Chickamauga Park by the assembling army was called Camp George H. Thomas. The stay of the colored regulars at Camp George H. Thomas was short, but it was long enough for certain newspapers of Chattanooga to give expression to their dislike to Negro troops in general, and to those in their proximity especially. The Washington Post also, ever faithful to its unsavory trust, lent its influence to this work of defamation. The leading papers, however, of both Chattanooga and the South generally, spoke out in rather conciliatory and patronizing tones, and, quote, sought to restrain the people of their section from compromising their brilliant display of patriotism by contemptuous flings at the nation's true and tried soldiers, close quote. The 24th Infantry and the 9th Cavalry soon left for Tampa, Florida, whither they were followed by the 10th Cavalry and the 25th Infantry, thus bringing the entire colored element of the army together to prepare for embarkation. The work done at Tampa is thus described officially by Lieutenant Colonel Daggett in general orders addressed to the 25th Infantry, which he at that time commanded. On August 11th, with headquarters near Santiago, after the great battles had been fought and won, he thus reviewed the work of the regiment. Quote, gathered from 3 different stations, many of you strangers to each other, you assembled as a regiment for the first time in more than 28 years on May 7, 1898, at Tampa, Florida. There you endeavored to solidify and prepare yourselves, as far as the oppressive weather would permit, for the work that appeared to be before you. Close quote. What is here said of the 25th might have been said with equal propriety of all the regular troops assembled at Tampa. In the meantime, events were ripening with great rapidity. The historic, quote, first gun, close quote, had been fired, and the United States made the first naval capture of the war on April 22, the coast trader Buenaventura having surrendered to the American gunboat Nashville. On the same day the blockade of Cuban ports was declared, and on the day following a call was issued for 125,000 volunteers. On May 20th, the news that a Spanish fleet under command of Admiral Cervera had arrived at Santiago was officially confirmed, and a speedy movement to Cuba was determined upon. Almost the entire regular army, with several volunteer regiments, were organized into an army of invasion and placed under the command of Major General W.R. Shafter, with orders to prepare immediately for embarkation, and on the 7th and 10th of June, this army went on board the transports. For 7 days the troops lay cooped up on the vessels awaiting orders to sail, a rumor having gained circulation that certain Spanish gunboats were hovering around in Cuban waters, awaiting to swoop down upon the crowded transports. While the army of invasion was sweltering in the ships lying at anchor off Port Tampa, a small body of American Marines made a landing at Guantanamo, and on June 12th fought the first battle between Americans and Spaniards on Cuban soil. In this first battle, 4 Americans were killed. The next day, June 13th, General Shafter's army containing the 4 colored regiments, excepting those left behind to guard property, sailed for Cuba. Footnote: the colored regulars were embarked on the following named ships: the 9th Cavalry on the Miami, in company with the 6th Infantry, the 10th Cavalry on the Leona, in company with the 1st Cavalry, the 24th Infantry on the City of Washington, in company with 1 battalion of the 21st Infantry, the 25th Infantry on board the Concho, in company with the 4th Infantry. End footnote. The whole number of men and officers in the expedition, including those that came on transports from Mobile, amounted to about 17,000 men, loaded on 27 transports. The colored regiments were assigned to brigades as follows. The 9th Cavalry was joined with the 3rd and 6th Cavalry and placed under command of Colonel Carroll. The 10th Cavalry was joined with the Rough Riders and 1st Regular Cavalry and fell under the command of General Young. The 24th Infantry was joined with the 9th and 13th Infantry, and the brigade placed under command of Colonel Worth and assigned to the division commanded by General Kent, who, until his promotion as Brigadier General of Volunteers, had been colonel of the 24th. The 25th Infantry was joined with the 1st and 4th Infantry, and the brigade placed under the command of Colonel Evans Miles, who had formerly been major of the 25th. All of the colored regiments were thus happily placed so that they should be in pleasant soldierly competition with the very best troops in the country ever put in the field, and this arrangement at the start proves how strongly the black regular had entrenched himself in the confidence of our great commanders. Thus sailed from Port Tampa the major part of our little army of trained and seasoned soldiers, representative of the skill and daring of the nation. Footnote: see note at the close of this chapter. End footnote. In physique, almost every man was an athlete, and while but few had seen actual war beyond an occasional skirmish with Indians, all excepting the few volunteers had passed through a long process of training in the various details of marching, camping, and fighting in their annual exercises in minor tactics. For the first time in history, the nation is going abroad by its army to occupy the territory of a foreign foe in a contest with a transatlantic power. The unsuccessful invasions of Canada during the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812 can hardly be brought in comparison with this movement oversea. The departure of Decatur with his 9 ships of war to the Barbary States had in view only the establishment of proper civil relations between those petty, half-civilized countries and the United States. The sailing of General Shafter's army was only one movement in a comprehensive war against the Kingdom of Spain. More than a month earlier, Commodore Dewey, acting under orders, had destroyed a fleet of 11 warships in the Philippines. The purpose of the war was to relieve the Cubans from an inhumane warfare with their mother country, and to restore to that unhappy island a stable government in harmony with the ideas of liberty and justice. Up to the breaking out of the Spanish War, the American policy with respect to Europe had been one of isolation. Some efforts had been made to consolidate the sentiment of the Western world, but it had never been successful. the fraternity of the American republics and the attempted construction of a pan-American policy had been thus far unfulfilled dreams. Canada was much nearer to the United States, geographically and socially, than even Mexico, although the latter is a republic. England, in Europe, was nearer than Brazil. The day came in 1898 when the United States could no longer remain in political seclusion, nor bury herself in an impossible federation. Washington's advice against becoming involved in European affairs, as well as the direct corollary of the Monroe Doctrine, were to be laid aside, and the United States was to speak out to the world. The business of a European nation had become our business. In the face of all the world, we resolved to invade her territory in the interest of humanity, to face about upon our own traditions, and dare the opinions and arms of the transatlantic world by openly launching upon the new policy of armed intervention in another's quarrel. While the troops were mobilizing at Tampa preparatory to embarking for Cuba, the question came up as to why there were no colored men in the artillery arm of the service, and the answer given by a regular army officer was that the Negro had not brains enough for the management of heavy guns. It was a trifling assertion, of course, but at this period of the Negro's history it must not be allowed to pass unnoticed. We know that white men of all races and nationalities can serve big guns, and if the Negro cannot, it must be because of some marked difference between him and them. The officer said it was a difference in, quote, brains, close quote, i.e., a mental difference. Just how the problem of aiming and firing a big gun differs from that of aiming and firing small arms is not so easily explained. In both, the questions of velocity, gravitation, wind, and resistance are to be considered, and these are largely settled by mechanism, the adjustment of which is readily learned. Hence, the assumption that a Negro cannot learn it is purely gratuitous. Several of the best rifle shots known on this continent are Negroes, and it was a Negro who summarized the whole philosophy of rifle shooting in the statement that it all consists in knowing where to aim and how to pull, in knowing just what value to assign to gravitation, drift of the bullet, and force of the wind, and then in being able to pull the trigger of the piece without disturbing the aim thus judiciously determined. This includes all there is in the final science and art of firing a rifle. If the Negro can thus master the revolver, the carbine, and the rifle, why may not he master the field piece or the siege gun? But an ounce of fact in such things is worth more than many volumes of idle speculation, and it is remarkable that facts so recent, so numerous, and so near at hand should escape the notice of those who question the Negro's ability to serve the artillery organizations. Negro artillery, both light and heavy, fought in 15 battles in the Civil War with average effectiveness, and some of those who fought against them must either admit the value of the Negro artilleryman or acknowledge their own inefficiency. General Fitzhugh Lee failed to capture a Negro battery after making most vigorous attempts to that end. This attempt to raise a doubt as to the Negro's ability to serve in the artillery arm is akin to, and less excusable than, that other groundless assertion that Negro officers cannot command troops, an assertion which in this country amounts to saying that the United States cannot command its army. Both of these assertions have been emphatically answered in fact, the former as shown above, and the latter as will be shown later in this volume. These assertions are only temporary covers, behind which discomfited and retreating prejudice is able to make a brief stand, while the black hero of 500 battlefields marches proudly by, disdaining to lower his gun to fire a shot on a foe so unworthy. When the 2nd of Massachusetts Volunteers sent up their hearty cheers of welcome to the gallant old 25th, as that solid column fresh from El Caney swung past its camp, I remarked to Sergeant Harris of the 25th, quote, "These men think you are soldiers," close quote. Quote, "They know we are soldiers," close quote, was his reply. When the people of this country, like the members of that Massachusetts regiment, come to know that its black men in uniform are soldiers, plain soldiers, with the same interests and feelings as other soldiers, of as much value to the government, and entitled from it to the same attention and rewards, then a great step toward the solution of the prodigious problem now confronting us will have been taken. Note, quote, "I have often heard that the physique of the men of our regular army was very remarkable, but the first time I saw any large body of them, which was at Tampa, they surpassed my highest expectations. It is not, however, to be wondered at, for every recruit who is accepted, on the average 34 are rejected, and that, of course, the men who present themselves to the recruiting officer already represent a physical, quote, elite, close quote, but it was very pleasant to see and be assured, as I was at Tampa, by the evidences of my own eyes and the tape measure, that there is not a guard regiment of either the Russian, German, or English army, of whose remarkable physique we have heard so much, that can compare physically not with the best of our men, but simply with the average of the men of our regular army." Close quote. Bonsal. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Brief Sketch of Spanish History. The following brief sketch of Spain, its era of greatness, the causes leading thereto, and the reasons for its rapid decline, will be of interest to the reader at this point in the narrative, as it will bring into view the other side of the impending conflict. Spain, the first in rank among the second-rate powers of Europe, by reason of her possessions in the West Indies, especially Cuba, may be regarded as quite a near neighbor, and because of her connection with the discovery and settlement of the continent, as well as the commanding part she at one time played in the world's politics, her history cannot but awaken within the breasts of Americans a most lively interest. As a geographical and political fact, Spain dates from the earliest times, and the Spanish people gather within themselves the blood and traditions of the three great continents of the Old World, Europe, Asia, and Africa, united to produce the mighty Spaniard of the 15th and 16th centuries. It would be an interesting subject for the anthropologist to trace the construction of that people who are so often spoken of as possessing the pure blood of Castile, and as the facts should be brought to view, another proud fiction would dissipate in thin air, as we should see the Spaniard arising to take his place among the most mixed of mankind. The Spain that we are considering now is the Spain that gradually emerged from a chaos of conflicting elements into the unity of a Christian nation. The dismal war between creeds gave way to the greater conflict between religions, when cross and crescent contended for supremacy, and this too had passed. The four stalwart Christian provinces of Leon, Castile, Aragon, and Navarre had become the four pillars of support to a national throne, and Ferdinand and Isabella were reigning. Spain has now apparently passed the Narrows and is crossing the bar with prow set toward the open sea. She ends her war with the Moors at the same time that England ends her Wars of the Roses, and the Battle of Bosworth's Field may be classed with the capitulation of Granada. Both nations confront a future of about equal promise, and may be rated as on an equal footing, as this new era of the world opens to view. What was this new era? Printing had been invented, commerce had arisen, gunpowder had come into use, the feudal system was passing, royal authority had become paramount, and Spain was giving to the world its first lessons in what was early stigmatized as the, quote, knavish calling of diplomacy, close quote. Now began the halcyon days of Spain, and what a breed of men she produced. Read the story of their conquests in Mexico and Peru, as told with so much skill and taste by our own Prescott, or read of the grandeur of her national character and the wonderful valor of her troops, and the almost marvelous skill of her Alexander of Parma, and her Spinola, as described by our great Motley, and you will see something of the moral and national glory of that Spain which under Charles V and Philip II awed the world into respectful silence. Who but men of iron, under a commander of steel, could have conducted to a successful issue the awful siege of Antwerp, and by a discipline more dreadful than death, kept for so many years armed control of the country of the brave Netherlanders? A Farnese was there, who could support and command an army, carry Philip and his puerile idiosyncrasies upon his back, and meet the fury of an outraged people who were fighting on their own soil for all that man holds dear. Never was wretched cause so ably led, never were such splendid talents so unworthily employed. Alexander of Parma, Cortes, the Pizarros, were representatives of that form of human character that Spain especially developed. Skill and daring were brought out in dazzling splendor, and success followed their movements. Take a brief survey of the empire under Charles V, himself Emperor of Germany, his son married to the Queen of England, Turkey repulsed, France humbled, and all Europe practically within his grasp. And what was Spain outside of Europe? In America she possessed territory covering 60 degrees of latitude, owning Mexico, Central America, Venezuela, New Granada, Peru, and Chile, with vast parts of North America, and the islands of Cuba, Jamaica, and Santo Domingo. In Africa and Asia, She had large possessions. In a word, the energies of the world were at her feet. The silver and gold of America, the manufactures and commerce of the Netherlands, combined to make her the richest of nations. The limits of the present purpose do not permit an exhaustive presentation of her material strength in detail, nor are the means at hand for making such an exhibit. We must be content with a general picture, quoted directly from Motley. He says, quote, "Look at the broad, magnificent Spanish peninsula, stretching across 8 degrees of latitude and 10 of longitude, commanding the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, with a genial climate, warmed in winter by the vast furnace of Africa, and protected from the scorching heats of summer by shady mountain and forest, and temperate breezes from either ocean. A generous southern territory flowing with oil and wine, and all the richest gifts of a bountiful nature, splendid cities, the new and daily expanding Madrid, rich in the trophies of the most artistic period of the modern world, Cadiz, as populous at that day as London, seated by the straits where the ancient and modern systems of traffic were blending like the mingling of 2 oceans, Granada, the ancient, wealthy seat of the fallen Moors, Toledo, Valladolid, and Lisbon, chief city of the recently conquered kingdom of Portugal, counting with its suburbs a larger population than any city excepting Paris in Europe, the mother of distant colonies, and the capital of the rapidly developing traffic with both the Indies. These were some of the treasures of Spain herself. But she possessed Sicily also, the better portion of Italy, and important dependencies in Africa, while the famous maritime discoveries of the age had all inured to her aggrandizement. The world seems suddenly to have expanded its wings from east to west, only to bear the fortunate Spanish Empire to the most dizzy heights of wealth and power. The most accomplished generals, the most disciplined and daring infantry the world has ever known, the best equipped and most extensive navy, royal and mercantile, of the age, were at the absolute command of the sovereign. Such was Spain." Close quote. Such is not Spain today. A quite recent writer, speaking of Spain before the war, said that although Spain in extent holds the 6th place in the European states, quote, "it really now subsists merely by the sufferance of stronger nations." Close quote. Thus has that nation, which 3 centuries ago dominated the world, lost its position and its energy. Without attempting to sketch chronologically either this rise or this decline, let us rather direct our efforts to an inquiry into the causes of both the one and the other. In attempting to explain the greatness of Spain, we must give first place to the vigor of the Spanish race. The great Spaniard was a mighty compound. He had the blood of Rome mingled with the awful torrent that gave birth to the soulless Goths and Vandals. In him also flowed the hot blood of the Moors. He was both sturdy and fiery. He had the fervor of the South with the tenacity of the North, the pride of the Roman with the passion of the Moor. The Spanish race was emphatically a rich race. And then we must remember that this race had been forged in war. Century after century, from the earliest times, they had lived with their arms in their hands. First came the long war between the Arian Vandals and the Trinitarian natives, then the 700-year war with the followers of Muhammad. The whole mission of life to them was to fight. Naturally, there was developed in the people at large the most complete unification and subjection. Individualism gave place almost entirely to the common weal, and the spectacle was presented of a nation with no political questions. Macaulay maintains that human nature is such that aggregations of men will always show the two principles of radicalism and conservatism, and that two parties will exist in consequence, one composed of those who are ever looking to a brighter future, the other of those who are ever seeking to restore a delightful past. But no such phenomena appear in the ascending period of Spain's history. The whole nation moved as an organized army, steadily forward until its zenith was reached. This solidity was a marked element of its strength. Mr. Buckle recognizes this, and accounts for the harmonious movements of the nation by the influence of two leading principles, which he is pleased to call superstition and loyalty. The Arab invasion had pressed upon the Christians with such force that it was only by the strictest discipline that the latter had managed to survive. To secure such discipline, and at the same time supply the people with the steady enthusiasm necessary to support a war from century to century, all the terrors and all the glories that could be derived from religion were employed. The church and the state, the prince and the priest, became as one, and loyalty and religion, devotion to the standard and to the cross, were but different names for the same principles and actions. Hence Spain emerged to greatness without the least dream of liberty of either person, conscience, or thought. Her rallying cry was, "For the prince and the church," not "For God and liberty." She went up to greatness the most loyal and the most religious of nations, but liberty, justice, and truth were not upon her banners. Look over the territory settled and conquered by her, and what do we see? Columbus, sailing under Spain, names the first land he discovers San Salvador. The first settlement made in this country is St. Augustine. The second, Santa Fe. Look down over the southern half of our continent, and such names as Espirito Santo, Corpus Christi, San Diego, San Juan, San Jose, San Domingo, attest the religious zeal of the conquerors. They were missionaries of the cross, robbing the people of their gold and paying them off with religion. Steadfast in the faith and sturdy in her loyalty, Spain resisted all innovations with respect to her religious beliefs, and all insurrections against her government. Her Alva and her Torquemada but illustrated how strong was her conservatism, while her Isabella and her Philip II show how grand and comprehensive and how persistent was her aggressiveness, under the idea of spreading and upholding the true faith. She not only meant to hold all she had of wealth and power, but she aspired to universal dominion. Already chief, she desired to be sole, and this in the interest and name of the Holy Church. The Reformation did not disturb Spain. It was crushed out within 20 years. The spirit of liberty that had been growing in England since Bosworth's Field, and that was manifesting itself in Germany and the Netherlands, and that had begun to quiver even in France, did not dare stir itself in Spain. Spain was united, or rather, was solidity itself, and this solidity was both its strength and its death. England was not so united, and England went steadily onward and upward, but Spain's unity destroyed her, because it practically destroyed individualism and presented the strange paradox of a strong nation of weak men. As a machine, Spain in the 16th century was a marvel of power. As an aggregation of thinking men, it was even then contemptible. Ferdinand, Charles V, and Philip II were able and illustrious rulers, and they appeared at a time when their several characters could tell on the immediate fortunes of Spain. They were warriors, and the nation was entirely warlike. During this period, the Spaniard overran the earth, not that he might till the soil, but that he might rob the man who did. With one hand he was raking in the gold and silver of Mexico and Peru, with the other confiscating the profits of the trade and manufactures of the Low Countries, all in the name of the great God and saints. How was Spain overthrown? The answer is a short one. Spain, under Philip II, staked her all upon a religious war against the awakening age. She met the Reformation within her own borders and extinguished it, but thought had broken loose from its chains and was abroad in the earth. England had turned Protestant, and Elizabeth was on the throne. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, indeed all countries except Spain and Italy, had heard the echoes from Luther's trumpet blast. Italy furnished the religion, and Spain the powder, in this unequal fight between the old and the new. Spain was not merely the representative of the old, she was the old, and she armed her whole strength in its behalf. Here was a religion separated from all moral principle and devoid of all softening sentiment, its most appropriate formula being death to all heretics. Death, not to tyrants, not to oppressors, not to robbers and men-stealers, but death to heretics. It was this that equipped her armada. The people were too loyal and too pious to think, and so were hurled in a solid mass against the armed thought of the coming age, and a mighty nation crumbled as in a day. With the destruction of her armada, her warlike ascendancy passed, and she had nothing to put in its place. She had not tillers of the soil, mechanics, or skilled merchants. Business was taking the place of war all over the world, but Spain knew only religion and war, and hence worsted in her only field, she was doomed. From the days of Philip II her decline was rapid. Her territory slipped from her as rapidly as it had been acquired. Her great domains on our soil are now the seat of thriving communities of English-speaking people. The whole continent of South America has thrown off her yoke, though still retaining her language, and our troops now embarked from Port Tampa are destined to wrest from her the two only remaining colonies subject to her sway in the Western world, Cuba and Puerto Rico. With all her losses hitherto, Spain has not learned wisdom. Antagonistic to truth and liberty, she seems to sit in the shadow of death, hugging the delusions that have betrayed her, while all other people of earth are pressing onward toward light and liberty. The struggle in Cuba had been going on for years, and in that colony of less than 2 millions of inhabitants, many of whom were Spaniards, there was now an army 4 times as large as the standing army of the United States. Against this army and against the government of Spain, a revolt had been carried on previous to the present outbreak for a period of 10 years, and which had been settled by concessions on the part of the home government. The present revolt was of 2 years' standing when our government decided to interfere. The Cubans had maintained disorder if they had not carried on war, and they had declined to be pacified. In their army they experienced no color difficulties. Gomez, Maceo, and Quintin Banderas were generals honored and loved, Maceo especially coming to be the hero and idol of the insurgents of all classes. And it can truthfully be said that no man in either the Cuban or Spanish army, in all the Cuban struggle previous to our intervention, has earned a loftier fame as patriot, soldier, and man of noble mold than Antonio Maceo. Cuba, by far the most advanced of all the West Indian colonies, Cuba, essentially Spanish, was destined to be the battleground between our troops and the veterans of Spain. The question to be settled was that of Spain's sovereignty. Spain's right to rule over the colonies of Cuba and Puerto Rico was disputed by the United States, and this question, and this alone, is to be settled by force of arms. Further than this, the issue does not go. The dictum of America is, Spain shall not rule. The questions of annexation, expansion, and imperialism were not before us as we launched our forces to drive Spain out of the West Indies. The Cuban flag was closely associated with our own standard popularly, and, quote, Cuba Libre, close quote, was a widespread sentiment in June 1898. Quote, we are ready to help the Cubans gain their liberty, close quote, was the honest expression of thousands who felt they were going forward in a war for others. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Passage, Landing, and First Battle in Cuba, Part 1. The 10th Cavalry at Guasimas. The, quote, rescue of the Rough Riders, close quote. Was there an ambush? Notes. Quote, the passage to Santiago was generally smooth and uneventful, close quote, says General Shafter in his official report. But when the fact is called to mind that the men had been on board a week before sailing, and were a week more on the passage, and that, quote, the conveniences on many of the transports, in the nature of sleeping accommodations, space for exercise, closet accommodations, etc., were not all that could have been desired, close quote, and that the opinion was general throughout the army that the travel ration was faulty, it cannot be doubted that the trip was a sore trial to the enlisted men at least. The monotonous days passed in the harbor at Port Tampa, while waiting for orders to sail, were unusually trying to the men. They were relieved somewhat by bathing, swimming, gaming, and chatting on the coming events. A soldier who was in one of the colored regiments describes the inside life of one of the transports as follows. Quote, "After some miles of railroad travel and much hustling, we were put on board the transport. I say on board, but it is simply because we cannot use the terms underboard. We were huddled together below 2 other regiments and under the waterline in the dirtiest, closest, most sickening place imaginable. For about 15 days we were on the water in this dirty hole, but being soldiers we were compelled to accept this without a murmur. We ate corned beef and canned tomatoes with our hard bread until we were anything but halfway pleased. In the 5th or 6th day out to sea, the water furnished us became muddy or dirty and well flavored with salt, and remained so during the rest of our journey. Then the ship's cooks, knowing well our condition, made it convenient to themselves to sell us a glass of clean ice water and a small piece of bread and tainted meat for the sum of 75 cents, or $1, as the case might be." Close quote. A passage from Port Tampa, around the eastern end of Cuba, through the Windward Passage, even in June is ordinarily pleasant. On the deck of a clean steamer, protected from the sun's rays by a friendly awning, it may be put down as nearly an ideal pleasure trip. But crowded into freight ships as these men were, many of them clad in thick and uncomfortable clothing, reduced to the uninviting travel ration, compelled to spend most of the time below decks, occupied with thoughts of home and friends, and beset with forebodings of coming events, it was very far from being to them a pastime. Of the thousands who are going to Cuba to magnify the American flag, not all will return. Occasionally the gay music of the bands would relieve the dull routine and cause the spirits to rise under the effects of some enlivening waltz or stirring patriotic air. Or entering a school of flying fish, the men would be entertained to see these broad-finned creatures dart from the waves like arrows from the bow, and after a graceful flight of perhaps near 200 yards, drop again into the sea. But taken all together, it was a voyage that furnishes little for the historian. The transports were so arranged as to present an interesting and picturesque spectacle as they departed from our shores on their ocean march. Forming in 3 columns, with a distance of about 1,000 yards between the columns, and the vessels in the columns being distanced from one another about 400 yards, the fleet was convoyed from Port Tampa by small naval vessels until it reached a point between the Dry Tortugas and Key West. Here it was met by the noble battleship Indiana and 9 other war vessels, thus making a convoy altogether of 15 fighting craft. Transports and convoy now made an armada of more than 40 ships, armed and manned by the audacious modern republic whose flag waved from every masthead. Thus spreading out over miles of smooth sea, moving quietly along by steam, carrying in its arms the flower of the American army, every man of which was an athlete, this fleet announced to the world the grim purpose of a nation aroused. The weather from the time of leaving Port Tampa continued fine until the fleet entered the passage between the western coast of Haiti and the eastern end of Cuba, known as the Windward Passage, when the breeze freshened and a rough sea began, continuing more or less up to the time of landing. Rounding this eastern coast of Cuba, the fleet headed its course westerly, and on the morning of the 20th was able to determine its position as being off Guantanamo Bay, about 50 miles east of Santiago. Here, 8 days before, the first battle on Cuban soil, in which 4 American Marines were killed, had been fought. About noon on the same day, the fleet came to a halt off Santiago Harbor, or a little to the west of the entrance to it, and Admiral Sampson came on board. He and General Shafter soon after went ashore to consult the Cuban general, Garcia, who was known to be in that vicinity with about 4,000 well-armed troops. The voyage over, and the men having been crowded together on shipboard for nearly 2 weeks, it was now expedient to get them on shore as soon as possible. But it was necessary to find out beforehand what defenses were along the coast, and what forces of the enemy were likely to be encountered in landing. The fleet lay off from the shore about a mile, and it was no small undertaking to convey the 17,000 men on board, with all their arms and equipments, to the shore in small boats over a rough sea, especially should the landing be disputed. It was to arrange for the landing, and also to map out a general plan of campaign, that the 3 great leaders, Shafter, Sampson, and Garcia, met at Aserradores on the afternoon of June 20th, as the American fleet stood guard over the harbor of Santiago. General Garcia was already aware of the coming of the fleet, having received a message from Major General Miles 2 weeks previous. The letter of General Miles ran as follows, quote, "Headquarters of the Army, in the field, Tampa, Florida, June 2, 1898. Dear General, I am very glad to have received your officers, General Enrique Collazo and Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Hernandez, the latter of whom returns tonight with our best wishes for your success. It would be a very great assistance if you could have as large a force as possible in the vicinity of the harbor of Santiago de Cuba, and communicate any information by signals which Colonel Hernandez will explain to you, either to our Navy or to our Army on its arrival, which we hope will be before many days. It would also assist us very much if you could drive in and harass any Spanish troops near or in Santiago de Cuba, threatening or attacking them at all points, and preventing, by every means, any possible reinforcement coming to that garrison. While this is being done, and before the arrival of our army, if you can seize and hold any commanding position to the east or west of Santiago de Cuba, or both, that would be advantageous for the use of our artillery. It will be exceedingly gratifying to us." Close quote. To this, General Garcia replied that he would, quote, "take measures at once to carry out your (Miles's) recommendation, but concentration of forces will require some time. Roads bad and Cubans scattered. Will march without delay." Close quote. Admiral Sampson also cabled the Secretary of the Navy that Garcia, quote, "regards his (Miles's) wishes and suggestions as orders, and immediately will take measures to concentrate forces at the points indicated, but he is unable to do so as early as desired on account of his expedition at Banesport, Cuba. but will march without delay. All of his subordinates are ordered to assist to disembark the United States troops and to place themselves under orders." Close quote. It was in compliance with these requests that General Garcia had the 5,000 troops so near Santiago at the time he welcomed Shafter and Sampson to his camp, as mentioned above, and there is every necessary evidence that these Cuban troops took part in the fight about Santiago. Says General Miles of Garcia, quote, "He had troops in the rear as well as on both sides of the garrison at Santiago before the arrival of our troops." Close quote. It was agreed that the force of 500 men under General Castillo, posted near Daiquiri, should be increased to 1,000 and should be prepared to make an attack upon the rear of the Spanish garrison at Daiquiri on the morning of the 22nd, at which time the debarkation would begin. General Rabi, with about 500 men, was also to attack Cabanas at the same time. In the same manner, the transports and war vessels so maneuvering as to give the impression that a landing was to be made at that place. While these attacks in the rear were distracting the garrisons, the Navy, by order of Admiral Sampson, was to start up a vigorous bombardment of all the villages along the coast, thus clearing the shore for the landing of the army. Thus did the conference unite the hands of Americans and Cubans in the fight against Spain on Cuban soil, and each was pledged to the other by the expressions of goodwill. Having accomplished its work, the important conference closed, Admiral Sampson and General Shafter to return to their ships, and General Garcia to carry out the part of the work assigned to him, which he did with fidelity and success. Footnote. See Note A at the end of this chapter. End footnote. According to orders published on the 20th, General Lawton's division, known as the 2nd Division, 5th Army Corps, was to disembark first. This division contained the 3 following brigades. The 1st, General Ludlow's, composed of the 8th and 22nd Infantry, regulars, and the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteer Infantry. The 2nd Brigade, General Miles's, composed of the 4th and 25th Infantry, regulars, the 3rd Brigade, General Chaffee's, containing the 7th, 12th, and 17th Infantry, regulars, Next to follow was General Bates's brigade, which was to act as a reserve to Lawton's division. This brigade consisted of the 3rd and 20th Infantry, regulars, and 1 squadron of the 2nd Cavalry, the only mounted troops in Shafter's army. The cavalry, however, were not to disembark with the brigade, but were to be the last troops to leave the transports. After Bates's brigade was to follow Wheeler's dismounted cavalry division, containing the 2 following brigades. The 1st, composed of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th Cavalry, regulars, the 2nd, composed of the 1st and 10th Cavalry, regulars, and the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, Rough Riders, To follow the cavalry division was to come the 1st Division, General Kent's, containing the following troops: the 1st Brigade, General Hawkins's, consisting of the 6th and 16th Infantry, regulars, and the 71st New York Volunteer Infantry, The 2nd Brigade, General Pearson's, consisting of the 2nd, 10th, and 21st Infantry, parentheses, regulars, close parentheses. The 3rd Brigade, Colonel Wyckoff's, made up of the 9th, 13th, and 24th Infantry, parentheses, regulars, close parentheses. Then, lastly, was to depart the squadron of mounted cavalry. Thus prepared, both on board the ships and on shore, the morning of the 22nd dawned to witness the beginning of mighty operations. The war vessels, drawn up in proper order, early began to hurl shot and shell upon the towns, forts, blockhouses, and clumps of trees that could be discovered along the shore. The cannonading lasted between 2 and 3 hours and was furious throughout. Meanwhile, General Lawton's division began the work of going ashore. The sea was rough, and the passage to the shore was made in small boats furnished from the transports and from the naval vessels, towed by steam launches belonging to the Navy. The larger of the boats were capable of carrying 10 or 12 men each, while the smaller ones could carry but 6 or 7. During the passage to the shore, several of the men who had escaped thus far were taken with seasickness, greatly to the amusement of their more hardy companions. The landing was made at a pier which had been used formerly as a railroad pier, but was now abandoned and somewhat dilapidated. To get from the boats to the pier in this rough sea was the most perilous part of the whole trip from Tampa to Cuba. As the boats would rise on the waves almost level with the landing place, it was necessary to leap quickly from the boat to the shore. In this way, 2 cavalrymen of the 10th lost their lives, falling into the sea with their equipments on and sinking before help could reach them. Some of the boats were rowed ashore and made a landing on the beach some distance from the pier. By this method, some men of the 25th tried to be the first to land, but failed, that regiment landing, however, in the first body of troops to go ashore, and being the second in order in the invasion of the island. By the night of the 22nd, more than 1/3 of the troops were on shore, and by the evening of the 24th the whole army was disembarked according to the program announced at the beginning, the squadron of cavalry coming in at the close of the march to the shore. The only national movement on our part deserving to be brought into comparison with the expedition against the Spanish power in Cuba is that of 50 years earlier, when General Scott sailed at the head of the army of invasion against Mexico. Some of the occurrences of that expedition, especially connected with its landing, should be carefully studied, and if the reports which have reached the public concerning it are truthful, we would do well to consider how far the methods then in use could be applied now. Scribner's Recent History, published just before the outbreak of the Spanish War, tells us the story of that expedition, so far as it tells it at all, in the following sentence. Quote, "On the 7th of March, the fleet with Scott's army came to anchor a few miles south of Veracruz, and 2 days later he landed his whole force, nearly 12,000 men, by means of surf boats." Close quote. A writer in the recent number of the Army and Navy Journal says General Worth's division of 4,500 men were landed in 1 hour, and the whole force was landed in 6 hours, without accident or confusion. In the prosecution of that unholy war, which lasted about a year, nearly 3,000 men were lost in battle, and about as many more by disease, peace being finally made by the cession of territory on the part of Mexico, the United States paying in return much more than the territory was worth. The 20 millions paid to Texas probably in great part went into the coffers of the patriots who occupied that region, some of whom had not been known as desirable citizens in the parts from which they came, and had manifested their patriotism by leaving their country for their country's good. The 15 millions handed over to Mexico looks like a contribution to a conscience fund, and an atonement offered for an assault without provocation. The country gained Arizona, New Mexico, California, and finally Texas, but it lost 6,000 good men, the cost of the war, and all told, in negotiations, about $30 million besides. However, it is not always profitable to look up the harvests of war. There are always two, the harvest of gain and the harvest of loss. Death and debt are reapers, as well as our honor and extent of territory. The feelings of the 6,000 American troops who landed on Cuban soil on June 22, 1898, may well be imagined. Although they felt the effects of the confinement to which they had been subjected while on shipboard, there was very little sickness among them. Again possessed of the free use of their limbs, they swarmed the beach and open space near the landing, making themselves at home, and confronting the difficulties and perils that lay before them with a courage born of national pride. Before them were the mountains with their almost impassable roads, the jungles filled with the poisonous plants, and the terrible prickly underbrush and pointed grass, in which skulked the land crab and various reptiles, whose bite or sting was dangerous. 20 miles of this inhospitable country lay between them and Santiago, their true objective, and somewhere on the road to that city they knew they were destined to meet a well-trained foe, skilled in all the arts of modern warfare, who would contest their advance. The prospect, however, did not unnerve them, although they could well conjecture that all who landed would not re-embark. Some in that 6,000 were destined never again to set foot on shipboard. Out of the 25th Infantry and the 10th Cavalry, men were to fall both before Spanish bullets and disease, ere these organizations should assemble to return to their native shores. These thoughts did not prevent the men from taking advantage of what nature had to offer them. Quote, "We landed in rowboats amid and after the cessation of the bombardment of the little hamlet and coast by the men of war and battleships," close quote, writes a brave soldier of the 25th Infantry, and adds immediately, quote, "We then helped ourselves to coconuts which we found in abundance near the landing," close quote. Ordinarily this statement, so trivial and apparently unimportant, would not merit repetition, but in its connection here it is significant as showing the immediate tendency of the men to resort to the fruits of the country, despite all warnings to the contrary. The 2 weeks' experience on board the transports had made the finding of coconuts an event to be noted, and the dry pulp and strongly flavored milk of this tropical fruit became extremely grateful to the palate, even if not altogether safe for the stomach. If ripe, however, the coconut could scarcely be more ungenial to many than the raw canned tomatoes upon which they had in part subsisted during the voyage. It is to be added that this report of the finding of the coconuts is not the report of an old soldier, but of a young and intelligent first enlisted man. Lawton's division, soon after landing, was ordered to move forward in the direction of Santiago on the road leading past Siboney. A staff officer writing of that movement says, quote, General Lawton, with his division, in obedience to this order, pushed forward from Daikari about 5 miles when night overtook him and he bivouacked on the road. Close quote. An old soldier of the 25th, writing me from the hospital in Tampa, Florida, July 22nd, says of the same event, quote, After the regiment landed, we marched about 4.5 miles through the mountains. Then we made camp. Close quote. The old soldier says nothing of coconuts, but makes his statement with as much accuracy as possible and with no waste of words. The novice, describing the same thing, says, quote, A short distance ahead, parentheses, from the shore, close parentheses, we bivouacked for the night. We were soon lying in dreamland, so far from friends and home, indeed on a distant, distant shore, close quote. These two extracts show at once the difference between the soldier produced by years of trial and training on our plains and the soldier who but yesterday was a civilian. With the one, the march is a short distance. With the other, it is about 4.5 miles. One reports that they, quote, made camp, close quote. The other talks of dreamland, friend, home, and distant shore. One expresses his feelings, the other shows control of feeling and reserve in expression. That first night on Cuban soil, the night following June 22nd, was one without events, but one of great concern to the commanders on shore and on the fleet. The work of disembarking had gone on successfully, and already about 6,000 men were on shore. Nearly the whole of Lawton's division, with Bates's independent brigade, were bivouacked, as we have seen, about 5 miles from Daikiri, exactly where the railroad crosses the wagon road leading to Siboney. General Wheeler's troops, one brigade, were encamped on the open ground near the landing, the remainder of his division being still on the transports. The 25th Infantry was with Lawton. The 10th Cavalry was ashore with Wheeler's troops. A detachment of the 25th was put on outpost duty on that night of their landing, and 5 miles within Cuban territory they tramped their solitary beats, establishing and guarding the majestic authority of the United States. Lawton's orders were to seize and hold the town of Siboney, at which place Kent's division, containing the 24th, was to land. It was then intended that the whole army should advance as rapidly as would be consistent with supplying the men with rations toward Santiago. Siboney was to be the base of supplies, and from this point ammunition and food were to be conveyed to the front by wagons and pack trains. General Shafter also intended that Lawton with his division should lead the advance upon Santiago, but circumstances beyond his control brought about a different result. On the morning of the 23rd, Lawton's division was in motion early, and before 10:30 o'clock he was able to report that the Spaniards had evacuated Siboney and were in full retreat, pursued by a body of Cubans under the direction of General Castillo, that the town was in his hands, and he had also captured 1 locomotive and nearly 100 cars loaded with coal. General Young's brigade of Wheeler's cavalry division got on shore on the afternoon of the 23rd, and after landing received verbal orders to move out with 3 days' rations, quote, to a good camping place between Juraguacito and Siboney, on the road leading to Santiago de Cuba, close quote. In obedience to these orders, at 4:30 in the afternoon, Young, with the Rough Riders and a squadron from each of the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry, moved from the bivouac near the landing and arrived at Siboney at about 7 o'clock. When General Young arrived at Siboney, he had with him the Rough Riders, the other troops having been delayed by the crowded condition of the trail and the difficulty of following after nightfall. Although these troops are always spoken of as cavalry, the reader must not forget that they were dismounted and in marching and fighting were the same as infantry. General Young, on arriving at Siboney, reported to General Wheeler, who had preceded him to the same place. The statements of the several commanders here appear somewhat conflicting, although not inexplicable. General Lawton says, quote, yesterday afternoon, late, General Wheeler and staff arrived and established his headquarters within the limits of my command. Saw him after dark. Late last night, Colonel Wood's regiment of dismounted cavalry, parentheses, Rough Riders, close parentheses, passed through my camp at division headquarters, and later General Young, with some of the dismounted cavalry, and early this morning others of the dismounted cavalry, close quote. Wheeler says that, quote, in obedience to instructions from the Major General commanding, close quote, given to him in person, he proceeded on June 23rd to Siboney, but does not say at what hour. He says he, quote, rode out to the front and found that the enemy had halted and established themselves at a point about 3 miles from Siboney, close quote. He then informs us that, quote, at 8 o'clock on that evening of the 23rd, General Young reached Siboney with 8 troops of Colonel Wood's regiment, parentheses, A, B, D, E, F, G, K, and L, close parentheses, 500 strong, troops A, B, G, and K of the 1st Cavalry, in all 244, and troops A, B, E, and I of the 10th Cavalry, in all 220 men, making a total force of 964 men, which included nearly all of my command which had disembarked. These troops had marched from Daiquiri, 11 miles. With the assistance of General Castillo, a rough map of the country was prepared, and the position of the enemy fully explained, and I determined to make an attack, close quote. Lieutenant Miley says that the whole brigade of Wheeler's troops arrived in Siboney about dark and were occupying the same ground as General Lawton, parentheses, quote, in Cuba with Shafter, close quote, page 76, close parentheses. General Young says that after reporting to General Wheeler, he, quote, asked and obtained from General Wheeler authority to make a reconnaissance in force, close quote, for the purpose of obtaining, quote, positive information, asterisk ellipsis, as to the position and movements of the enemy in front, close quote. The distance from Daiquiri to Siboney was but 11 miles, and as the troops left the former place at 4:30, it is probable that they were all bivouacked near Siboney before 9 o'clock, as they were all together, according to General Wheeler's report, at 5:45 on the morning of the 24th. General Young, having discovered that there were 2 roads or trails leading from Siboney northward toward the town of Sevilla, determined to make his reconnaissance by both these trails. He directed Colonel Wood to move by the western trail and keep a careful lookout and to attack any Spaniards he might encounter, being careful to join his right in the event of an engagement, with the left of the column advancing by the eastern trail. Colonel Wood's column was the left column and was composed of the Rough Riders only. The column marching by the eastern trail was composed of the 1st and 10th Cavalry (regulars), and was under the command of General Young. It was the intention of General Young by this column to gain the enemy's left, and thus attack in front and left. As early as 7:20 a.m., Captain Mills discovered the enemy exactly as had been described by General Castillo. When this was done, word was sent to Colonel Wood, who was making his way to the front over a more difficult route than the one by which General Young's column had marched. A delay was therefore made on the part of General Young in order that the attack should begin on both flanks at the same time. During this delay, General Wheeler arrived and was informed of the plans and dispositions for the attack, and after examining the position gave his approval of what had been done, whereupon General Young ordered the attack. General Wheeler, in speaking of the same event, says, quote, "General Young and myself examined the position of the enemy. The lines were deployed, and I directed him to open fire with the Hotchkiss gun. The enemy replied, and the firing immediately became general." Close quote. There can be no question as to the planning of this fight, nor as to the direction of the American force in the fight so far as any general direction was possible. Colonel Wood directed one column and General Young another, while the plan of attack undoubtedly originated with General Young. General Wheeler conveys as much when he says, quote, "General Young deserves special commendation for his cool, deliberate, and skillful management." Close quote. General Young, if the only commander of the right column consisting of 2 squadrons of regular cavalry, had not as large a command, nor as difficult and important a one as had Colonel Wood, and hence it is not deserving of special commendation except upon the general ground that he had supervision over the whole battle. This position is taken by General Shafter in his report, who, though admitting the presence of the division commander, credits the battle to General Young, the commander of the brigade. The reconnaissance in force for which Young had obtained authority from General Wheeler on the night of the 23rd had developed into a battle, and the plan had evolved itself from the facts discovered. This plan General Wheeler approved, but in no such way as to take the credit from its originator, and it is doubtless with reference both to the plan and the execution that he bestows on General Young the meed of praise. This statement of fact does not in the least detract from either the importance or the praiseworthiness of the part played by Colonel Wood. Both he and the officers and men commanded by him received both from General Young and from the division commander the most generous praise. The advance of Wood's column was made with great difficulty, owing to the nature of the ground, and according to General Young's belief, he was in the rear when at 7:20 in the morning Captain Mills discovered the enemy, and a Cuban guide was dispatched to warn Wood, and a delay made to allow time for him to come up. Colonel Wood, on the other hand, claims to have discovered the enemy at 7:10 and to have begun action almost immediately, so that it turned out as Young had planned, and, quote, the attack of both wings was simultaneous, close quote. The Spaniards were posted on a range of high hills in the form of a, quote, V, close quote, the opening being toward Siboney, from which direction the attack came. From Colonel Wood's report, it appears that soon after the firing began, he found it necessary to deploy 5 troops to the right and left, leaving 3 troops in reserve. The enemy's lines being still beyond his, both on the right and on the left, he hastily deployed 2 more troops, which made the lines now about equal in length. The firing was now, quote, exceedingly heavy, close quote, and much of it at short range, but on account of the thick underbrush it was not very effective. Quote, comparatively few of our men were injured, close quote. Captain Capron at this time received his mortal wound, and the firing became so terrific that the last remaining troop of the reserve was absorbed by the firing line, and the whole regiment ordered to advance very slowly. The Spanish line yielded, and the advance soon showed that in falling back the enemy had taken a new position, about 300 yards in front of the advancing regiment. Their lines extended from 800 to 1,000 yards, and the firing from their front was, quote, exceedingly heavy, close quote, and effective. A, quote, good many men, close quote, were wounded, quote, and several officers, close quote, says Colonel Wood's report. Still, the advance was kept up, and the Spanish line was steadily forced back. Quote, we now began, close quote, says Colonel Wood, quote, to get a heavy fire from a ridge on our right, which enfiladed our line, close quote. The reader can at once see that although the Rough Riders were advancing heroically, they were now in a very serious situation, with an exceedingly heavy and effective fire striking them in front, and a heavy enfilading fire raking them from the right. Their whole strength was on the line, and these 2 fires must have reduced their effectiveness with great rapidity had it kept up, the Spaniards having their range and firing by well-directed volleys. It was for the regiment a moment of the utmost peril. Had they been alone, they must have perished. It was from this perilous situation of Colonel Wood's command that one of the most popular stories of the war originated, a story that contained some truth, but which was often told in such a way as to cause irritation, and in some instances it was so exaggerated or mutilated in the telling as to be simply ridiculous. On the day after the battle, the story was told in Lawton's camp, according to the testimony of an intelligent soldier of the 25th Infantry. His words are, quote, the next day about noon we heard that the 10th Cavalry had met the enemy and that the 10th Cavalry had rescued the Rough Riders. We congratulated ourselves that although not of the same branch of service, we were of the same color, and that to the eye of the enemy we, troopers and footmen, all looked alike, close quote. According to artists and cheap newspaper stories, this rescuing occurred again and again. A picture is extensively advertised as, quote, an actual and authoritative presentation of this regiment, parentheses, the 10th Cavalry, close parentheses, as it participated in that great struggle, and their heroic rescue of the Rough Riders on that memorable July day, close quote. This especial rescuing took place on San Juan Hill. The editor of a religious paper declares that it was the 25th Infantry that rescued the Rough Riders, and that it was done at El Caney. Footnote: American valor never shone with greater luster than when the 25th Infantry swept up the sizzling hill of El Caney to the rescue of the Rough Riders. 2 other regiments came into view of the Rough Riders, but the bullets were flying like driving hail. The enemy were in trees and ambushes with smokeless powder, and the Rough Riders were biting the dust and were threatened with annihilation. A Rough Rider described the feelings of his brigade when they saw the other regiments appear and retreat. Finally, this Rough Rider, a Southerner, heard a well-known yell, and out of the distance moved a regiment as if on dress parade, faces set like steel, keeping step like a machine, their comrades falling here, there, everywhere, moving into the storm of invisible death without one faltering step, passing the Rough Riders, conquering up the hill, and never stopping until with the Rough Riders El Caney was won. This was the 25th Regiment, colored, United States Infantry, now quartered at Fort Logan, Denver. We have asked the chaplain, T.G. Steward, to recite the events of El Caney. His modesty confines him to the barest recital of, quote, semi-official, records. But the charge of the 25th is deserving of comparison with that of, quote, the Light Brigade, in the Crimean War, or of Custer at the massacre of the Bighorn. Editorial in religious paper. End footnote. Before we go any farther, let us see just what the 10th Cavalry did do in this fight. That their action was highly meritorious admits of no doubt, and the laurels they won were never allowed to fade during the whole campaign. General Wheeler speaks of them with the 1st Cavalry. He says, quote, I was immediately with the troops of the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry, dismounted, and personally noticed their brave and good conduct. Close quote. There were 4 troops of the 10th engaged, composing the 1st Squadron of that regiment, under the command of Major Norval. Troop A was commanded by Captain W. H. Beck, who was specially commended by General Wheeler for good conduct. 2nd Lieutenant F. R. McCoy was Captain Beck's assistant. This troop moved over to the left, receiving the fire of the enemy, but making no response, the distance being too great for effective carbine firing. This troop reached Colonel Wood's right and made the line continuous, so that there was now a force in front of that ridge where the Spaniards were securely entrenched, and from which they were pouring their enfilading fire upon Colonel Wood's line. Troop A, although coming into the line, did not fire. Their presence, however, gave the Rough Riders the assurance that their flank was saved. Troop E was commanded by Captain C. G. Ayres, with 2nd Lieutenant George Vidmar. This troop was placed by General Young in support of Captain Watson's 2 Hotchkiss guns, and also of the troops in their front. The troop was under fire 1 hour and a quarter, during which they were in plain view of the Spaniards, who also had their exact range. 1 man was killed and 1 wounded. Their courage, coolness, and discipline in this trying hour and a quarter were of the very highest order. The troop commander says, quote, Their coolness and fine discipline were superb." Close quote. This troop did not fire a shot. Thus, one half of the squadron moved to its positions and held them without being able to do any damage to the enemy, as they were carrying out to the letter their instructions, which were to fire only when they could see the enemy. Troop B was commanded by Captain J. W. Watson, with H. O. Willard as second lieutenant. A detachment of this troop was placed in charge of 4 Hotchkiss mountain guns. This detachment opened fire upon the enemy, using the ammunition sparingly, as they had but 50 rounds with them. 22 shots were fired, apparently with little effect. The remainder of the troop under Lieutenant Willard was ordered to move out to the extreme right, which would place it beyond the line of the 1st Cavalry, thus bringing that regiment between Troop A of the 10th, which connected it with the Rough Riders, and Troop B, which was to be on its extreme right. Lieutenant Willard's report of this movement is as follows. Quote, "I ordered the troop forward at once, telling them to take advantage of all cover available. In the meantime, the volleys from the Spanish were coming in quite frequently and striking the ground on all sides near where we were. I found it very difficult to move the men forward after having found cover, and ran back to a portion of the troop near an old brick wall and ordered them forward at once. They then made a dash forward, and in doing so 3 or 4 men were wounded, Private Russell severely. Who the others were I do not know. We encountered a severe fire directly after this move forward, and Private Wheeler was wounded in the left leg. There was a wire fence on our right, and such thick underbrush that we were unable to get through right there, so had to follow along the fence for some distance before being able to penetrate. Finally, was able to get the greater proportion of my men through, and about this time I met Lieutenants Fleming and Miller, 10th Cavalry, moving through the thicket at my left. I there heard the order passed on, quote, not to fire ahead, close quote, as there was danger of firing into our own forces. In the meantime, there was shouting from the 1st Cavalry in our front, quote, don't fire on us in rear, close quote. My troop had not fired a shot to my knowledge, nor the knowledge of any non-commissioned officers in the troop. About this time I found I was unable to keep the troop deployed, as they would huddle up behind one rock or tree, so I gave all sergeants orders to move out on the extreme right and to keep in touch with those on their left. Then, with a squad of about 5 men, I moved to the right front, and was unfortunate enough to lose the troop, i.e., I could see nothing of them except the men with me. But as I had given explicit instructions to my sergeant, in case I was lost from them, to continue to advance until halted by someone in authority, I moved ahead myself, hoping to find them later on. In making a rush forward, 3 men of my squad were lost from me in some way. I still had 2 men with me, Privates Combs and Jackson, and in the next advance made I picked up a 1st Cavalry sergeant who had fallen out from exhaustion. After a terrific climb up the ridge in front of me, and a very regular though ineffective fire from the enemy kept up until we were about 60 yards from the summit of the hill, we reached the advance line of the 1st United States Cavalry under command of Captain Wainwright. I then reported to him for orders, and moved forward when he next advanced. The firing had ceased, and no more shots were fired, to my knowledge, after this time. With the 1st Cavalry, Troop G, we followed along the right of the ridge and came down to the right front, encountering no opposition or fire from the enemy, but finding the enemy's breastworks in confusion, ammunition and articles of clothing scattered around, also 1 dead Spaniard and 2 Mauser rifles. At the foot of the ridge we met some of the 1st Volunteer Cavalry, and being utterly exhausted, I was obliged to lie down. Soon after, Captain Mills, Adjutant General of 2nd Brigade, Cavalry Division, came up to where I was and placed me in command of Troop K, 1st United States Cavalry, whose officers were wounded. I then marched them forward on the road to where General Wheeler was sitting, and received orders from Colonel Wood, 1st Volunteer Cavalry, to remain until further orders and to make no further advance. Directly afterwards, learning the action was over, I reported back to General Young, and received orders to remain camped with the 1st Cavalry Squadron, where the action had closed. In the meantime, I should have stated that I found the principal part of my troop, and collected them and left them under the 1st Sergeant when I went back to receive orders. So far as I know, and to the best of my knowledge, the men of my troop acted with the greatest bravery, advancing on an enemy who could not be seen, and subjected to a severe and heavy fire at every step, which was only rendered ineffective to a great degree by the poor marksmanship of the enemy, as many times we were in sight of them. (Parentheses. I discovered this by observation after the engagement), close parentheses, while we could see nothing. We were also subjected to a severe reverse fire from the hills in our right rear, several men being wounded by this fire. Throughout the fight the men acted with exceptional coolness, in my judgment. The casualties were Privates Russell, Braxton, and Morris, severely wounded, Privates F. A. Miller, Grice, Wheeler, and Gaines, slightly wounded, i.e., less severely. None killed. Very respectfully, Henry O. Williard. June 24, 1898. Troop B, 10th Cavalry, during action near La Guasima. 2nd Lieutenant, 10th United States Cavalry, commanding. End of Section 7. Section 8 of the Colored Regulars in the United States Army by Theophilus Gould Steward. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Passage, Landing, and First Battle in Cuba, Part 2. Troop I of the 10th Cavalry was commanded by 1st Lieutenant R. J. Fleming, with 2nd Lieutenant A. M. Miller. This troop moved to the right and wedged in between B Troop and the right of the 1st Cavalry. Lieutenant Fleming discovered the enemy posted on the high ridge immediately in front of his troop, and also extending to his right in front of B Troop. Moving his troop a little to the right so as to secure room to advance, without coming in contact with the 1st Cavalry, he then directed his course straight toward the hill on which he had located the enemy. The advance was made with great caution, the men seeking cover wherever possible, and dashing across the open spaces at full run. Thus they moved until the base of the steep part of the hill was reached. This was found very difficult of ascent, not only because of the rugged steepness, but also on account of the underbrush and the sharp-leaved grass, the cacti and Spanish bayonet that grow on all these hillsides. Paths had to be cut through these prickly obstructions with knives and sabers. Consequently, the advance up that hill, though free from peril, was very slow and trying. Twice during the advance the men obtained a view of their enemies and were permitted to fire. The instructions were rigidly adhered to. No firing only at the visible foe. Lieutenant Fleming says, quote, "Owing to the underbrush, it was impossible for me to see but a very few men at a time. But as they all arrived on the crest about the time I did, or shortly after, they certainly advanced steadily." Close quote. He says, quote, "The entire troop behaved with great coolness and obeyed every order." Close quote. Farrier Sherman Harris, Wagoner John Boland, and Private Elsie Jones especially distinguished themselves for coolness and gallantry. The aggressive work of the 10th Cavalry, therefore, appears to have been done by Troops B and I, a detachment of the former troop serving the Hotchkiss gun battery. Troop I was commanded by Lieutenant Fleming, and by him conducted to the front, although he admits that in their advance up the slope of the hill he could see but very few of the men at a time, and declares that their advance was certainly steady because all arrived at the crest of the hill simultaneously, or nearly so. Lieutenant Fleming does not show that his troop of excellent men were in any sense peculiarly dependent upon their white officers, as some have asserted. They advanced steadily, just as the regulars always do, advanced noiselessly and without any reckless firing, and reached the crest of the hill in order, although he could not see them as they were making their advance. They kept their line despite all the obstructions. Lieutenant Fleming also says that in moving to his position he passed Troop B, which then, quote, "inclined to the right, and during the remainder of the action was on my right." Close quote. Troop B, therefore, went through about the same experience as Troop I, and being on the extreme right of the line, may have been more directly in front of that foe, which Fleming says was in his front and to the right. Why did not the officer who directed or led B Troop in its advance upon the enemy report the action of his troop as vividly and generously as did Lieutenant Fleming, the men of Troop I? With not the slightest reflection upon the gallant officer, he himself has the manliness to say he was so unfortunate as to lose the troop. The troop, however, did not become demoralized, but went into action under the command of its first sergeant, John Buck. Footnote. See Note C at the end of this chapter. End footnote. And remained on Lieutenant Fleming's right during the action. It has been proven more than once that should the commissioned officers of a company or troop of colored regulars be killed or incapacitated, the non-commissioned officers can carry on the fight. Speaking of this same regiment, it is equally true that at San Juan the officers of Troops D and G were all shot, and the commands of these troops fell to their first sergeants, the first to Sergeant William H. Given, the second to Sergeant St. Foster, and it is generally understood that these two men were appointed lieutenants of volunteers because of their success in handling their troops in battle. The entire attacking force at the end of the line, if we count only those engaged in actual firing, consisted of 2 troops of the 10th Cavalry and 2 of the 1st Cavalry, 4 troops, while to the left the entire 8 troops were on the firing line. The action of the troops of the 1st Cavalry was quite similar to that of the troops of the 10th Cavalry, and equally deserving of commendation. Of them all, General Young says, Quote, "The ground over which the right column advanced was a mass of jungle growth, with wire fences not to be seen until encountered, and precipitous heights as the ridge was approached. It was impossible for the troops to keep in touch along the front, and they could only judge of the enemy from the sound and direction of his fire. However, had it not been for this dense jungle, the attack would not have been made against an overwhelming force in such a position. Headway was so difficult that advance and support became merged and moved forward under a continuous volley firing, supplemented by that of 2 rapid-fire guns. Return firing by my force was only made as here and there a small clear spot gave a sight of the enemy. The fire discipline of these particular troops was almost perfect. The ammunition expended by the 2 squadrons engaged in an incessant advance for 1 hour and 15 minutes averaged less than 10 rounds per man. The fine quality of these troops is also shown by the fact there was not a single straggler, and in not one instance was an attempt made by any soldier to fall out in the advance to assist the wounded or carry back the dead. The fighting on the left flank was equally creditable and was remarkable, and I believe unprecedented, in volunteer troops so quickly raised, armed, and equipped." Close quote. The 500 men of Colonel Wood's regiment were stretched over a space of 800 to 1,000 yards, and were entirely without support or reserve, and appear to have advanced to a point where this very strong force on the right swept a good part of their line both with rifle fire and the fire of their 2 machine guns. Men and officers were falling under both the front and flank fire of the enemy, and had not the squadrons of the 1st and 10th made their successful assault upon that ridge, which according to General Wood's report was, quote, "very strongly held," close quote, the situation of the Rough Riders would have been extreme. Because this successful assault was participated in by the 10th Cavalry, the story arose that the Rough Riders were rescued by that regiment. The fair statement would be that the regular cavalry, consisting of a squadron of the 1st and a squadron of the 10th, made their advance on the right at the precise moment to deliver the Rough Riders from a fire that threatened their annihilation. The marksmanship and coolness of the men of the 10th have been specially commented upon, and their fire was described as very effective, but the same remarks could be made of the men of the 1st, who fought side by side with them. It is probable that the volunteers advanced more rapidly than did the regulars, using more ammunition, and manifesting a very high degree of courage and enthusiasm, as well as deliberation. But the regulars reached their objective at the proper time to turn the battle's tide. Each advancing column was worthy to be companion to the other. General Wheeler said the fire was very hot for about an hour, and, quote, "at 8:30 sent a courier to General Lawton, informing him that he was engaged with a larger force of the enemy than was anticipated, and asked that his force be sent forward on the Sevilla road as quickly as possible." Close quote. Parentheses. Quote, "in Cuba with Shafter," close quote, page 83, close parentheses. General Lawton, however, with the true instinct of a soldier, had already sent orders to General Chaffee to move forward with the 1st Brigade. The 2nd Brigade was also in readiness to move, and the men of the 25th were expecting to go forward to take position on the right, and if possible a little to the rear of the Spanish entrenchments, in order to cut off their retreat. The rapid movements of the cavalry division, however, rendered this unnecessary, and the routing of the foe gave to the Americans an open country and cleared the field for the advance on Santiago. The first battle had been fought, and the Americans had been victorious, but not without a cost. 16 men had been killed and 52 wounded. In Colonel Wood's regiment, 8 had been killed and 34 wounded. In the 1st Cavalry, 7 killed and 8 wounded. In the 10th Cavalry, 1 killed and 10 wounded. The percentage of losses to the whole strength of the several organizations engaged was as follows: Rough Riders, over 8%; 1st Cavalry, over 6%; 10th Cavalry, 5%. But if we take those on the firing line as the base, the rate percent of losses among the regulars would be doubled, while that of the volunteers would remain the same. The strength of the enemy in this battle is given in the Spanish official reports, according to Lieutenant Miley, at about 500, and their losses are put at 9 killed and 27 wounded. At the time of the fight, it was supposed to be much larger. General Young's report places the estimates at 2,000 and adds, quote, that it has since been learned from Spanish sources to have been 2,500. The Cuban military authorities claim the Spanish strength was 4,000. Close quote. These figures are doubtless too high. The force overtaken at Las Guasimas was the same force that evacuated Siboney at the approach of Lawton, and the force with which the Cubans had fought on the morning of the 23rd. It may have consisted solely of the garrison from Siboney, though it is more probable that it included also those from Daiquiri and Utici, as it was quite certain that all these troops proceeded toward Santiago over the same road. The force at Siboney had been given by the Cubans at 600, in Daiquiri at 300, and at Utici at 150. If these had concentrated and the figures were correct, the Spanish force at Guasimas was upwards of 1,000. If, however, it was the force from Siboney alone, it was about as the Spanish official report gives it. On this latter basis, however, the losses are out of proportion, for while the attacking party lost a little less than 7% of its entire strength in killed and wounded, the losses of the entrenched defending party were even a little greater, or over 7% of its strength. It is therefore probable that the Spanish force was greater than officially reported, and included the troops from the other posts, as well as those from Siboney. The engagement was classed by General Shafter as unimportant, although its effect upon our army was inspiring. It did not cut off the retreat of the Spanish force, and the men who faced our army at Guasimas met them again in the trenches before Santiago. General Shafter desired to advance with his whole force, and cautioned strongly against any further forward movement until the troops were well in hand. The two battles between the Cubans and Spaniards, fought on the 23rd, in which the Cubans had 16 men wounded and 2 killed, were engagements of some consequence, although we have no reports of them. There is no evidence that the Cubans took part in the Battle of Guasimas, although they arrived on the grounds immediately after the firing ceased. The story thus far told is, as the reader cannot fail to see, directly from official records, and the conclusions arrived at are those which result naturally from the facts as therein detailed. Not one word is quoted from any but military men, actors in the affair. We may now go briefly over the same ground, giving the views and conclusions of able civilian correspondents who followed the army to see what was done, and who were trained observers and skilled writers. How have these able war journalists told the story of Las Guasimas? To quote from Stephen Bonsall in substance, not in words, is to contradict what General Shafter says officially in one particular, but in no such way as to discredit the general or to weaken Bonsall. It is not a case of bringing two universal, antagonistic propositions face to face, but a case where two men of different training look upon an action from different standpoints and through different field glasses. General Shafter says of the collision of the Rough Riders with the Spanish force, quote, "There was no ambush as reported." Close quote. As a military man, he says there was no more concealment on the part of the Spanish force than what an attacking party should expect, no more than what is usual in modern warfare. Hence, he does not regard it as an ambush, and does not officially take notice of any surprise or unexpected encounter on the part of his force. To do so would be to reflect, however slightly, upon the professional skill of the commander of the left column. General Shafter thus says officially in a manly way, quote, "There was no ambush." Close quote. Beyond this, his duty does not call him to go, and he halts his expressions exactly at this line, maintaining in his attitude all the attributes of the true soldier, placing himself beyond criticism by thus securing from attack the character of his subordinate. Mr. Bonsall is a writer and author, accustomed to view actions in the broader light of popular judgment, entirely free from professional bias, and having no class feeling or obligations to serve. His pen is not official. His statements are not from the military standpoint, not influenced in any way by considerations of personal weal or woe with respect to others or himself. He says that one troop of the Rough Riders, Troop L, commanded by Captain Capron, was leading the advance of the regiment, and was in solid formation and within 25 yards of its scouting line when it received the enemy's fire. This troop was so far in advance that it took the other troops of the regiment more than a half hour to get up to it. The writer speaks of the advance of that troop as having been made, quote, "in the foolhardy formation of a solid column along a narrow trail, which brought them, in the way I have described, within point-blank range of the Spanish rifles, and within the unobstructed sweep of their machine guns." Close quote. He sums up as follows, quote, "And if it is to be ambushed when you receive the enemy's fire perhaps a quarter of an hour before it was expected, and when the troop was in a formation, and the only one in which, in view of the nature of the ground, it was possible to advance quickly, then most certainly L Troop of the Rough Riders was ambushed by the Spaniards on the morning of June 24th. Close quote. Mr. Bonsall also brings into clear view the part taken in this battle by Lawton's infantry. He shows by means of a simple map the trail by which Miles's brigade, in which was the 25th Infantry, moved in order to flank the Spanish position, while Chaffee's brigade was hurrying forward on the Royal Road to reinforce the line in front. A letter from a soldier of the 25th, written soon after these events, fully confirms Mr. Bonsall in what he says concerning the movement of Miles's brigade. The soldier says, quote, On the morning of the 24th, the Rough Riders, 10th and 1st Cavalry, were to make an attack on a little place where the Spanish were fortified. The 2nd Brigade was to come on the right flank of these troops, and a little in rear of the fortifications. But by some misunderstanding, the former troops, led by the Rough Riders, made an attack before we got our position, and the result was a great many lives lost in the 1st Cavalry and Rough Riders, only one in the 10th Cavalry, but many wounded. They captured the fortification." Close quote. This letter by a humble soldier, written with no thought of its importance, shows how gallantly Lawton had sprung to the rescue of Wheeler's division. According to Bonsall, who says he obtained his information from Spanish officers who were present in this fight, it was the information of the approach of this brigade and of Chaffee's up the main road that caused the Spaniards to withdraw rapidly from the position. The whole force was in imminent danger of being captured. Another soldier of the 25th wrote, quote, "The report came that the 25th Infantry was to cut off the Spanish retreat from a stronghold toward Santiago." Close quote. These glimpses from soldiers' letters illustrate how clearly they comprehended the work upon which they were sent, and show also how hearty and cordial was the support which the infantry at that time was hurrying forward to the advancing cavalry. The official reports show that the strength of the Spanish position was before the right of our line. Mr. Bonsall says, quote, "Directly in front of the 10th Cavalry rose undoubtedly the strongest point in the Spanish position, 2 lines of shallow trenches strengthened by heavy stone parapets." Close quote. We must remember that so far as we can get the disposition of these troops from official records, Troop A connected the Rough Riders with the 1st Cavalry, and Troops I and B were on the right of the 1st Cavalry. Troop A did not fire a shot. The fighting, therefore, was done by Troops I and B on the extreme right of the line, and it was on their front that, quote, "undoubtedly the strongest point in the Spanish position," close quote, lay. Nor should the reader forget that at this very moment Troop B was commanded by its first sergeant, Buck, Lieutenant Williard having by his own report been, quote, "unfortunate enough to lose the troop." Close quote. This is said with no disparagement to Lieutenant Williard. It was merely one of the accidents of battle. Says Mr. Bonsall, quote, "The moment the advance was ordered, the black troopers of the 10th Cavalry forged ahead. They were no braver, certainly, than any other men in the line, but their better training enabled them to render more valuable services than the other troops engaged. They had with them and ready for action their machine guns, and shoved them right up to the front on the firing line, from where they poured very effective fire into the Spanish trenches, which not only did considerable execution, but was particularly effective in keeping down the return fire of the Spaniards. The machine guns of the Rough Riders were mislaid, or the mules upon which they had been loaded could not be found at this juncture. It was said they had bolted. It is certain, however, that the guns were not brought into action, and consequently the Spaniards suffered less, and the Rough Riders more, in the gallant charge they made up the hill in front of them after the 10th Cavalry had advanced and driven the Spaniards from their position on the right." Close quote. Corporal W. F. Johnson, B Troop, was the non-commissioned officer in charge of the machine guns during the brief fight at Las Guasimas, and his action was such as to call forth from the troop's commander special mention, quote, for his efficiency and perfect coolness under fire." Close quote. Here I may be pardoned for calling attention to a notion too prevalent concerning the Negro soldier in time of battle. He is too often represented as going into action singing like a zany or yelling like a demon, rather than as a man calculating the chances for life and victory. The official reports from the black regulars in Cuba ought to correct this notion. Every troop and company commander who has reported upon colored soldiers in that war speaks of the coolness of the men under his command. Captain Beck of Troop A, 10th Cavalry, in the Guasimas fight says, quote, "I will add that the enlisted men of Troop A, 10th Cavalry, behaved well, silently and alertly obeying orders, and without becoming excited when the fire of the enemy reached them." Close quote. The yell in the charge of the regulars is a part of the action, and is no more peculiar to Negro troops than to the whites, only as they may differ in the general timbre of voice. Black American soldiers, when not on duty, may sing more than white troops, but in quite a long experience among them I have not found the difference so very noticeable. In all garrisons one will find some men more musically inclined than others, some who love to sing, and some who do not, some who have voices adapted to the production of musical tones, and some who have not. And it is doubtless owing to these constitutional differences that we find differences in habits and expressions. Lieutenant Miley, of General Shafter's staff, in his description of the departure of General Shafter from General Garcia's tent, gives us a glimpse of the character of the men that composed the Cuban army in that vicinity. Quote, "While the interview was going on, the troops were being assembled to do honor to the general on his departure. Several companies were drawn up in front of the tent to present arms as he came out, and a regiment escorted him to the beach down the winding path, which was now lined on both sides by Cuban soldiers standing about a yard apart and presenting arms. The scene made a strong impression on all in the party. There seemed to be such an earnestness and fixedness of purpose displayed that all felt these soldiers to be a power. About 50% were blacks, and the rest mulattoes, with a small number of whites. They were very poorly clad, many without shirts or shoes, but every man had his gun and a belt full of ammunition." Close quote. B. Extract from a letter from a soldier of the 10th Cavalry, Troop B, concerning the Battle of Las Guasimas. Quote, ellipsis. "The platoon which escaped this ditch got on the right of the 1st Cavalry on the firing line and pushed steadily forward under 1st Sergeant Buck, being then in 2 squads, one under Sergeant Thompson. On account of the nature of the ground and other natural obstacles, there were men not connected with any squads, but who advanced with the line. Both squads fired by volley and at will, at the command of the sergeants named, and their shots reached the enemy and were effective, as it is generally believed. Private W. M. Bunn of Sergeant Thompson's squad is reported to have shot a sharpshooter from a tree just in front of the enemy's work. Private Wheeler was shot twice in the advance. Sergeant Thompson's squad was once stopped from firing by General Wheeler's adjutant general for fear of hitting the Rough Riders. It seems that 2 distinct battles were fought that day. Colonel Wood's command struck the enemy at about the same time, or probably a little before ours did, and all unknown to the men in our ranks, and got themselves into a pretty tight squeeze. About the same time our force engaged the enemy and drew part of the attention they were giving to the Rough Riders. This, the latter claimed, enabled them to continue the movement on the enemy's works. But as our command had an equal number of 1st and 10th Cavalrymen, I am of the opinion that the story of our saving the Rough Riders arose from the fact that as soon as the fight was over, the 1st Regular Cavalry was opening its arms to us, declaring that we, especially B Troop, had saved them, for the 1st Regular Cavalry was first in the attack in General Young's command, and when the enemy began to make it pretty warm, he ordered B and I troops of the 10th forward on the right. Troop B was in the lead, and the alacrity with which these two troops moved to the front has always been praised by the 1st Cavalry, and they declare that that movement helped them wonderfully. In making this movement, my troop had 3 or 4 men wounded, and later, when Sergeant Thompson's squad was fighting far to the front, it had in it several members of the 1st Cavalry, who are always glad to praise him. So I think that by the Rough Riders first attributing their success, or their rescue from inevitable defeat, to the attack made by our command, and by the 1st Regular Cavalry's very generously, in the heat of success, bestowing upon us the honors of the day, it finally became a settled thing that we saved the whole battle. That evening, after the battle, I was met by Lieutenant Shipp, later killed at San Juan Hill, who, on inquiring and being told that I belonged to Troop B, congratulated me on its conduct, and said it had made a name for the regiment. Lieutenant Shipp was not in that fight, but had come up after it was over, and had heard of us through the 1st Cavalry." Close quote. C. Sergeant John Buck was born September 10, 1861, at Chapel Hill, Texas. Enlisted in 10th Cavalry, November 6, 1880, and passed over 10 years in active Indian service. He is a man of strong character, an experienced horseman and packer, and so commanded a portion of the firing line in the Battle of June 24th as to elicit remarks of praise from officers of other troops, quote, "for his gallantry, coolness, and good judgment under fire." Close quote. Sergeant Thompson's good conduct in the same battle was noticeable also. Sergeant Buck was made 2nd lieutenant in the 7th U.S. Volunteer Infantry, and subsequently captain in the 48th United States Volunteers. End of Section 8.